Welcome to day 3 of Giant Bomb's Game of the Year 2018 deliberation / discussion / chatting about games fest.
Wow, thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here.
It's an honor to be here.
Yes, it's an honor just to be nominated.
And beer.
I was brought here against my will.
Okay.
And beer?
What?
And beer. It's an honor for beer.
Oh,
Beer?
It's an honor for
It's
beer.
an honor for beer.
Maybe
And video games.
I was
Eggnog,
promised beer.
maybe? Some festive, like a hot buttered rum or something?
Oh, yeah.
Mulled wine.
It's the holidays, man.
Beer of the year. It's Corona again.
Get in the spirit.
Surprise.
Feliz Navidad.
We're here to talk about the games of 2018.
Yeah.
And we're like 2/3 of the way through?
Roughly.
Some might say.
Ish. Not all the games, because a lot of games come out now.
It's true.
But we have assembled a list of the games that we think matter
Yeah.
for one reason or another.
Meant something to
Mattered
us.
to us, yeah.
Or to the gaming community
yeah.
at large, the conversation.
Of which we are a part.
Yes.
For better or worse.
I think.
The biggest part.
I
The
think.
okay. Yes. Thank you.
Giant
for
part.
clarifying.
yeah.
If you're just joining us, I mean, you should probably just go back and listen to the first 2 podcasts first. But yeah, we are changing things up a bit this year. We are talking through all these games in order before we get on to our 10 categories.
In release order.
Yes.
And also spoiling everything.
Yes. And
And if we missed anything in the release order, we'll come back to it by the end of this discussion.
Sure. Sure.
There might be 1 or 2 things. We'll see.
I have my doubts.
Maybe. Who can say? Yeah, we may spoil stuff. I mean, the story-heavy categories will be later in the week. We are just kind of generally talking about these games right now, but there are chances that things may come up that you might not want to hear if you haven't played the game, so turn the podcast off and play the game first.
And we've been putting them to categories.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we will nominate things for categories as we go. Would you like me to read the categories?
I was
Yes,
going to
please.
prompt you,
Okay.
but, you know.
Yeah.
Here are the 10 categories
Refresh me.
as they stand. Best style, best music, best debut, hottest mess, best moment or sequence, best story, best ongoing game, best looking, most disappointing, and best game.
Yeah.
The
So
hits.
as we go through, we nominate. And
Yeah.
I mean, so far, we've been 100% right.
Clearly.
So let's not mess it up, Red
Yeah.
Shoemaker.
All right.
Yeah. It's a
All
lot
right.
of pressure.
Okay.
No pressure at all. On that note, the 11th Dragon Quest came out this year.
Dragon Quest 11.
Yes.
Yeah.
Echoes of an Elusive Age.
Yes. Yeah. This game had come out in Japan prior, but yeah, came out in the States. I had my time with console style role playing games in my youth. You know, the Phantasy Stars, the Final Fantasies, all that sort of stuff.
The
And
Dragon
then-
Warriors.
Yes, the Dragon Warriors even, and that door pretty well shut. I'd say around 95, 96. Basically, like. Right before Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy VII was the sound of that door shutting. It
Yeah.
was like, oh, I'm done.
I could see
I'm
that.
done.
I could see that.
They jammed a giant sword through the door to make sure you could never get back in.
Yeah, they
You know what?
jammed the giant snowboard through it. And I was like,
You know
not
what?
for me.
Like that genre at one time was the most important thing in games
Totally,
to me.
absolutely.
Also, I gave it a few more years than you did, but that was not a bad time to check out.
Yeah, and you know there have been games over the years since that I think have kind of piqued my interest in one way or another, and I think Dragon Quest XI is a really good throwback to what I liked about those games. It's not overly complex. I think some people have had some criticisms of the way the music is used. They're like full on mods for the PC version to like, hey, let's replace it with this orchestral version that like the guy that is responsible for the music refuses to let them put in the game. There's like a weird issue around the music in these games that is why there's so many copyright. Like it's one of the few games we get with a piece of paper that says whenever you show any media from this game, you are required to put copyright this, that, and the other on all of your screenshots. To which I say, yeah, we're not going to do that.
We did not.
But anyway, I think the game itself is it's got a great look to it. The
Adorable character design.
just great looking characters. The combat is fine. You know, it's like it feels like a throwback, but looks nice and is a good representation of like when I think about like this genre all growed up from the 16-bit era, the 8-bit era, and stuff like that. Like this is the game that this is a game that I think fits that better than a lot of other games maybe that people hold up as like the advancements of that genre.
Sure.
But that said, I did not finish the game.
I hear it's very long.
Yeah,
I hear it's
it
very
is.
long.
it's a decent length for this style of game, but then there's a case of like, oh, if you really want to do the thing, then be prepared to spend even more time with it.
Dozens of hours.
So yeah, I didn't come back to it quite as much as I would have liked, but it held my interest, and I think plays pretty well, and I liked it. I had a good time with it.
You think this franchise is maybe trading on nostalgia just a little too much?
Yeah, maybe.
Because I had that same experience with Builders last year.
Sure,
of like,
right.
oh man, there's that music.
Yeah,
oh shit, there's that other music.
right.
Oh, look at that slime.
Yeah, look at that slime goes a long way.
Yes.
I think that's kind of what that franchise has, which is not to say that like there isn't room for growth within it, but I always feel like more so than like the Finals Fantasy of the world, you know, like those games, they do wild fucking crazy shit from sequel to sequel, whereas the Dragon Quest stuff has always felt like it's very much rooted in this. You remember how these games are.
Yeah.
We are building that out, but it is still very much the thing you like, you know, just looking at bits of it and you talking about being the grown up version of it, like what it kind of looks like is what I envisioned that game looking like when I was playing a very early version of Dragon Quest back in the day.
Sure.
Yes and no. I think that, you're not wrong, but also I think that some of the games in this franchise along the way have gotten away. Like this feels to me, as someone who did try to play, you know, Dragon Quest 10 and 7, you know, like some of the other games they've released along the way. I think this game does it better for my particular needs out of a Dragon Quest game than a lot of the other stuff. Those games certainly have their fans and all that sort of stuff, and you know, more power to them, but. This was the first one to click with me in a very long time.
It's cool that it did.
Yeah. But also, you're right. Builders actually did a lot of that same stuff of just like, hey, look at that slime.
Yeah.
But like also, like this is, I think the battle system is good and fun and not too difficult, but flashy enough. And you know, I think it scratches like a different itch than Builders does.
I will look at any slime you put in front of me.
How about a metal slime?
I'll look at it.
Dragon Quest Heroes, then. In
Okay.
that case, yeah, that game's pretty good too.
They're putting out another Builders, and
That's right.
like
like a
maybe
year or
by the
something.
time you hear this,
That's been out. That's
wait,
been out in Japan
really?
for a while.
yeah,
Huh.
it's like a very, very, very end of this year, I think.
Huh.
Why don't I just look that up real fast?
Has is the overworld map? You see the enemies, or are they random encounters?
You see them.
See them?
Yeah, because you're walking around and yeah, so it's that Persona thing almost of like you can get a strike in on them on your way into battle to do a little bit to get things started in your favor.
Yes, Dragon Quest Builders 2 will be out by the time you hear this.
Okay.
Wow. Like a matter of days ago. I want to play that.
Yeah. Fun story, like good looking towns and stuff.
Is it still
Love a good looking town.
Toriyama doing the designs for the characters?
Mm-hmm. And this version of the game I think shows that design really well in engine. Like you see it, you know, throughout the game. It's not just the cutscenes. It's not just this and that. You know, like you know, the whole game has that look. So yeah.
All right. Next up is a game with a whole bunch of names next to it. Marvel Spider-Man, not to be confused with anybody else's Spider-Man. This is Marvel's Spider-Man.
Oh,
Not that Italian Spider-Man.
It's not that one. It's not
Take
that,
my name off then.
It's not that Sam's Club Spider-Man.
When did Spider-Man come out? Can we talk about that instead?
with Spider-Ham.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Season. It's a season for Spider-Ham.
Not Spider Cop? No,
Nope.
kind of Spider Cop.
I'm not going to go so far as to say we are living in a golden age of Spider-Man, but we are living in a better than average age of Spider-Man right now.
Yeah.
There's a
This
lot of
game's
good
good.
Spider-Man stuff going on.
This game's good.
It
It's
is.
a really good
Yeah.
Spider-Man
I
game.
finished it last night as of this recording, and it's
Great.
pretty good.
Yeah. I also feel like this game really captured the way I remember Spider-Man 2 feeling. Like that nostalgia is like perfectly captured in this, but like upgraded in a way that's like actually
Wait, did you say
modern.
Spider-Man 2?
I think
Yeah.
what's
You mean like
The game.
The game.
The
based on
game.
the
Yeah.
movie.
Oh, I
Yes.
thought you meant the okay.
The best
No.
Spider-Man
But that
game
was
The
based,
game.
but that was
Spider-Man
based on
game.
Spider-Man 2 the movie?
Yeah, directly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
mean, it
but I
was
just remember
alongside.
playing through that
Yeah.
game, and I have like a very specific and vivid memory of that. And obviously, this is much more modern and much more playable, but it feels the way my very rosy nostalgia remembers it feeling, which I really
I
appreciate.
mean, they nailed the one thing from that
Right.
game that no one would have forgiven them
Yeah,
for
I mean,
not nailing.
Well, forget forgiveness. Like, this
Yeah.
game would just not work.
Yeah.
This game
Yeah.
would collapse on itself if the swinging was not good.
Yeah, all the stuff that was fun in Spider-Man 2, from obviously like the swinging, but also things like running up a building and jumping off the Empire State Building, and then activating the swing right before you hit the street and all that. Like that is all there, and it's still just as fun now. And the combat, even though it's not like groundbreaking in this, it is definitely better than it was in 2.
Sure.
So I think this is definitely the best Spider-Man game I've ever played.
I also think it's a great Peter Parker game.
Yeah.
I think it does a
Yeah.
great job of marrying Peter Parker to this superhero and doing a good job of trying to show what it might be like to be Peter Parker in this world.
Yeah.
That
and
seems
have
like
to
something
deal
that
with-
like just Spider-Man fiction, like in the modern era, like seems to want to delve
Yes.
into a
And
little,
I appreciate
maybe
it.
a little
I
more.
think it really benefits from starting like he's like 7 years into being Spider-Man at
Yeah.
this point. You don't
We
have
don't
to go
have an
through the
Uncle Ben
origin
scene,
story. You don't
right.
have the Uncle Ben scene.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know, it can have references to that stuff, but it's there for people who know what a Spider-Man is, and I think it works because of that.
They still
What
leave
is a
themselves.
Spider-Man?
They still leave themselves room to build out some of the stories of these villains, like the Otto Octavius stuff. Like they obviously create their origin story for that character, within a lot of this stuff. But also, there are the other guys that have just been kicking around forever.
Yeah, like the King. The first scene with the Kingpin.
Yeah.
He's just like, oh, we've been doing this for years.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of this stuff, story-wise, with Peter works where it's like you're working with Dr. Octavius, or you're going back to the homeless shelter and you're helping out there. Those story scenes, I think, work well. I think they work a little less well when it's like not action scene, but like the stealth sequences with Mary Jane and everything.
Yeah.
I thought those were pretty just kind of like linear and like
That
mind
seems like
them,
that's
but
the
they're
downfall
very-
of that game. It's like, yeah, maybe you don't mind them, but it's like it's
nothing.
the one piece of that game that maybe doesn't fit in there.
Right.
The ones I liked were the ones where you were interacting with Spider-Man.
Yes.
Like the one with
The
Mary
one in
Jane,
Grand Central
Yes,
Station.
that one.
Oh, yeah,
where
that
she's
one's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
she's calling in Spider-Man to come down and grab a guy and stuff.
Yeah.
That was fun because it almost felt like
works,
a little strategy sequence.
At the same time, I appreciate them trying to flesh out what that relationship must be like between Peter Parker and Mary Jane, and somebody who is going to try and help out regardless of what a super like. There's a lot of reliance in that story about a superhero saving the day, and I like that they take Miles and they take Mary Jane as people who can also affect the world. Granted, in 90% of the game, you're playing as somebody with superpowers who can climb the side of a building, and in the other 10%, you're playing as people who can hack a
Who
drone.
like can't
or-
walk into a box or they get shot.
Yeah, and that's
yes.
up. But I do appreciate it. I think it has a sense of danger that you don't get from playing as Spider-Man, who is invincible. Where when you get caught as Mary Jane or Miles, it's actually a little bit threatening.
But I don't know if that's what you want from it.
I-
Like
yeah,
you want the big open
I agree.
world.
But
you know?
I appreciate them trying to do something
Yeah.
else.
I mean, yeah, it needed something to break everything up because that game gets real samey.
Yeah.
Yes.
I do
Totally,
feel like,
totally.
yeah, once I unlocked, it took me like, I think an hour to like unlock enough stuff where like swinging and everything felt good, combat felt good. And then I feel like I never unlocked anything else again that I did unlock stuff, but nothing that like made much of a difference for me. I felt like it plateaued really quickly.
Like
You got
one of the-
Web Blossom pretty early.
Yeah, that's the
yeah,
thing.
I got the web blossom. I unlocked like all my jump swingy stuff, and then I was like, I feel good. This feels great, and that lasted for a long time. But also at the same time, I was like, that's just nothing new is happening
Like
right
you're
now.
kind of just spending points to spend points. You're
Yes,
like, well, I got them.
exactly.
I guess I do slightly more of this
Right.
now.
Yeah.
I'll go for the trophy.
Right.
And no, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I never played those old games, so there's no point of reference there for me. And like to me, this is just unapologetically very Arkham-esque.
In some
Yeah,
ways,
which I don't mind
far as
that.
combat is-
Especially the combat.
I like that combat. So
Combat,
it's
but
fine
also
with
like
me.
detective sequences and just kind of the general
Hanging
flow.
off a thing and like stringing a guy
Yes,
up and
yes,
everything.
even
Yeah,
the
that's
stealth,
totally
like,
art.
most of the gameplay is very Batman.
Yeah.
Totally, but I think I like one of the things that I didn't really like about the combat too much was I feel like in the Batman games, you have the enemies where it's like, okay, you need to swing the cape at this guy first to do this.
Yeah.
Like I felt like those characters were a lot easier to read
Yes, you
in
were 100%
Batman.
right.
And then in Spider-Man, like everyone looks like obviously like there's the bigger guy that is the bigger guy.
Yeah.
And the
But
guy
I
with the
feel like-
shield is the shield guy.
Like I feel like they were a little less easy to read in the middle of a fight.
The cues are
because
much
the camera, like
clearer in Batman.
Especially
and
when you start
everyone's a little
fighting
bit
the, like,
further away.
The last gang, the negative
demons.
gang, and everything is like electric and blue and white, and then you've got the like line sensors of where you're getting attacked. It does
They're
get
the
very
Taken.
cluttered.
They're the regular enemies, but the Taken.
It gets like super cluttered.
And sometimes you can't tell until you see the rocket coming at you. It's like, oh, that was a rocket guy. Like,
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
tell.
I
Yeah, by
think that-
spreading the action out, your situational awareness suffers.
Yeah,
and,
I think
yeah.
that's the stuff where I look at it and go like, I still feel like Batman did that stuff better.
Yeah, Batman
but-
have like color-coded prompts or anything like that?
Yeah, so it would be like
the
blue
counter,
if you
yeah.
need
I
to
think
do like the
that-
Y.
That's probably the
counter.
difference because you just got the one Spidey sense thing in this game, and
You would
that's
get
it.
the L1 plus R1 thing.
Well,
where
that's
it's like,
for
oh,
throwing
things
stuff.
I mean,
like
there's
that,
basically
I'm talking about the different attacks.
There's basically two ways to do this. It's either the one that has a very specific flow that you need to learn, or there's one where you're just inserting the dodge button as part of like a rhythmic step as you are mashing through everything else. And this feels a little bit more like one where you are just using the dodge. Like every third hit is just hit the dodge button. You'll probably dodge something.
But I think at the same time, in that case with the Batman stuff, I think Spider-Man adds the ability to adds like a dexterity or maneuverability,
Yeah.
like a verticality.
Yeah,
to it.
right. The mobility of the characters is
like you
vastly
can
different.
get out
Yeah,
of that combat
absolutely.
situation very quickly, or just jump and hold down the whatever B or whatever to swing and hit a guy. And I think that's where some of those upgrades come into effect too, of being able to rip a shield off of somebody,
Yeah.
or to like that to me gave a little bit more diversity in the tool set versus Batman, who kind of is more of a counter jump, counter.
Yeah. I think I got done with the combat before I was done with the game, like a little bit, where it was like, okay, yeah, I'm getting these upgrades, and yeah, you eventually do get to the point where you're like, okay, now I can deal with these shield guys, or like, hey,
Or return rockets.
Yeah,
or...
return rockets. I'm ripping the rifles out of these guys' hands and that sort of stuff, but. In some cases, I felt like some of that stuff came a little too late to where I was already kind of done with the core of the combat. So like adding these pieces onto it that would have fixed my early issues with it. It was like, well, now I've already played too much of it, being kind of frustrated by this stuff. The
progression flow in that game is a little stilted, and again,
it's
getting
like huge at the beginning. And
getting Web Blossoms so early on.
And I feel like that's a fairly minor complaint. Like I'm not like damning the game or anything, but like that's the sort of stuff that
Web Blossom is insanely overpowered.
Yeah, Web Blossom
is. It's so
The
good. I
entire
love
game.
it, but it's like busted. I played nothing else.
I
It's a
didn't use
beautiful
it
thing.
because I didn't want to not get to fight people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you'll still get to fight
it's
people,
still,
but
it's also just really satisfying. They're just like,
It's a very good also mop up ability when you're tired of having to do like long encounters to mop up all those crimes.
Like
there's
crime
there's
tokens.
two guys
just-
somewhere.
just like pop
they're
in,
around a corner or behind
spin
me.
and web
Yeah.
everybody, and then get out of there.
I think my biggest complaint with the combat are the tech upgrades and the wheel to use them. The combat happens so fluidly that changing to a different thing that might have 3 shots on it just never seemed worth it to me.
It almost felt like, since this was an Insomniac game, that they have such a legacy of like these games with these like just wacky weapons and this radio menu that it's like, well, we got to do
They had
that.
to throw
Everyone loves
something in
that.
there, yeah.
But then a lot of those were just like, okay, I'll throw out a couple robots to
Right.
go around
In
and
the
do a
beginning
thing.
as an opener,
or
and
the
then-
impact one,
yeah.
but like there were like 8 of them, and I feel like I used 2 or 3
Yeah,
of them
totally.
really regularly.
Yeah, and so that then it felt like dumping the points in or having to decide whether I'm going to spend my upgrades on those versus trying to unlock a suit became a point of like, well, I just used the impact thing and these other webs, and it's very serviceable.
And the impact thing is like kind of a pain in the ass. Yeah, you're like selecting anything other than the standard web just is kind of a pain in the ass.
Kind of a pain in the butt, and I think you do get a quick select if you tap it for the last
goes
the last
between,
one.
like, the last 2.
And that's kind of what I wound up using was like, okay, I need my regular web, my impact thing. Maybe I would open with a shock thing, and that's about it. So yeah, my complaint there was more of these seem fun, but I have no incentive to use these other than to try and get the extra crime token because it said shock 5 guys or.
I thought a lot of them were like super useful outside of combat.
Yeah.
Like,
Outside of combat.
The
stealth
gadget
sequences.
Yes.
They were very useful.
100%. They are way more useful in stealth, especially if you're doing any of the stealth challenges and trying to 3-star them. Gadgets get super
the one
useful.
where you make 2 guys come together is the sticky bomb thing is
stick it
very
on a
useful.
wall or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, yes, outside of combat. But even in the stealth sequences, I feel like I didn't have to. They always turned into, unless they were scripted stealth sequences, they always turned into combat sequences regardless of how stealthy it
Right.
was.
That was kind of a bummer, because they're all wave based. Once you get to the
Yeah.
end of that first wave,
It's like, here comes wave
all
2.
right, yep,
Yeah.
and then they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
Which again, I think the combat tools by the end of that game, having done so much of it, I was pretty tired of the crimes happening.
Yeah.
And actually, there was a wave that happens later in the game where they kind of just reset everything, and you're like, do 5 more in each section again.
Yeah.
And I was like, come on. As someone who had to, or not had to, but was mopping them up as they came up.
Oh, you had to.
I had to. Every time there was a police call that would come over or a distress call that would come over, I'd stop what I was doing and I'd go to that thing because the mechanism for triggering that is swing around in that area for a certain amount of time, right? So I was like, well, I know I'm going to try and get these all by the end, so I might as well do them now. So when they just put another 10 crimes in each district at some point in the game.
Oh yeah, late game.
I
There's like,
was
here's
just
2
like-
more types of crimes for every
Holy
district.
If you don't
crap.
attack the root of crime, the crimes will just keep happening.
It's true. It's true.
I thought the storytelling or just like the characters and stuff like that are really great. The J. Jonah Jameson podcast I think was really funny. Like
Fun
painting
creative
him as
decision.
like some Alex Jones dirtbag.
Yeah, although my understanding is that's like a total inversion of the character.
Not a total.
Not all the
Like,
time.
Well, maybe like back in I was reading like when it premiered, he was like a kind of a more of an everyman, like crusading newspaper man. Like, fighting
definitely.
for the downtrodden, and now he's fucking Alex Jones.
But he's always been a sensationalist, is the thing,
yes,
and that's this is just an evolution of that sensationalistic tendency.
He's often been like not down with Spider-Man. Like that's kind of the
he wants
thing.
pictures of the Spider-Man.
Yeah, he wants pictures of the Spider-Man, or at some point he's like, I think this Spider-Man is doing bad.
He's a menace.
And so I feel like that's a really good modern way to spin that nugget out into
Agreed.
what it might look like in a 2018 setting. Is just
I really loved him naming Mr. Negative. Does anybody remember that? It's just in one of the...
Like he coins the name?
Yes, he coins the name Mr. Negative on air, and it's just like a piece of branding, basically, that becomes like the popular jargon.
I think the only thing I didn't like about that is that there are not nearly enough like credulous people calling in to agree with him. Like almost everyone who calls in that show is like, no, Spider-Man like saved those people. I don't know what you're like. It's no. There would definitely be fucking wackos being like,
most of the people listening
to
to a podcast like that would be calling in to go like, yeah, man.
I saw Spider-Man leaving chemtrails.
There's a gas that comes out of
they
Spider-Man.
would be taking it several steps further than even he was.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair,
if you miss some of the like police calls, if you like ignore them, sometimes those people will be like, Spider-Man didn't save me.
Wow. Oh, okay.
That's
Like
true,
I think that
That's
they
good.
will.
That's what I get for always doing the crime.
the game is relentlessly optimistic. Like,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
consistent
Yes.
with the character. And,
It is,
you know,
and it was actually kind of refreshing to have.
Yeah.
Kind of like a wholesome, like superhero.
They're not
story.
afraid to show that Peter Parker's life is a fucking mess, but like deep down, like he's still just trying to get by and do the right shit.
And I like I like Spider-Man's Twitter feed. Like that was a fun take
not
on it.
bad.
Also,
I never checked
I never
that.
checked
it was
it either.
fun. There's like also it was like a well done fake Twitter.
Yeah. Sure.
Of people being jerks to him, and also other people being like very positive.
I was really bummed how well the fast travel scenes were done because that is a game I
never
never want to
got
fast
to.
travel
yeah.
in. So
I started at the end when something would be
Wrap it
like
up.
3,500 clicks away.
I'm
like
sure
the other
there's
end of the island.
I'm sure I will hit that point at some point, but I
yeah,
am not
you're like halfway through.
I'm over halfway, and I've been enjoying the hell out of it, and I'm not at that point yet where I have tired of just swinging through the city. Like one of the big benchmarks for any open world game to me is, do I like the traversal? Do I want to use the fast travel instead of the traversal? And right now, I have not wanted to use the fast travel at all.
Those really cool subway
Yeah.
sequences.
No, they're great.
Yeah.
I know they are, and I like that stuff.
And they get they change up as the story changes, which is a really cool touch.
And they use your dumb costume you decided
I
to
know.
put on.
I love the
a lot of
costume
good suits.
unlocks.
A lot of good suits.
And I think for as long as they take with the Doc Ock stuff, like they really take a long time.
Yeah, I was holding off on that because I think this will come up in a category, but that is probably my favorite aspect of the game.
He earns it. Like they earn the conversion there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I'll just say it now instead of for story or whatever, but I did not see that bait and switch coming at all. Because, I mean, I don't know if it's just an expectations thing, but I thought they were going to ride the Dr. Octavius
to
stuff
the next game.
all the way to the end of the game,
I
and it
did
would be
too.
like, that would be like the post-credits thing as he becomes Doc Ock or whatever.
Yeah.
So the bait and switch of like, oh wait, he's actually the big bad here. Like, holy shit.
And they picked the best character to do that with.
Yeah.
Because, like, the Osborn stuff and whatever, like the Green Goblins and whatnot, like, those are, obviously very prominent villains. But, like, I always felt like the heart of the Otto Octavius story stuff was a lot more interesting, especially as it was done in the movie Spider-Man 2.
Do they always had that history?
I mean, I think early on he was just kind of a shithead scientist.
Yeah, like,
but over time they have kind of given him more of a personality and more of a tragic backstory.
but the whole thing about him and Peter being friends to begin with is new.
I mean, there have been variants, I think, of that, but like,
But it's not core to the original.
No, the very original was he was just a shithead scientist.
Because like that whole relationship right up to the last scene with him where Peter like walks away from him and is clearly anguished as he does it is like super effective.
It's very good. And I think it's a great thing to have in that game to counter this other villain that is literally like Mr. Black and White, like Mr. I am all good or all bad. I work in a homeless shelter and then I make people shoot themselves. Like it was like very much like this is a pretty lame villain here. Like you're the nicest guy and then you're the worst person in the world.
You saw it coming it was like miles away.
Well, they don't even like they don't hide it. They just
They don't
It's
really.
like within the first thing. It's like I'm the bad guy.
Oh, he was in the marketing
the
all over.
trailers.
Yeah.
The second
They
you see
revealed that.
I don't know.
game
I
with
found
them.
a lot of the big sort of strokes of that game really predictable, really cliche, just kind of dull. I was not that interested, but I thought a lot of the interpersonal slice of life stuff was awesome. Like all of his stuff with Mary Jane, I thought was great. I think all the stuff of him being like, I fucking work a science job. I do crime at night. I haven't showered in 2 days. I don't
I've been
sleep.
evicted.
I don't have any money. Like I like that stuff.
I'm literally
a lot.
chasing the garbage truck that has all my
Right.
shit from my apartment in
My
it.
thumb drive.
Yeah, and I think I like a lot of the beats in the story, but I think the Mr. Negative stuff was probably my least favorite in it,
Yeah.
just because
He was not that.
just because it
interesting,
is like, you know, it was so predictable,
Yeah.
and they do play that character in the extremes.
I think the one part where it really caught for me was the diary in his office.
in
It's like literally just a thing you pick up and read. Like that's the only place you get any introspection about him. Like
like his past or with the Osborne stuff.
it's more abstract about. He doesn't call it the demon, but it's clearly
Yeah.
like the negative whatever inside him,
negative
and he's
right.
he's fighting to suppress it, and he can't. Like that was they didn't go far enough in that
Was
direction.
it the stuff where it was showing his parents? And,
Yeah.
No, that's like right at the end.
That's
I
it.
mean,
That's
where you
in
get the more,
Osborne.
like,
that's the
backstory
big
stuff.
big reveal that Osborne is at fault for his
That's right.
whole thing.
They showed
What did-
some parent stuff in there at that point.
What did you
Whatever-
guys
whatever.
think of that really tonally weird part with like Mr. Negative's big attack and like killing
The
Miles' dad? Like that kind of felt a little out of nowhere to me. It was just like so real and raw, and just like people screaming in the street.
It wouldn't
and
have
stuff.
felt as weird if the end of that scene didn't immediately shift to, okay, well, 2 weeks later, Spider-Man's back doing his thing, and it's like they go to the funeral and whatever, and it just like I think that the editing and like of that scene and the next scene was a little jarring. I don't know, like.
I thought it worked pretty well.
I mean, I think the core scene works, and I especially like the part where you were playing as Miles.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's some decent stuff in there. It's just it does come very much out of left field from
Actually,
where that game is prior to that.
like speaking of tone, the fact that they don't have day-night running on a cycle in that game, but that they use it to punctuate the story is
Right.
actually one of my favorite things about it, because you spent the whole game, I think, in the daytime up to that point.
Yeah.
When the terrorist attack happens.
There's
and
a
then
couple of night sequences, but it's not very long.
And then after the funeral, you come back out of it, and the city is all dark and raining.
Yeah.
And, like, they use that stuff pretty dramatically.
Yeah.
I want to say, as a fan of the comics, that scene specifically threw me out of left field because Miles' dad's supposed to be like the good cop. Like,
Right.
you know, cops in Spider-Man like lore aren't always painted that great, but like Jefferson Davis is supposed to be like the good guy, and like for him to die, like threw a wrench in my expectations of the game.
Oh, sure.
And I thought that wound up working very well. Of like Miles is still powerless, he's still a kid, and then like the only strong force in his life is just taken away from him.
Is his dad a character in the comics?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
So is
will
that where
say-
the name came from?
Yes.
Yes.
Because-
It's a poor choice.
It's an odd choice of name.
As soon as I saw it, I was like, who the fuck thought it was a good idea to name this guy Jefferson Davis? But whatever.
I also think the Harry stuff is done okay.
Yeah.
Like, the
Yeah.
Osborne, like
Yeah.
that whole thing kind of works itself out by the end, and you kind of realize what's been going on. You have kind of hints that something weird is going on with Harry and his dad, and I think by the end, like takes down the black and whiteness of those characters a bit more to muddy the waters and be like, oh, this all does kind of suck.
It
for
feels
these
like a more
characters.
interesting take on that. Like, I feel like that, like the Osborne stuff, has been like, not that I'm some gigantic Spider-Man fan, but I feel like
Spider-Head.
that like over the like modern Spider-Man, like the Osborne, the Oscorp stuff specifically has been some of my least favorite. Like, it's just kind of
and I think
generic.
Big evil corp.
yeah.
And it kind of is. There's something about that universe I also love, that all of the richest, most powerful people are all scientists in this world. They are all just like people who have are deep into science, but then also make horrible weapons. But then
Spider-Man accurately predicted the tech industry as it is.
except Spider-Man, who's broke, who
Yeah.
refuses to sell his goods for weaponizing. Which Spider-Man, listen.
Also,
Spider-Man's not going to make mass weapons for the government.
makes cool drones, just sell them.
also the billionaire New York real estate developer / industrialist turned politician
Yeah.
thing.
I mean, listen, you're talking about Kingpin.
Sure.
I got more of a Cuomo vibe off him.
I think that stuff at the end with the reveal, and again, these are all spoilers, but that Osborn is trying to find a cure for his son is kind of a.
What is he trying? Is he Venom?
Yeah.
What is? Okay.
He's like infected by the symbiote.
Yeah, I saw the little black
Wait,
splat at the
well,
end, and I was like,
who
is that
is?
supposed to be Venom?
Harry.
Harry's supposed to be Venom?
Oh,
But
Yeah,
is that
not at
is that a
all.
comics thing?
No, like
Okay.
I thought he
had the stuff his mom-
goblin virus.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever.
I didn't he have
Is
the
that
stuff-
different?
He's floating in the tube at the end in the post-credits
Yeah.
sequence.
I
When
thought
you're-
his mom died from the same thing.
Yes, it is. It's implied that he has an inherited like genetic disease,
Yeah.
but then when he's floating in that tube at the end, and
Oh.
Norman is like, "We will find a cure for you, son," and then like the last shot is this like black tentacle like splatting against the
so
glass.
you think he introduced something worse than the genetic disorder?
Well, Jan, I think Jan seems like the authority here, and he
wanna
seems to think it's Venom.
I think that is a symbiote, and I think.
Okay.
But is it the Venom symbiote?
But
I
Harry,
think so because it's black.
Yeah,
But I
okay.
want to say they're framing it that Norman Osborn used that to try and cure
Gotcha.
Harry.
oh, okay.
Instead of him also being infected by that on top of the weird goblin.
Oh, that is the
disease.
treatment.
I want to say that's
the,
what
that's
that's
the
for.
50-50
that makes
treatment?
sense,
Okay,
yeah.
wow. Huh.
So maybe you get a venomized goblin in a sequel.
Whoa.
That'd be a weird take.
Yeah, yeah.
well, the symbiote moves around, right?
right.
So-
Yeah. And I feel like it could open the door to infect Peter also. Probably.
I mean, look, Venom made a lot of money at the box office, so
Wait, did it actually?
oh yeah.
Did it
I
really?
don't think it was well reviewed though.
No, but internationally, it and with everything, it's made like $800 million.
People fucking love Venom.
Yeah,
So I thought all of those beats in that smaller part of the story worked for me.
Yeah.
The even the part where the virus is supposed to be a cure and has been kind of weaponized, like it is a more interesting take than he was just developing a bioweapon.
yeah. I think in general, Insomniac's vision for what Spider-Man in the modern era is, is largely good.
Yeah, it is slightly more interesting than just your standard.
Maybe don't have Spider-Man going around like fixing fucking draconian police towers next time, but after that, beyond that, I don't have too many issues with how
He's
they portray
using the
stuff
police's tech to
help the
help
police.
the people.
to help the police.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
the police are helped by association, but
Yeah.
he's helping actual people.
I'm just saying, Spider-Man's a cop.
He literally calls himself Spider Cop for half that game. What'd you
I know.
expect?
I didn't expect anything different. I'm just saying.
I think the one part that gets a little silly for me, or is fun for a Spider-Man game, I guess, is when all the supervillains break out of prison and they're. So you spend, I don't know, maybe an hour to a half hour rounding up Spider-Man's worst, this kind of cavalcade of guys who wind up just being doofuses.
Yeah.
Like you.
I mean, a lot of Spider-Man villains are huge fucking doofuses.
So
like in the Scorpion and Rhino fight, they are literally bickering with each
They
other
are
while you're
doofuses,
fighting them.
But also, like it almost makes you feel like they're just idiots in a way. Like when you're taking down Vulture and they're just kind of like, shucks, got me again. He's just
Well, if
webbed
you think
up
about
there.
it, these are people. Some of them are like Peter put him in prison 5 years ago, and so he's gotten a lot better at being Spider-Man in those 5 years.
I got a lot of tech upgrades.
Yeah,
I've been
exactly.
solving a lot of
But
crimes.
also, like a half dozen of those guys are literally just like random criminals that found a suit, and they have
like
a
the
suit
Rhino
now.
is just a big guy who got an even bigger
Yeah.
suit.
Oh, his backstory, his
Like-
little story in there was good. Like he wants to get out of the suit, but he can't get out of the
Yeah.
suit. And like, let's find a way to get him out.
mean,
Because the promises that Mr. Negative makes are also kind of interesting. And like, I'll help you. Was it something I'll help you with?
Vulture
your-
has cancer.
Yeah, from like the power unit that's on the back of his suit, which is like, shit, Spider-Man. Like, what the fuck, man? Help this guy out. No, it's Doc Ock who's going to help him, right? Yeah.
I was surprised that they were introduced so late in their actual boss fights against them, because not really knowing a lot of Spider-Man lore, I kind of assumed everyone was kind of on the same like villain footing. Where I didn't know it was like. It seems to me in the game that Goblin and Octavius are like the two big guys here.
And I throw Kingpin
then a
up
bunch-
there too.
Okay, and then a bunch of just dopes.
Yeah.
Whereas like
I feel like that's kind of always been Spider-Man.
Anybody
though.
who's-
Like,
I
those are the
wasn't clear
key,
that.
like Batman. There's the Joker,
Right.
and then kind of everybody else.
Anybody who's named after an animal is kind of a dope.
Okay, all right. So it wasn't a big deal to like Spider-Man fans that like they got this unceremonious kind of
No,
like,
not
they showed up for a
necessarily.
second and got
like
beat
they
up.
showed up was I
Okay.
think enough recognition of like, hey, these are characters that are important to the universe, but also they are not driving this
Like
plot.
you don't get
Okay.
to make a Spider-Man game without having a Rhino that charges and you have to dodge it. Like at this
Right.
point, you just you got to do that.
Would
really-
there ever be a Spider-Man game though where like Rhino is a big enough deal to be like the main dude?
That would be underwhelming, I think.
Yeah.
If you said like, hey, at the end you fight Rhino, you'd be like,
Finally,
fucking
the Rhino
whatever.
game.
Got it.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
like, what is it, like Doc Ock, Green Goblin, Venom.
Who's the brain question mark guy?
Kingpin. Those are kind of the
Mysterio.
big ones.
Is he in this
Those are the
one?
big ones.
I really like. So I was gonna say I really
There's a
like
Halloween
that
costume.
Halloween scene where it totally subverted my expectations. I'm like, oh, there's gonna be a Mysterio fight. It's gonna be like the what was the Batman fight?
The Riddler.
the Scarecrow.
I was like, oh, it's gonna be like this big scarecrow thing. But then you just go in the House of Mirrors and you're just like, I'm just a guy.
It also- this game also-
That said, they still do a Scarecrow mission late in the game.
Yeah.
Like, It's a very Batman-esque
I will
game.
say this game did it, and this is not necessarily the fault of the game and more just the way comic books work, but this game really held up a light to just how many of Spider-Man's various villains are direct analogs to Batman's villains. Fucking Black Cat is just Catwoman. Fucking Mysterio and Scarecrow are of a kind. You know, like there's a lot of similar. Mr. Negative and Two-Face. I mean, are we really? Is there much? It's not all of them.
Do they have a penguin?
Sure, if you
Kingpin is kind of like rich, you know,
and much taller, but yes.
Sure, if you dig hard enough, you'll find it.
Yeah.
Mr. Negative was made up for this game, right?
No, he's from the comics.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
I
a
think
relatively recent
newer.
addition.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But he is a comic villain.
Yeah, I thought overall that they knocked it out of the park.
Yeah,
For
Yeah,
a
it is
licensed
an extremely
Spider-Man
well-made
game.
game.
I think this game is
fun
just
romp.
fun.
Yeah.
It is fun. Yeah.
It's popcorn.
It's like a blockbuster. Yeah.
Yeah.
Parts of it are a little clunky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The combat gets a little top heavy at the end, but
Just the overall story, even like as a guy who is not a comic book guy at all, I liked that story of this game
Yeah.
more than I've liked, pretty much any comic book.
it's
movie
almost
I've seen in
the
years, you know?
inverse of the Arkham games, where the story is kind of whatever, but the game is super fun. Like
Right.
I can't believe I'm coming away from a Spider-Man game saying like the story is the thing I will remember the most.
It's got heart.
Decent sense of pathos in it, like
Yeah,
for people. The filler side mission stuff in the open world is probably the weakest part for me.
Yeah.
I liked it.
And like it's very samey for me after a while. Stop this car, mash circle to
Yeah.
put the car down, fight the four guys.
I don't know
that
if I'm
come
going to
out.
catch any more of those damn pigeons.
I liked,
I think
I
it's the
liked
only
those
one
things.
did
I
right
didn't
away.
like all the crimes, but I liked I'm gonna go to this like science tower and like fucking spray the
really liked
birds.
the science towers.
I didn't like the part. The science towers were weird just because everything was New York City was on fire
Right.
with like
I mean, that's accurate.
a toxic waste dump that's about to erupt into a geyser of toxic waste if I don't get there in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
These billboards are going to explode.
the radiators in this building are about to
I liked
blow
that
up.
he was just doing I'm just gonna help my community. I thought that was a really nice version.
And again,
of
this is Andrew
Spider-Man.
Cuomo's New York. There's no money for anyone else to fix this shit. It's all up to Spider-Man.
I feel as an open world game, the way it feels is kind of the opposite of something like a Red Dead, where it's like a Red Dead, you're going around and you kind of never know what's coming next, like whatever weird encounters you might have with people, and you want to go and talk to people and like just explore. Just live in that world a little bit. Where Spider-Man, it is all very expected open
it's a
world.
checklist.
I'm
That
going
is-
to go to
that
that
is-
thing. I'm going to do this.
That is
Yeah.
100% the point I was about to make. It feels, I like the game a lot. I don't want to sound derogatory, but it feels like an old-fashioned open world. It feels,
Totally,
it feels
yeah.
like an open world
Yes.
game from last generation.
Yeah.
Like
Or
the-
even
the
from the
world-
early part of this generation. Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
super just a checklist of 18
Yeah.
different activities that you do over and
For
over.
sure.
Like, but it's fun to get around.
And most
it's
of it,
fun to
most of
play.
those activities are enjoyable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there is also something satisfying about having one of those games too. Of like, this isn't a game like Red Dead where I have to really live in it for 60 hours. I can have fun with it for 7 hours.
I think you would be
perfectly
just
satisfied.
fine mainlining the story
Like
in that
I-
game,
yeah.
and it would be fine.
I put it down for 3 months and came back to it and finished it in a few days, and it was totally fine.
Yeah, it took me an hour to remember how to play the combat, and that was about it.
I know this doesn't factor into the game itself, but I will say it's pretty disappointing. The DLC so far, that
Yeah.
first DLC was kind of a bummer. It was like pretty average. I heard I haven't played the second one, but I heard
Hammerhead
it's
one?
worse
Yeah.
than the first one, and I like I said, doesn't affect the game itself, but I was ready to come back in and be like, yeah, I'll play like 3 more hours and 3 more hours and 3 more hours. Like that seems perfect.
You would
coming
hope
off
that
of the game.
you would hope that they would calculate that like people would be anxious and ready to
Yeah.
play this stuff, and that you would have something that would at the very least deliver more than just a small percentage of what people liked
and I
about.
heard it was like really buggy too,
Yeah.
and like
It just feels
deleting
like
scenes
cast
and
off. So it's
stuff.
like here's some ideas that maybe they had during
Yeah.
development that they just
Yeah.
I think that's single player DLC these days,
yeah,
unfortunately.
it
Yeah.
just feels like deleted scenes that maybe got deleted for a reason.
But
Like
you know
you're-
what? Sometimes it's done well because like Assassin's Creed Origins
Oh, absolutely.
fucking
It is.
knocked it out of the
I'm not
park
saying
with that
I'm not
DLC.
saying it can't be done
Yeah.
well, but like I'm not. Yeah, this
Yeah.
doesn't.
Not a great ongoing game.
yeah.
I would put this in for best game.
I would as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah,
Definitely.
absolutely.
Yeah.
What about for best music? Because it's not that there's like one piece of music that stands out to me, but like the soundtrack in that game felt very like this is exactly what a Spider-Man movie type presentation would have. Like
which is a thing that the actual Marvel Cinematic Universe doesn't have in like recognizable music. But this game, like there's that sting that happens whenever you jump off a building. It's like
Yup.
yeah.
I feel like that over time, though, it was
Yeah,
like, man, you're just
you're
really playing like the same music or the same style, or like different chunks of the same piece. Or,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah.
It does.
like every time you swing. Huh?
It does change like
Oh,
maybe
if-
3
yeah,
times
over
in
the course of
game.
the story. Yeah.
After
Yeah.
big story
But-
events, you'll get a different.
It was
song,
a thing
but
though, where like the first time that swell happened was like so exciting and so cool, and then after a while, it's like, all right, I'm getting another backpack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I jump off a building. It's like,
It's
okay,
like this is not the time for
Yeah.
dramatic music. I'm
Right.
just trying to get this fucking backpack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no problem dropping it in on there.
I'm putting it under best looking and best
Yeah.
story.
Yeah.
Definitely
and,
look.
and
yeah.
best game.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
If you want to put it under best music, you just have to put links in because we need
Okay.
material for that.
That's fair.
That title sequence, the music in that
Mm-hmm.
is one of the standouts, I think, for sure.
It's got a good swell to it.
What'd you think, Brad, of that boss fight at the end? It
The
felt
Doc Ock fight.
it
It's okay.
it was like a cool cinematic piece that turned very video gamey.
I had to lose it once for it to tell me like, hey, use your gadgets to disable him. I'm like, oh, you mean the things I never use on anything,
Yeah.
especially bosses? Like
It-
that's what I'm supposed to use here.
It took something that felt very cinematic and very. It felt like a movie, like it had a great set piece, had a
Yeah.
great action, and then turned this into do it 3 times.
Well, that's actually throughout a lot of the game.
I feel like
There are
that
lots
I
of
feel
the
like
game,
that's every
like that
boss
Kingpin
is-
fight at the beginning
Yeah.
was really off-putting
Yeah.
to me. Like
They're all like that.
Like
But
the first impression of that game was actually kind of negative because coming out of that Kingpin fight, I was like, I ended up losing it once before it was like, okay, there's the thing you're doing. I'm like,
You're right.
oh, right, okay.
So this I think is that, but ramped
Yeah.
up with like really exciting production value, and then you realize that you're going to do kind of the rule of
Well,
threes
the,
on a boss.
The Mr. Negative fight is the same way.
Yeah.
To a lesser extent, all of the villain fights are that way.
But there was something about the Doc Ock one that just the
Maybe
set
it's
piece
because the spectacle is so
is
over
amazing.
the top.
It's
Like
great.
it's really incredible.
It looks
Like,
fantastic, but then you're just like, right, you got to go around and hit him 3 times, and
Yeah.
then get him to go do into his next sequence,
Yeah.
and then like. That
It's
to me,
fine.
it was fine. But then even like the part at the very, very end where it goes back into kind of like, okay, dodge,
Yeah.
do your thing.
yeah. It's a little much.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I would take it over a strung together series of QuickTime events, but there was something about it that, as cool as it looked, suddenly undermined it with a bit of that, like, oh, right, I died. Now I
mean,
have
it's
to
a
do this thing. 3
tough
times.
balancing act,
It
to,
is.
to
It
make
is.
a game look like
Yes.
that and also play well at the same time.
You're right.
Very, very tough.
Yeah. Another thing before we move on from this that I really like about this game is how accessible it is. Like, I know so many people who don't really play games who loved this game and who played a ton of this game. And I think it's awesome that, like,
Yeah.
we are all people who play games all the time. We were all very engaged. We all really liked it. And I also have so many friends who were like, I don't know, I played my boyfriend's PlayStation and I loved this game. And I
It
think there's
does.
something
I feel
rad
like
about
it's
that.
intuitive.
Yeah.
You hit the button and it does what you think it's going to
Yes.
do.
Yeah.
And that's impressive as well.
Yeah.
Last thing I wanted to say is they do the smart thing with the suits of divorcing the suits and the powers, so you can do that
Yeah.
whole thing. The thing that bums me out about the suits is some of them are so fucking weird that I wish they had just put a little paragraph of text with each one.
Oh, for a
Like,
little where
Here's
like
where the
the
fuck
why.
this glowing
Oh.
suit with a skull for a face
Yeah.
came from.
Yeah, but then what are game outlets going to write about? You know,
Top
gotta-
10 suits.
Top
Yeah.
10 suits in Spider-Man. Like,
yeah.
it's
Here's
just
the
like
history of every
History
suit.
of Spider-Man suits.
like they have
I've
like
clicked on that article.
like there's a great bio for every character in the game
Yeah.
written in Spider-Man's voice, which is nice. And I just wish
Oh,
that they
yeah.
had like, because I'm not into the comics, so I have no idea what any of that stuff is.
That
It'd be a
backpack
cool-
stuff was also very good.
Yeah,
now
the
you bring it
backpack.
up.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
another good
The little
example.
voice stuff in there was cool too.
So yeah, it's like for the suits to not have that treatment was a bummer to me.
Yeah, even if it
That's
were
fine.
in Spider-Man's voice, like,
Yeah.
I remember this dumb punk suit. Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Why did they include this?
Why would you should have put a different suit in here?
There's a good dumpling recipe in that game too, from one of the back.
Yeah, there
Okay.
is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, game of the year.
Good to know. Not since Metal Gear Solid 4 taught me how to steam an egg. Has a video game been so instructional?
What's next?
Next game. Another kind of semi-big game, maybe not all the way big. Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
Oh,
Shadow of the Tomb Raider
Uh-huh.
Oh,
That-
that came
That
out.
came out this year.
is
Yeah.
a game that in other circumstances I would say is like one of the bigger games of the year, and like it's okay. I wish I had played more. Did anybody else here play it at all?
We can
No.
get Jeff Baclar on the phone if you want.
Okay.
I touched it for, let's say, 10 minutes.
Wow, that's about where I'm at.
Prior to release.
I got-
Went through a party
I got-
for a
yeah.
second.
I was just like, man, this is... I don't want anything to do with this.
I got several hours into it, like maybe 8 hours in or something.
I loved all the other ones, and this
Yeah.
seemed like more of those, which is like fine,
Well-
cool. I'll pick this up when it's on sale, and I have other things to play right now. So.
This is a hard thing to qualify, but it feels like those, but not as great.
Oh, that sucks.
like, but I can't point to any like one thing and say this is why it doesn't feel
Well, it
as
seems
good.
like, from, it's a game that is kind of doing that stuff a third time.
Yeah.
And, some of the things that you liked about those first two games are wearing out their welcome a little bit. From the story perspective, like that was the part of like, their pitch for the story that just put me off immediately was like yet again to go back to this concept about this is where she becomes the Tomb
it's
Raider.
like, wait,
it's
I
like,
thought-
no, that was last time.
Didn't she rise
And
in the
you
last
said
game?
that-
Two other
You
games.
said that
Yeah.
the time before that also.
Yeah.
And their whole thing of like, oh, this is about the consequences of Lara's actions, and like a lot of the stuff that they were trying to do narratively, I feel like just from in a pitch stage just sounded completely uninteresting.
Yeah, it just
So-
felt like again, this is where I feel like I'm failing to articulate my thoughts here, but it felt off, like in the character interactions, and I can't pinpoint exactly why. It's something about some combination of the writing and the character animation and stuff just didn't feel like it was there.
I think there was something interesting about the early games of them as an origin story of like Lara Croft being like less good at this stuff,
Yeah.
or that first kill in that first game where she's like, oh my god, I just fucking killed somebody.
Yeah.
Like that stuff I think is interesting and like, narratively and all that other stuff. This game to be like, yo, you're gonna murder motherfucker, like just out of the gate, you're like, all right, yeah, okay. Like all the nuance is gone at this point. Here she is coating herself in mud and doing Batman shit.
Yeah.
It's like here she is on a perch, like just, stealth killing
Yeah.
people.
It's funny you mention that because the thing is been repeatedly compared. I haven't played this one, but that everyone keeps comparing to is that Batman Origins game. Like
Yeah.
it's a
different team.
I really super didn't want to make that comparison,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it is so apt. It's hard to avoid. Like, yeah, it's the exact same situation of like successful reboot, like specific studio's vision for a franchise,
Right.
handed off to another studio, and feeling not quite as good,
Not quite there.
as a result. It's the exact same situation, but
I don't know that I would
You know-
put this in any category.
Yeah.
There's tempting to say like, oh, is it most disappointing? But I don't know.
I
Like,
really like the second one.
Yeah, the second one's
yeah,
the best
I
of
did too.
those by
I
far.
really did too.
Yeah.
But
I was like, if this game had been that but better instead of that but kind of underwhelming, like
I think maybe my
I'd be talking, like,
expectations
top 10.
are maybe colored by like watching a really long pitch for that game that just seemed like just tonally off.
well, it's
Even
weird.
the
It's
E3
weird. It's weird that you
demo
mentioned the
like
combat.
Yeah.
It's weird that you mentioned the combat stuff because in the actual game, except for the tutorial, you don't even fight anybody for like 6 hours or something.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
it's
really?
nothing but exploration for the
Yeah, it's
first
crazy.
few hours of the game.
Are the
But-
tombs good? Because I loved.
They're
I was
fine.
so glad they added
Yeah.
more in the second one because I love the tombs.
I mean, they're even more prominent in this one.
Yeah.
Like they're woven into the story more, and there are more of them on the sides to explore optionally. But I don't know. Like again, they seem fine on paper, but I can't put my finger on why it just didn't feel super satisfying.
This just seems like a concept that maybe has worn out its welcome a little bit, and the stuff
Yeah.
that they tried to bring to it this time to try to close out this trilogy or to bring her the rest of the way narratively was just stuff that made the game seem a little like less interesting.
There's some playable flashbacks from her youth where you literally play like 8-year-old Lara, in the estate, like playing on in the
That's
back in the
cool.
backyard and around the manor house and stuff like that, which is kind of promising. But
It's kind of cool because that's like the training stuff from the original games, where
Oh,
it's
sure.
you jumping around
Yeah.
the mansion.
yeah,
and,
well, this is more like they seem
Yeah,
to be
like-
teasing a bunch of family secrets that they will reveal, but I didn't get deep enough to say what they are.
yeah.
Yeah, I keep thinking I'll maybe go back to it at some point, but that might be a ways off.
It's just a rough one to slot in against some other very big and very notable and arguably better open world games this year.
Oh, I'm not going to slot it in.
No, I'm just saying, like, I think they put themselves in a rough spot this year by releasing that game this year.
I put it under most disappointing. I don't know that it's
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
that disappointing, but it is kind of.
Let's have the conversation.
Personally, for me,
You sound disappointed.
yeah, I hoped for more.
Don't we all, though?
Can't always get what you want.
But you get what you need.
That's not true either.
Okay. What's up with CrossCode?
Yeah, CrossCode. Really big surprise for me. Kind of came from obscurity in my circumstance. Jason, I know you had your eyes on it for a
Yeah,
little
I
longer.
played a demo of it. It was in early access for quite some time, and immediately you could tell that there was something there. There was something innate about the just the mechanics, like the feeling really good and very tight. And it's like, okay, they're blending that with like some really good puzzle solving stuff, and it's like there's really something here. You know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep my eyes open for this.
Yeah, so I unfortunately I've only played through I'd say maybe about a third of the game. It is going to be the first thing I do when we're done with Game of the Year is finishing this game. This game is like really something special. It's the definition of a passion project. It was like one dude spent 6 or 7 years making this game, you know, putting updates out along the way, and it's insane to me how well everything fits together in this. It's a really cool world. So the premise is you're kind of a character in a virtual reality MMO. So like you're playing a avatar in this MMO, and everyone else kind of talks. It's funny because like you get everyone you meet in the world is either another player or an NPC, and the players all talk like internet people talking in an MMO, like, you know, little lines about, oh, I'm gonna be late for the raid and stuff like that. And then all the NPCs are very robotic and like talking about wanting fox pelts and shit like that for you to collect. But then they start to blend the two together because some story stuff happens where one gets harder to distinguish from the other.
And granted, it is a trope that, you know, you're playing a character that's lost their memory, but they're putting her in the game because they're hoping that playing the game might trigger some memories.
And they play with that in a really cool way where she can't speak, but slowly you learn words throughout the game. Like the first words you learn are hello and your name. And then your interactions with shopkeepers, with people in the town change based upon what words you know. There will be people who ask you questions and you can't respond to them because you can only say hi and your name. But then you go back later once you've learned some more words and you can interact with that. But they do a good job of not making it feel like you're playing this blank slate. Like all the interactions with characters, she's emoting very well. You know, it's like you can tell she's trying to get points across, but just doesn't know how to vocalize them.
And is it like a Zelda-ish? Is it a puzzle game? Is it an RPG? I'm not sure.
It's like an action RPG with a lot of puzzle elements.
Okay.
So yeah, you've got you're a spheromancer, and that you actually like throw these little balls.
I know what a spheromancer is.
Is that just like Fushigi?
So it plays kind of like a twin stick shooter at times, and then also you have like a melee attack, you know, and a good dodge, and you know, like
We've
a
got
shield.
4 specials on different buttons that each, like there's your shot special, which is you can customize and choose, and then there's like a melee special and a dash special and stuff like that. And the combat feels really good.
It seems like
really
and,
crisp.
and like visually, you know, it'll evoke some, you know, kind of 16-bit era stuff,
Totally.
but it's not really staying super devoted to that from a gameplay perspective. Like
A
it
lot of the
feels-
special effects are
and it feels like it's got like just a lot more depth to it than you might expect from like, oh, check out our pixel art action RPG. Like, you know, it's a lot tighter than that might initially
an
sound.
excellent one of those. Like it.
Yeah, no, really, it is. The dungeon design, I think, is inspired. Like, it's up there, I think, with some of the Zelda games, like especially the you know, older style Zelda games. But you know, there's a lot of like, so the first temple, I'm thinking of Zelda. The first area you go to is an ice dungeon, and eventually. You know, there's paths that are blocked off by ice and stuff like that, and you eventually get a fire upgrade, and that lets you interact with the world in a different way. It does feel very Zelda-y in that regard.
It's a video game.
It's really something special. It's really something that is going to go under a lot of people's radar, which is a shame because it looks like a lot of other indie games. But
Is it only released on PC?
yeah,
Yes.
they're talking about trying to port it to other things, but seeing as how it took this long to get to BC, I would say maybe, you know,
Don't bank on that necessarily.
don't bank on it showing up on the Switch.
And it's
Speaking
finished,
of-
right? It's
yeah,
out.
it is.
It's 1.0.
Speaking of banking, the spheromancer, the balls that you throw, it can actually bounce off of, you know, walls, and that's how they do a lot of the puzzle solving. It's really satisfying when you line up a shot just perfectly and time it, you know, because you've got like moving targets.
Sounds like hold down.
It's really cool. It's
And like some enemies you have to hit from behind, so you know you want to lure them out so you can bank shots around. The combat does get pretty difficult as you play.
but you got a good dodge.
Yeah, you got a good dodge. So what else do you need?
Yep.
I think it has really good music. I think it has a really good story. I just haven't
writing,
seen enough of the game to really push for it in any one category.
How about its debut?
Yeah, actually, that's pretty solid there because.
I thought I saw some links for CrossCode in the thing, so do we want to maybe float it for best music as well?
Yeah, I do. I would have to go and listen.
Yeah, I can't pick any out. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that.
Okay, you're not sure?
No,
Okay.
I'm not sure.
yeah.
All right.
I'm not sure that I would. Nothing stood out
Okay.
tremendously.
But best debut seems like
Best
a good place
debut.
for it.
That's
yeah,
that's
I
the
think
one.
so too.
Done.
All right.
Nice.
Okay.
Play CrossCode.
Yeah, please.
You guys want to take a break? Or
Yeah,
you
sure.
good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll take a break. Let's take a break.
All right.
Let's take a break.
Back with more games.
I love games.
Starting with The Gardens Between, which wasn't on the list originally, but I crammed it in there
Okay.
before we got to the date, so it's in the right order. Did anybody else play this besides me?
Is this the one where you're on
Anybody?
the islands?
Yeah.
I played the first few
You
levels.
did? Okay. That game's great. It's
Yeah, it's really cool.
it's
Tell me about it.
it's so hard to describe. Like
It's a walking simulator.
well, it's a puzzle game. I had Jason play it for the quick look, which I apologize again
No,
for putting you on the spot,
that
but
was
it's like
absolutely fine.
it's so hard to explain that just having somebody play it is a much better way to get the point across. But these characters have predefined actions. Okay, like these islands are circular.
Okay,
The
don't
camera,
get mad at me.
the islands are the islands are round. The camera pans around the island as you scroll. You're not controlling the characters. You are just controlling like the pan of the camera
Like the flow of
or the flow of time.
Yeah, there we go.
And the characters do what they're going to do.
Is it kind of like a super hot type of thing?
No.
Okay.
No.
You have
Super
less
Hot-
control.
Yeah, because in Super Hot, you still interact with the environment.
Right. But
In-
like there's that sort of stopping time to then like strategize like when you're going to move.
you can
sort of
almost
stuff?
think of the characters as like cursors because like you are walking them around these kind of round shaped islands basically. And they have certain things they can interact with when they highlight, like when they are line up with things.
So you gotta pick up a lamp or
Yeah, each there's two kids.
pull a rope to open a bridge.
Like each
or-
one has a couple of specific things they can interact with in the environment, and all you're doing is fast forwarding and rewinding time over and over to make them manipulate things that subtly change kind of the layout of the islands or the obstacles, like stuff like that.
I think I get it.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
Eventually,
like you're
the actions
just,
kind of overlap on top of one another to kind of progress through the level.
but you're never getting like a ghost of what you did before.
No,
It's
no,
always
no,
the same
no,
thing back
no.
and forward.
and it's interesting because it forces you to kind of juggle multiple timelines in your head at the same time, if that makes sense. Although the game is a little fast and loose with its time travel logic because some things you change stick and other things get rewound when you back up over them. Does that make sense?
Is it denoted what will?
Not
what won't?
100%.
Okay.
It's just trial and error. I mean, it's nothing you can't figure out. It's not the hardest puzzle game ever, but it's.
I was able to do a few of them, so yeah.
Good for you.
They do.
Jason.
They do
Good
start.
for you.
They do start getting pretty elaborate and kind of abstract toward the end. And it's just it's gorgeous. Like the art style is fantastic. They tell a very very simple but like really elegantly told story in between the levels about childhood basically.
It's
Like,
cool
these
because
two
like
kids.
that the stuff from like these children's childhood was kind of like themed around like what like
It
late
feels
mid to late
80s. Like there are cassette tapes and VHS tapes.
they're like in the
and
island. Like
there's like
you'll
an
see
Apple.
like a cassette tape
Sure.
lodged in the island.
There's like an Apple II facsimile in there, and yes, so that's the kind of last piece of this that we haven't mentioned is that the islands are covered with giant versions of their childhood objects, but again they're all 80s type things, and they start integrating those into the puzzles. Like,
I feel like that's where we're at. Like a lot of children of the '80s are
Yeah,
making
totally.
games
It
about
is,
their
it
childhood.
is super targeted toward me and you.
Stranger Things, the puzzle game.
Kind of. It's kind of twee, but not in a bad way.
Okay.
Like it's pretty touching. Like
Alright.
the end of the story is very touching. The last level is like some fantastic visuals, some fantastic puzzle solving concepts.
I liked what I played because it never was too stressful.
Yeah.
It was like even when I wasn't solving a puzzle, I wasn't mad at it because
Yeah.
there were there's only a few things you can really do on each
Yeah,
island.
I don't think there are any fail states, right? Like there is no.
No, I never died.
Yeah,
or-
there's nothing like that. It's very, like I guess the biggest complaint, which didn't really bother me, is there is kind of a lot of like backing up and going, like a lot of backtracking.
But that is
Like-
the
like you
hook of
see-
the game.
yeah,
right?
like you
you're
might see-
scrubbing through the.
You see a solution like a third of the way back in the level, and you just kind of have to scrub all the way back to like it takes longer to get to the solutions to do them than it does to figure them
Sure,
out.
you know what you need to do now. You just
in some
need to
cases,
execute.
but it never takes long enough to really let that bother you.
Okay.
Fair.
Gardens between.
Yeah, it
Gardens
is super
Between.
worth playing. It's on Xbox Game Pass, I noticed.
It is.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So if you have Game Pass, you can play it on there. I super enjoyed it. It's also an extremely easy platinum trophy
very-
if anybody
yeah.
cares.
That's very cool.
It's very cool. I highly recommend it.
Any categories?
Man, I don't know.
Best debut, maybe?
Yeah, especially because the developer has made like 2 mobile games before this.
Right.
It's their first like big console PC game.
Cool.
I don't know. I love the look of it. The music is really good. I don't know that it would compete in either of those categories, but Let me think about it. How about that?
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
let's think.
We're here to
While we think about another game.
Okay. The next game is another late edition that I also put on there over the break. It's called TimeSpinner. Anybody else?
No, I did not.
You just described this game, Brad. You
It is-
spin around on an island.
Yeah,
in
that's
time.
right.
I saw you play some TimeSpinner. It looks cool.
I
Oh,
might go back to it. It is cool. It is the most unapologetic homage to another game I think I've ever seen in my life. Like, it is literally the developer's attempt to make a Symphony of the Night in the most minute detail imaginable. Like, down to the effect when you raise your level. Like this little swirly text that says level up and like coalesces on your character.
During a load screen, can you move the now loading text?
You cannot.
Okay.
So they missed
Its
one
own game.
detail. But like when you
2
move,
stars.
it's a Metroidvania. When you move between areas, there are little hallways where the music fades out. That might as well have a little CD icon at the top of it.
Yeah.
Like it is trying to be that as hard as possible.
Are there hidden little like, oh, if you do a fireball motion plus this and this, like hidden attacks?
Maybe. I didn't get enough.
Do you fight
of a
Dracula?
way into it, probably.
Okay.
To say
What
for
is a
sure.
man?
I don't know.
What is your name
Or
backwards?
they retranslated that. I'm not sure anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just it plays well in its own right. It's got a pretty interesting story. It's got
It's
good,
got a cool hook because you can
pixel
time
art.
travel.
Yes, and they're time controls also, which is kind of a differentiator. But it is just like, man, they know exactly what they are making.
Looks like it has
With
familiars
this.
that follow you around.
Yes, it has familiars. It's the whole ball of wax.
All right.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's cool. Like I'm not knocking it in any way.
I mean,
It's just
is it a good one of those?
Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say is like, what was that run there in the middle of the summer? It was like Chasm,
Yeah.
Guacamelee 2.
yeah. Oh, right.
There were like 2 or 3
Death's
other
Gambit. Yeah.
Death's Gambit, like all these Metroidvania-ish platformers
Yeah.
coming out at real
I
rapid
mean, the
clip.
Messenger came out around that time too.
Yeah. This was kind of the last one. This was like a few weeks after all those others, and as far as I've seen, this is the best one. Like, it's cool.
wow.
Okay.
It plays well.
I kind of want to check that out. Then.
Yeah, you would probably like it quite a bit. It,
Winner of Best Symphony of the Night.
Yeah.
Symphony of the Night of the Year.
Most Symphony.
And then
of the
the
Night.
last
Even
thing-
over the other one
Yeah.
that just came out.
Like the last thing is the soundtrack is so fucking pitch perfect. Symphony of the Night, like it's got that exact like baroque, like a bunch of harpsichords
Okay.
and wailing like gothic guitars. It's just like it is so spot on.
Okay, I'm gonna play this.
I love a good goth guitar.
I like the music's fine. Like it's not as memorable as Symphony of the Nights, but it is doing such a good job of emulating that.
As tribute,
That I
it is-
almost wanted to put it in best music just so you can hear how ridiculous it is.
Yeah, the text and the menus and everything.
Yeah,
It's
it is-
extremely obvious.
God, even those doors.
Yeah, but again, it has its own identity. I'm not in
Yeah.
any way saying it's like a lazy clone or anything like that. It's a cool thing.
It's well made.
Yeah, for sure.
Right on.
There's a new Life is Strange. I
Well,
understand.
sort of.
There is a second Life is Strange.
Yes, the first episode of it
Yeah, it's a
came
shame
out
that
this year.
And also
There
that
is a-
prequel freebie thing that came out
Right,
beforehand.
which I didn't love, but
Yeah.
they're
so what
really
is-
not related.
What is this
Much
then?
at all.
What is this about?
What is the story?
Yeah.
But we don't know entirely yet.
So the first episode has came out sometime in September. I think the second episode, as of the time of this recording, is scheduled for January.
I believe so. That's what I have read.
So this is a lot of the setup, and I liked what I played so far. I did not finish the episode. I think I must be near
finished
the
it.
end of it. It definitely has. I wouldn't necessarily say one of the best moments, but it has like one of the most moments in a
Right.
game.
Huh.
It really turns fucking dark very quickly in this game in a way that I was not expecting.
Right.
It starts off in a kind of suburban town, pretty good portrayals of like brother, little brother, dad. You kind of expect the dad to be an asshole. Dad's kind of rad.
Totally separate from the first No Max, No Nothing.
No.
No.
Okay.
They
I
share a
think it's
universe,
yeah, I think
but
it's
that's
in like
it.
a similar world.
It's meant to be more anthology. Like each season is kind of its own thing.
Okay, cool.
Pretty solid, like teen interaction stuff. I think even better maybe than where they came from on the first one. It seems less cringy in parts, a little more
I feel
believable.
like that it's a little more sincere. Like, not that the first one, I think the first one is incredibly earnest, but I think that it is also like sort of cheesy, and I think this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
less cheesy
I
in a
think the
way
char-
that works. I
the-
think that doesn't really sustain for a whole other game.
The main character doesn't feel as naive as Max did
Sure.
in the first one. And that was the whole thing. Max was a fish out of water in a
Mm-hmm.
new school, or back to her old school. I can't remember exactly. But I think she was supposed to be a naive character who was kind of trying to fit in. This character is way more confident, but it turns in a way that is not a teen drama anymore very quickly, and I don't know if we should go into the specifics of it. I don't know if I would nominate it
at
for
what
best
point do we do it?
moment.
Right?
Well, I don't know if I'm going to nominate. I wouldn't
I don't think
nominate
so
for best
either.
story. It's too early.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard to
Yes,
say
it's too
right
early,
now.
and this is sort of just like the potential of what's going to
I
come.
need to know what happens.
So
Dude,
what
I'll
happens
just
is
say-
it's about this teen boy and his younger brother, and they go outside, and their neighbor is like
This
racist
asshole.
like asshole teen kid who's, and like the little brother like got his like it's like Halloween time. He got like fake blood on this like asshole shirt, and he's like yelling at the kid, and then the older teen comes out to be like, hey, step off, he's a kid, like what are you doing? And then a cop comes because he sees like a thing happen, and I think he gets pushed.
Yeah, before that, you can decide to have some interactions with between you playing as the older brother, so you can decide to have some interactions with the neighbor. I think eventually it funnels you into one thing leading to another where they're scuffling and they push, and you push the racist kid, and he falls and smashes his head on a rock and starts like
I
gasping
think it's like
for
his
air.
back.
Or
It just
his
seems like
back,
he's
yeah.
like, it's probably the wind was knocked out of him, but it's like, oh shit, like this fight ended, and like
he's like sitting on the ground, like just kind of gasping and twitching out. And you're just like, whoa. And then a cop comes by and
With,
pulls
like,
his
his
gun
gun
out
out.
and is like, step away from the body, step away, step away. And you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then the dad comes out to be like, what the fuck's going on out
These are
here?
my kids. What's happening?
Yeah,
and the
like,
cop shoots
shoots
the
the
dad
dad.
dead.
Yeah.
What?
And then there's like a big explosion. You're like, what kind of happened? And it's sort of
Yeah.
implied that the youngest brother has like movement powers.
Yeah, so like you kind of wake up and the little neighborhood, the street is kind of just wrecked, and you take off running and you're on the lam with your little brother.
Right.
Jeez.
So it's like going through kind of dealing with that. And later on, you encounter more characters who are, some are like very helpful and very much like, hey, I kind of know who you are. I'm going to like help you. I'm going to get you like a motel. And other people are like, hey, I'm another fucking racist. I think immigrants are all trash. And you guys are the worst examples of it. It's like a little heavy handed, but not in a bad way, I'd say. I really enjoyed the story. It doesn't have much supernatural stuff in it aside from sort of the hint in the beginning and then a bit towards the end. It seems very much like, oh, okay, this is sort of the setup for the supernatural stuff, which will come in the next
Just establish
episodes.
all the characters.
Exactly.
I mean, the villains in the first season were not the most subtly rendered characters in that series either. Like the mean girl was the meanest girl.
Right.
The rich shithead drug dealer kid was the richest shitheadest drug dealer
Yes.
character. Like they definitely deal in those kinds of extremes with some of those portrayals. But man, that is.
Yeah,
that is intense.
I also found it refreshing that it didn't shy away from being political.
Right.
Like, I appreciated that the game was like, hey, we're going to tell this story. It's going to be political, but it still felt like these are real people. Still felt personal. And it didn't feel like it was a thing that was necessarily trying to, like, pander to an audience.
Right.
So yeah, I didn't finish it, but the interactions I had, what I think this series does truck on is the smaller moment interactions, and those were
working.
Yeah, it took me a while to warm up to one and kind of feel what the character was going for and what the other characters were going for, and this immediately felt a little more natural. Of like, oh, I could see kids talking like this. It doesn't feel like
Yes.
adults writing kids.
Right. Like, I thought both the kids, like, the issue I had with their sort of, like, free prequel demo thing, which wasn't really a prequel, just sort of, like, another side story, was the kid felt so fucking precious. I hated it. But these kids both feel like, one just feels like a teen, and it feels like his little brother. They, fight in a way that brothers would, which I really enjoyed.
Speaking as a kid who spent a lot of time playing by himself, I actually thought the prequel episode thing wasn't like it was definitely precious, but like I definitely made up a lot of weird stories for myself like that as a kid.
Sure.
So I
But
think
feel
they
like
do a
you
good
wouldn't call
job with
yourself
that.
Captain Spirit. I feel like it'd be a different.
Well, no, I mean the taste level is lower, but I definitely had much more
Right.
refined sensibility when I was 8 years old. But like that shit resonated with me specifically, not necessarily like the abuse narrative that was
Sure.
part of that, but just the kid who has sort of made up his own little world and is living in it. Like I think they do a pretty good job rendering that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not sure. I wish more had come out.
Yeah.
It has not, and that also I think is a detriment to a serialized game where you want to get invested in a narrative and then have to wait. It's been like 3 months or so now.
Yeah,
It was
first
like the end of
game-
September it came out. But
They came out pretty quick for the first
I
game.
want to say it was like a month to 6 weeks between at the most.
yeah, I'm eager for more of it, especially once it just starts getting supernatural. Especially because like the prequel, like Before the Storm, didn't really have any of that. So I'm kind of itching for more of that again. I want to see how they do it. Considering so much of what I like about the first Life is Strange is like the rewind ability is like so integral. And I think they still have weighty choices. I think the story's still interesting. I think the character's still interesting. I like making those choices in the game.
I just feel like we don't know enough yet.
I'm eager to see where it goes.
It's hard to tell right now because one of the hooks with the first one, even with this one, is the choices you make will have repercussions later. And we just don't have the later yet.
Yes.
To see how those manifest.
Maybe we'll talk about it next year.
Yeah.
Good to hear they're still trucking with this
Indeed.
franchise.
I hope nothing's wrong over there.
Because A, people like the first one a lot, and B, like with the Telltale implosion and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's good to see somebody continuing to fly the flag.
I hope they keep doing it because I really like it.
This also isn't the only Don't Nod game that came out this year. Like Vampire.
Vampire
came out this year.
Very different kind of.
Yeah,
I was
and-
curious about that game.
And I think they have like split teams or whatever, but it seems like Don't Nod is doing a little more this year.
Also, credit to them for doing a different setting and different characters for this. Like, I have nothing but respect for developers. I mean, yes, they made that prequel.
But Don't Nod didn't make that.
Yeah, the different studio made that prequel thing, but like knowing when enough is enough and when it's time to do something new.
It'd be pretty tough to go back to that other.
Well,
setting.
I have no idea what happened. Maybe it's
Stuff happens.
Maybe it's a
but also it's not out of the realm possibility that by the end of this thing they've woven it back in.
Well, don't forget they made a prequel to that game also.
that's just a different developer though.
Right.
But I mean,
I bet at some point you end up walking through Arcadia Bay.
There are references.
that's fine. That is totally fine.
And that I'm totally cool with.
They ask you just one question in reference to the first game, like, "Hey, how did this all resolve at the end?" And like, no save and port, but
just the vast majority of fictional media just does not know when to quit. So it's
I
nice
agree.
to see.
I think the anthology is starting to
clean
come
break.
back
Yeah.
in a meaningful
Yeah.
way, and I think games can do well to try and apply that where possible.
Yeah, that's exciting.
yeah, I'm excited to see where it goes, but I don't
Yeah.
think it's fair to talk about it too much.
Right.
Right
I
now.
would say the music's still good. I like their choices for stuff. I don't think I'm not going to qualify it or put it in the category because I think it's what you expect, but it's still surprisingly like, I
nice
listened to a lot
curated
of the
soundtrack.
songs. Yeah, I like looked them up afterwards because I liked them. But
Cool. Astrobot Rescue Mission is a weird game.
Not that weird.
Yeah,
It's the one I
It was spun off from a free piece of software
yes,
included
yes.
with the console to demonstrate the uses of a camera.
The
Okay,
expectations for something called Astrobot Rescue Mission could not have been lower at the outset.
Also that, like knowing what it was spun off from and like what it is.
Hey, listen, man, Mario is out there jumping
And,
on
like-
girders trying to take down a giant.
And
giant
VR's
ape. Look at him now.
pedigree is questionable. Like there's a lot of stuff working against this game, and yet I've only played the first third of it, and I was impressed enough to go buy a PlayStation VR.
I kept getting more and more impressed as it went on. Like, it introduces so many cool things in that first world even. But as it goes on, it starts kind of branching out and doing, like, bigger concept levels and stuff. Like one where you're riding on the shoulder of this giant that's kind of, like, leading you through the level and like, this minecart section that, we've been seeing minecart levels since the Super Nintendo at least. And I like them all, but they're all kind of samey in a way.
You like every minecart level. That's what you just said.
I like most minecart levels.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I
Okay.
can't think of one I don't like.
All right.
They're good.
Really?
But this is one. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've played a lot and I like them all, but they're all kind
a
of like,
bold
oh yeah, it's a
statement,
minecart level. This one, once it started, I don't know if it's just the VR thing, but that game has a life to it, and the surprises. It's the surprise factor
Yeah.
where it's like it was just doing kind of like 3D platforming stuff for a while, and then there's this level where you're shooting grappling hooks out of the controller and like leading them along.
Once they start
All
doing
this-
the touchpad stuff.
yeah, and it doesn't reuse a lot of stuff. So like when the minecart pops up, it's just this one awesome level, and you play through it, and the next time it's like, oh, now I'm in this haunted graveyard, and now my controller is this flashlight that I'm using to find ghosts and freeze them so I can kill them.
Yeah, like the controller is a fire hose, or like you're putting out fires
there's the
in one
hose
level.
one, the shuriken thing where you're tilting the controller to shoot it through the bars and everything. Like it utilizes not just VR to like look around and see all the different hiding robots and everything, but the controller and a bunch of different things with the controller.
Yeah.
It does the headset stuff, less stuff with the headset, but it's like, when you headbutt the certain...
I
I
hated the
hated
headbutting.
that.
I was like, this needs to end.
Yeah, it was really miserable.
fine.
It's like
I was
having
sitting
a
back.
heavy thing on your head and having to like,
Yeah, like I was
headbutt
sitting
and-
back on my couch, right, relaxing, leaning back, having a good time playing this game because I'm holding the controller in my hand. I don't have to be up and active with the VR thing, and it just wanted me to keep going further and further forward. Like we're at the point where I was.
As
I
someone
know.
who has
Slamming my
actual
head.
neck issues, that does not sound
It
fun.
was
I don't think you.
unappealing.
I don't think you have to butt.
You just
You
walk
don't.
forward.
Yeah,
that's
as
the
long as
thing.
the
No.
face comes in contact.
Sometimes
There are
was
parts
a
where
little-
you're like locked into position. Like there was a little
really?
boss fight thing at the end of the first world. Not the big boss fight, but like there was an end state where you have to like headbutt the things
I
as they're
didn't
coming
remember
up.
that.
I feel like I was initially doing some of that, and then I realized that yes, that was kind of uncomfortable to lurch forward on the couch, and so I would just walk up or move not the camera, but move my
move your
character. And
character
then
forward.
I never had to do much more than like that.
I had a similar thing just in terms of wanting to get up, move around to look around corners in that game because you have no direct camera control, and sometimes Astrobot is that the character?
Sure.
I think so,
Yeah.
yeah.
The Astrobot will go behind stuff,
Yeah.
and you'll want to be like, oh, this would be a good place to hide a collectible, and so
Yeah.
you kind of want to peek around there. And that to me was frustrating at some points. Just
Really?
to be just because in that same sense of like, should I be sitting down playing this, or do you want me to stand up and move around?
Like the physical limits of VR show their face in this game.
It's
When I
not.
was
It's not a
playing-
Not
deal,
all the time.
It's not a deal breaker
No.
by any stretch. It is just one of those things of I'm getting mixed messages from you, game.
It took me out of the game a little bit.
It was. I love this game. I think
Me
it's
too.
a lot of fun. I think it is a fantastic version of a VR platformer. That had some hiccups of like, oh, I lost sight of my character. That's not what I want.
Or like, hey, the tracking is such that when it starts demanding you to do things with the controller, it's like, oh, I'm like having trouble getting it to
Some of it-
stop jittering.
I don't know why they didn't do an aim or a dotted line aim for that grappling hook stuff, because I did feel like that could have used it in terms of when you're holding it, aiming it, a dotted line for where it's going to go would help.
I found that I feel like the magnet was pretty strong for me. That like usually it was close enough that it'd like hook in.
For the balloons and stuff, like if you're just in the
Right.
general
And there were some
vicinity or
issues I
something.
had with just like it'd be like, oh, to the left, to the left,
Right.
to the right.
Yeah.
But all in all, I'm still a bit of a VR sucker for seeing your controller in the manifest in the
Yes.
game. And so seeing that and having them jump into the controller and you catch
Yep.
them and
So I feel like the PSVR should have that at the system level at this point, because there are all these cases where you don't know where your controller is and you don't want to take the headset off.
Right.
you just hold it up in front of you.
You don't want to flail your arms around so you can touch
Like
the controller.
Vive has that where you can
Yeah,
actually
like
see
they
where
should
they
have
are.
that.
Yeah.
So yeah, this game having that.
And it's
is-
cool.
is-
It's like,
yeah,
and
it looks cool.
It's a one-to-one, dual shock right in front of
Yeah.
you. When you move the analog sticks,
Yeah.
they move and
Yeah.
everything's happening. And
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
That's still cool.
The way they work it into the game is cool because you are supposed to be that like physical like helper, like the big robot. You know,
Yeah.
like, sometimes you'll
You
see
go
that
in front of a
security camera
mirror,
view.
yeah.
You come out of the water and like the moss is on your head and you can like shake it around and stuff.
I
Like,
think
just
the
fun little gimmicks
stuff,
like that.
the stuff in the spaceship is a nice touch.
Yeah, the
With
little
all the
Right.
robots you
Yeah.
found.
It's got a bit of a
running around there.
Pikmin vibe to it. Of you're just hearing the squeals around. I
It's
mean,
full of charm. Like
Yes.
even the little robots all have unique dances.
The
like,
dancing at the
some
end,
of the times they
I
dab.
loved.
Like
Yes, they had like some flossing.
yeah.
they're themed for the level, which is fun. It is a surprisingly solid and polished platformer
Yeah.
that seemed to sneak in there.
Out,
Yeah,
out of
totally.
out of VR, it would be nothing special. I mean, it does look nice, and it does have a nice kind of a zest to it. But
I think it would still be a really,
not-
really
it'd
good
be
3D
fine,
platformer.
but-
I think it, like you'd maybe like hone in a little bit more on like the overall length of it and like the simplicity of it
Yeah.
if it, outside of VR. Like that stuff, I think would show a bit more. 'Cause, like, I feel like it has to be the way it is to work in VR, and so
Yeah.
it all works in concert. I think if you took VR out of it, like the game,
Like I think
I
this
also don't
studio
think
could
that's-
we
make.
probably wouldn't be talking about
I
it.
feel like that's not a knock against it
No,
necessarily,
no.
though.
It's-
Like I feel like
they're
Moss
using the
is the same
platform
way, yes.
that's intended. You know,
Right.
like it's a good VR game.
And
Yeah.
it's the closest I have felt to, in those early days at PAXs and E3s where we were testing out VR for the first time. Like
Yeah.
that magic of like, holy shit, this works. This is amazing. This is
Yeah.
going to be the biggest thing. And then I feel like there was, a couple years after like VR was commercially available where we were all to different degrees kind of like,
wait,
there were
going to be a game here.
things.
There were
Like,
things,
there were things
like,
that
I
came
love Resident
along.
Evil 7.
Yeah,
There were occasionally
Super
things that
Hot,
were
you know,
good.
like-
yeah, Super Hot's awesome.
But they were few and far between.
Yes, this is the closest I have felt to like kind of that magic of the first few times I ever put on VR.
this
and it
game-
reminded me that like, when done right, VR
Yeah.
can be a game changer.
This game gave me the moment that I like very consciously decided, you know what, I'm going to buy one of these damn headsets.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I think Tetris was actually the kind of the real deciding factor, but it was that I think it's like the second or third level of the second world, the beach, where you go across like some sandbars or beaches or whatever. Then you stand on a platform and then it lowers you down into the water.
Yeah.
Like that moment of going below the water line and then continuing to go, and it's just like, holy shit, I'm on the bottom of the ocean.
There's another one later on where you are at the bottom of the ocean doing the level, and I think it's a boss fight or something, and then you beat it, and a huge geyser shoots. No, it's a whale. So like the scale in VR is awesome. Of like this whale that shoots you up out of its blowhole, and it's just you're all of a sudden super high up in the air, just kind of floating at the end of the level, dancing or whatever. Lots of little moments like that where it's like, oh man, this is just making me smile.
well
I'm
done.
having a great time with this.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's my criticism with it in terms of a platforming game is the camera tracks behind you as you move, and you have no direct control over it, so you can very easily pass a collectible.
Yeah,
Right.
that's my big complaint too.
It also didn't feel good. Like in VR, I found when it moved me to be like, oh boy, here we go. Like every
don't know.
time,
Yeah.
I was a little like, like
Yeah.
someone's pushing my chair, and I
I'm-
don't expect it.
Yeah, I could see that. I'm with you. I don't see any good reason why you shouldn't be able to scroll the camera back. But
Or have it just like kind of when you walk backwards reverse itself.
well, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Like some way to go back in the level, because I've gotten halfway through a level and then turned around.
Yeah.
I was like, oh
Like-
fuck, that's a robot back there. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna start this
You
level
gotta
over.
jump off a cliff or something.
I'm just gonna like try to navigate this 3 pixel high dude.
The
back
thing,
there.
the thing I'd also say is like I like that trick of, oh man, the fixed perspective lets us hide shit and do this. Like they go to it a little too much.
There's a lot of it, especially with those robots.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, this one you can barely see it. I'm like,
But
yeah,
then you peek down here. Oh, he's all the way down there.
Oh yeah, he's down there.
Waving at me.
Like, hey, I
so
get it.
That is a
Yeah.
kind yes, and that's kind of what I was talking about having to get
Yeah.
up. And I'm trying to have it both ways on that of like, yeah, but that does make use of VR in a
Right.
kind of neat
Yeah,
way.
and it adds some
but
replayability.
I feel like over the course of the game, though, I kind of got done with that particular trick.
Of like,
You know, of
here's
just
a
like,
wall.
he's on this side of the wall. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, no shit.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I fall on that yet. Because in VR, that is a very neat thing about VR to be able to turn your head around and just look behind you or look up or look down.
It was like that thing of, was it new Super Mario? Was it Super Mario 3D World on 3DS?
Land was on 3DS,
Land.
World was
where
on
they're
Wii U.
basically where they're like, oh, slide this 3D slider up, and oh man, this perspective on this
I
totally
thought that was
changed.
rad. I loved that.
I
but-
never liked that on.
I
I
like-
that
Oh
one.
man.
Yeah,
3D Land.
I'm
did
with
that.
you.
I think I also really like the 3D on the 3DS.
Yeah,
Like all
same.
in all, I think it's
Heresy.
such beautiful depth. And like
It was all right,
Not to
but
go on like
there were a
3D Land
handful of
now.
games
There was
that
like
were-
some pop out, some pop in. Oh,
I like
Right.
that Luigi's
Very
Mansion
cool.
2.
I think that
alright.
was another
Yeah.
thing. Like halfway through the game, I was just like, yeah, okay,
I liked
I get
it.
it. I get it.
But yeah, I was pretty sold to get the PSVR from Moss, and then playing this made me realize maybe this will just sit on a shelf after that's done. Like Astrobot is a game also to use with a family, and like listen, I'm not sure how kids do with VR, or I'm a terrible parent for putting a kid in VR. We'll
Yeah,
see
you-
about it. You know,
definitely.
Keep the cops away. But like definitely something where I was like, man, I think this is gonna blow my kid's mind playing this game, and I think they can play it. Like this is a fun game. You know, we all sat down as a family and played through Resident Evil, but like, you know,
Of course, yeah.
but yeah, I think this is another great game to say like VR can be here, and I'm sure this stuff is on PC. I just don't have the room or space or budget. To
Yeah,
do it.
and I think Sony, like, that's the thing about PlayStation VR in particular this year, is I feel like they hit upon a good run of games that just use a regular controller.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the standing room scale VR stuff is cool, but I feel like PSVR is not equipped to do it particularly well. Like the
Yeah,
Move controllers are like their tracking solution, I think, really sucks.
Yes, it does.
For PlayStation.
Yeah, for PlayStation VR. Just
I
overall.
I have had way better luck with that new headset than that.
Yeah, so
Well,
I bought one of the new headsets. Also, it's I'm still getting just
losing-
jittery controllers and.
I
stuff
had brought
like
our
that.
launch office one home to play Tetris, and then I bought this new one, and I can sit farther from the TV with this
Yeah.
new one and not have Tetris
Weird.
freak out. So they
That's good. New camera and everything, or did
same
you,
camera.
Same
It's
camera.
a
yeah.
launch camera from 5 years ago.
Anyway, yeah, I think they hit upon that thing of like, okay, this is what we can ask of players right now. Like, hey, someday we'll get to the tracking and all this other stuff, but like right now, why don't you just sit down?
Yes.
And we'll put you in this cockpit style experience of like, you know, walk through this platformer and do this sort of thing.
Or not
I
a
think
cockpit, as
or,
the
yeah,
case
but I
may
mean,
be with
you
this
know.
game. Like that's
Well, I'm saying like
Yeah, so
what I'm
you're
saying is that this
forced.
game is still a cockpit.
In its own way.
In its own way. And I think that's a good sweet spot for accessible VR right now.
Yeah,
and it
to,
makes sense.
And to mask that all and not have you feel like you're seeing the machine behind it in this game, I think it works.
Anybody else play the Persistence on PSVR? It's like a spaceship first-person
That was that roguelike
roguelike.
thing, yeah.
That thing is surprisingly cool. I would check that out if you're looking for more PSVR stuff.
So since it's Astrobot, does it now fall under best debut? If it's a character,
I guess not.
I mean, they even did. I don't know if it's Japan only, but there was like a level or two or a world of this before the full. Like it was part of a big like
was
VR
this in Playroom
playset type
VR?
thing.
Playroom VR is the name of that game. Is that
Maybe
was there
that's
some
what-
of this in that?
I remember reading small reviews that are like, "Oh, if this was blown out to its own game, this would be cool."
I
So
bet
like
this-
it was.
I wouldn't be
messed with
surprised if
before.
this spun off from Playroom VR.
I think this is a best game consideration and
Yes.
probably not anything else.
Yeah, I
can see
agree.
that.
I mean,
Maybe
that's
best music.
the biggest
yeah,
one. But
yeah, I put some music stuff in the
Yeah, I
doc that
think
is
so.
really
Okay.
good.
Pretty good.
Also, that hover move is kind of like Mario Sunshine. So if we want to move it up our overall list, I understand.
Ooh.
Wow.
Most
Man.
disappointing.
yeah.
I could see it being a best looking consideration, but
I think it looks great.
I don't know about that.
well, whatever. That's for later.
And I was gonna say the music is super repetitive. Like, you get to another world and it plays it, but like, going through those levels and having it be the same song every.
There are
like,
some that
oh,
are the
come
same.
on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
There's
don't
some
remember the
standouts,
music
though.
particularly.
We'll get
I
to
remember
that.
enjoying
Yeah,
it.
I don't either.
Yeah, I remember it being fun. The
Yeah.
whole vibe of it being
It's
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's next?
Good vibes.
Speaking of good vibes,
What's next is the 4th Forza Horizon game.
the best Forza Horizon game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 season
Yes.
changed everything.
It kind of did. Like that stuff has much more meaningful impact than I was willing to take at face value when they were really buzzing about that at like E3. Like, season. I sat down in that demo in the fucking bowels of the Staples Center, and the guy was, lavishly describing how seasons were going to change everything. And I'm, me being a fucking jaded asshole, I was like, yeah, whatever.
Were they spraying water in your face?
Not quite, but the dude seemed real into it. And then playing it, like, does it completely rework how you play a Forza Horizon game? No, but it does add multiple layers of depth to that game that just was sorely absent. I feel
So
like
now that it's been
Definitely.
out for a few weeks, you guys could probably actually definitively answer this. Like, does it change the driving that much? Like,
yeah,
It's enough.
Is the handling different week to week enough
when
that it's a
winter
big deal?
is happening, there are certain cars I gravitate toward
Interesting.
versus
Yeah.
during
Okay.
summer.
Okay,
That's the
that
thing,
is
is-
more than I expected.
Because there are so many cars in this game, and a lot of times with a racing game, I'm sure a lot of people do this. You find one that you like a lot, and say,
Yeah.
"Well, I'm going to put all my upgrades into this. This is my car." I think the seasons do make you switch around in a good way. Where
Okay.
it's like, okay, this cool sports car that I was driving around in the spring, it's snowing now, so I got this big truck that I'm upgrading.
Yeah.
and it does make it feel
I
different.
mean, honestly, that is the best you could hope for.
Exactly.
Like, I figured at worst it would just be like a skin week to week that on the exact same game. And, they do add events that come and go by season,
Right.
but having the core gameplay change is like more than I would have ever expected.
Yeah,
they-
that stuff works. It works as advertised. I
Yeah.
think,
Yeah.
I mean, yes, I'm sure.
And they've done smart things. Like I think the seasonal championships that come up as each season cycles through. I think that is a good way to sort of keep people engaged with the stuff once you've done all the actual races as exhibitions.
To me, that is the story of this game as much as like the season stuff is novel and cool. Like it's a proper live game now.
Yes,
Like it is
right.
a week to week adding content, timed events, like
live players in your game
yes.
at all times.
Yeah, play with your friend, like
that
multiplayer
stuff.
emphasis, like full on, like
A lot of the stuff that
Destiny kind of
a
thing.
lot of the just straight up gameplay and events and stuff are things they've done before. But
Yeah.
having other players in the world,
right. Yes.
and having the Forzathon things pop up to give you reasons to bring all those players together on the map, I think is just really smart.
And also just that, I mean, for me at least, playing other games like this, like that psychological pull of like, oh shit, like the reset is in 2 days. I got to get in there and do that
Yeah.
seasonal event,
Oh,
or I
right,
will
right,
have to
right.
wait another month to do it. Like they tug you back in there maybe more than they should be able to.
like I fell off of 3 way harder than I thought I would. I was
Yeah.
enjoying it certainly at the time, but there was a point where like I got maybe halfway through the list of various races in that game, and I was just like, what, I've done this so many times. I just whatever. I waited for the DLC. I tried the DLC, and I was like, like it just never hooked me back in. I haven't lost my desire to keep playing Forza Horizon 4, even as I have needed to put that aside to play other games. I have still tried to find a couple of hours to sneak in some races here and there.
I think my biggest complaint is a lot of the UI and menu stuff. It's not both from like a visual, like design perspective. I don't like it's all cluttered and spread out among numerous different tabs and everything.
It is a little
But
messy.
it doesn't clarify a lot. Like I would win a car in a wheel spin or something, and then it's like, okay, can I only access that from this location, or well, I'm seeing it in my garage.
Oh,
but I
you're
can't
talking
just
about stuff
switch
like
to it.
you bought the DLC, but it's like do you have those cars in your garage versus
Yeah.
like
You-
yeah.
It was
what you
very
end up
unclear a
having
lot
to
of the
do
time,
is going to like the car show and then and downloading those cars because they're free. You own them, but they don't then immediately populate to your garage, which is annoying.
I think that's something that's a trade-off by virtue of them allowing you to own multiple versions of the same car.
Right.
Like if you wanted to upgrade them differently or have different looks or whatever, which I'm not interested in at all. I would much rather just be like, you have all these cars, pick them.
Exactly.
And that's that.
Yep.
Having the whole like showroom garage concept, I think muddies the issue. In a way.
A lot of that stuff is really unclear, and like I wish there was a better fast travel system. Like you can pay to fast travel, but then as you find more of these signs, it costs less. And I don't know. Like sometimes it just felt like it was getting in the way. Like it's not adding anything to the game. It's just making it more of a pain in the ass to get around.
I mean, a lot of that is
missions I want to go to.
A lot of that is legacy Forza Horizon stuff. Like it's just sort of like how that game was initially built, and things that they have just chosen not to get away from, even as they make these sequels. I think arguably much more dynamic games. Like there's these rooted things they just never seem to change.
And if you want to get like nasty about it, you could posit that they sell a treasure map for real money that shows you where all the collectibles are.
Right.
And that's something that may be making the fast travel a hassle to get you to buy the treasure map, to find all the billboards, to get all like maybe that's why they
I've
do
also
it,
found that stuff not hard to find.
Also, like money is not enough of a concern in that game to where like paying the fast travel fee is not actually that big of a deal.
Yeah, it comes in pretty quick.
And if you get all the billboards, then it's free. But by the time you get all the billboards, you'll have so much money. Who cares?
Yeah.
Let's not forget that you can earn points in this game by streaming it on the service owned by the game's developer.
Really?
And publisher.
You can gain XP by streaming it on their service, or
Did you not know
watching
about that?
others.
No, that's
oh my god,
you can
dude.
watch other people streaming it and get XP.
Dude, the week
of
release, people were just like streaming the title.
The
screen.
top stream was like,
That's really
I'm doing
funny.
this for followers, and it was just a
my
person
God.
idling in a car.
and everybody watching also gets stuff out of it, so they're going to watch
Pretty
it.
smart.
It's kind of genius in a
ridiculous.
way.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
smart
it's
move.
like dirty, but also like
Hey,
it's
go
like
for
they're
it.
gonna go,
Respect
yeah,
it.
no, that's
Respect the hustle.
Good
Are
marketing.
you also getting like mixer points by doing that?
yeah,
probably.
yeah.
What are
Yeah.
mixer points?
You
Sparks.
can level up on
It's
Mixer.
there's a whole thing.
What?
It's like
Mixer's
we are
weird.
not going to get into the progression system of their streaming service. That's beyond the scope of this.
It's
I don't know. It's the best ongoing game.
yeah.
Season 2.
Alex, I know you started to mention the character stuff in this when we were talking about, I believe it was the crew.
Yes,
I would also like to talk about the characters in this.
they are incredibly cloying.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
I don't know if that. Yeah, kind of. I was gonna say corny.
I mean, they're corny, but also like the vibe of this game. And this is true throughout the Forza Horizon series. Like this isn't really a different thing, but every character in that game is desperate to tell you how great you are.
Yeah.
They will never shut up about how awesome you are and how rad everything you're doing at the Horizon Festival is.
Yeah.
And it's like, look, man, positive affirmation is like cool to a point, but it just feels like these are not people. These are the voices you have programmed into the slot machine to tell me how well I'm doing.
Okay, sure, I could see that.
And that's like, I don't know how you fix that problem, because it feels like this is how you get people invested in what they're doing. You have to tell them they're great
it's
all
like
the time.
relentlessly positive thing.
Yeah.
It
But in kind of a disingenuous way,
Right.
Or a very hollow way.
And
Yeah.
because like other than that, I actually do. I think the visual style of the game, like the big flashy billboard when you finish a race,
That stuff's
Yes.
fantastic.
the dumb dancing characters and all the
Looping
dress up
over and
stuff.
over.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that stuff's awesome.
It's like 80% of the way to being self-aware enough to be really funny.
Yes.
I feel like, but they don't quite get there.
No.
Or they don't nearly get
or
there.
the characters and the dialogue does not
Yes.
ever get there.
Yeah.
And maybe that stuff could be better. But it just comes across as like, we're enthusiastic about cars and racing. Yay!
Yeah.
You are too, probably, right? Yay!
Like, as much as this is the sort of like outdoor, weird, off-roadish version of Forza, I feel like it retains a little bit too much of that car showroom feel of the Forza series.
it's like the Forza name is still in the box. Like there's still like this devotion to car accuracy that it's not Need for Speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised with that series how it still goes into the like, oh, if you want to modify your drivetrain by 2 centimeters, or I don't even know what a
I mean, hey,
drivetrain is.
they
but-
built it. Why
Well,
not?
I'm fine
You
with
know?
all that. It's
Yeah.
more just the attitude and the tone around the whole thing.
Yeah, I think I just want to keep all that stuff because I don't give a shit about cars. So it's like I want to keep that confined to the car guy game, and I
Sure.
want this to be the dumb go off ramps game.
And they've got their hey auto upgrade me to whatever class.
It doesn't
and you
force
don't
you to
ever
do
have
that
to look
stuff.
at
Yeah.
it.
No, I never messed with that
yeah.
stuff.
At this point, I know what most of that stuff means, but I know enough to know that I don't want to dig into those menus for Forza Horizon. Like I just don't care enough.
I would put this on the list for best ongoing game.
Oh, yeah.
I would put it on for best looking.
Oh yeah.
And I would put it on for best game.
Yes.
Yeah.
All that.
Cool.
Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see all
Not
of
best
that.
music.
Nope.
There are a few good songs on an otherwise completely bland soundtrack.
I think they've fallen into the pocket of just like, we do this deal with this record label, and they've got a station every time we do it, and it's just like, all right.
And the Hospital Record stuff is arguably the best shit on that soundtrack, which is I don't even like their music that much generally.
Right,
I'm not into drum and bass,
but it's still like it fits the vibe of the game, I guess.
Yeah.
And
It is a great game to have the Spotify app running in the background.
Totally.
Running a playlist.
Are you sure you don't want groove music?
That's
Does it integrate with the game?
No.
It does not
it
take the
doesn't
place
do,
of a radio station.
No, it doesn't like bring the music down during things. But like, PS4 and Xbox One, because I did it with Dead Cells too. Like that Spotify app just runs stuff in the background.
Oh, it does.
If you want to do podcasts or playlists, it's pretty awesome actually.
Interesting. Okay, next up, the 11th Mega Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What a Mega Man.
a good Mega Man.
Really good Mega Man.
It's a really good Mega
It's a
Man.
really good Mega Man.
I don't like the Mega Man.
You don't like Mega Man 11?
Yeah, I really thought it was like 9 and 10 were cool.
Good throwbacks.
Good throwbacks, but they couldn't do it again. They couldn't just make another old ass Mega Man again.
Even by the
10
time
even
they
felt
did
like a
10,
stretch.
it was like, oh, we're doing this again?
Yeah.
All right, it was still good, but it's like, all right, we did that last time.
And so they did, I think, the best thing they could, which was make an old ass Mega Man, but then also just give like one new mechanic. And it's two things, but like,
But the way they interact just feels like of a kind.
yeah. And I think it fits really well. I think it like fits in the idea with Mega Man really solid. I think it works the level design, the way they use it, and encourage you to use those upgrades is really natural. It doesn't feel like it's forcing you to do anything you wouldn't otherwise want to do.
I like switching between the different robot powers. Was that on the right
Yeah.
stick you did that? It was
Yeah.
really easy, I remember.
And giving the robot powers basically an alternate shot was an interesting thing for a Mega Man game.
like the
To-
power-up version?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
I thought all the bosses were fun and interesting. Their levels are thematically ridiculous and fun.
Inappropriate.
And I think they make good use of the new speed up, at least the speed up power. The
You mean to slow down?
Sorry, yeah, the slowdown. Well, right, the slowdown power,
Especially when you upgrade it so that you move at normal speed.
yeah.
So yes, you can get the fact that you can do modifiers on Mega Man. Also, I think is a really interesting way to make that game manageable.
Yes.
Without stripping the difficulty out of it. Where you can go out and you can grind in a level, get enough bolts to go buy a bunch of energy tanks and lives, and then really make a run at that level.
It's really satisfying that like sometimes you'd beat a level with 0 lives left, and then you go into another level just to die right away and have to restart it. But no, now you could hop back into the shop, buy 3 lives, and go in as normal.
Or sometimes I do runs on levels and then feel like, okay, I think I got this one. I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna buy a bunch of E-tanks, buy some lives, and like make a real good run at it.
Yeah.
But in addition to that, I think the accessibility options are good. The base level casual difficulty, I think, is a really good starting like measure for like younger players. Like there's like 4 difficulty tiers, and the first one is very handholdy. Like you can't fall in pits. The bird comes and rescues you every time that happens.
The checkpointing is extremely generous in
Yes.
that mode, much more so than later on. It's like my son had a really good time playing through the game on that level.
Cool.
Which, this is a frustrating on its normal difficulty is extremely
On
hard.
its-
Especially when you
its-
think about 9 and 10 and what those games were trying to accomplish, like it's the exact opposite of what you're describing.
Yeah. And I think it looks great too.
It is. It's sharp.
For like bringing Mega Man back in this kind of 2D, 3D hybrid, it works really well. Like the designs are great. When you change costumes, they look good. It's not just a reskin of Mega Man. He gets full on different helmets and gear. They put you in a little test room to test out the powers, which I think is smart. The rush powers I think work well for the most part in the levels. The rush spring and the board, and like I said earlier, I think the slowdown power really adds a interesting wrinkle to a very old and done formula.
Tried and true. Yeah.
They really, the levels really make use of it in a way that makes you feel like you're in control and have agency of when you should be using it and not. For sometimes you have to use it, but for the most part, like certain levels and bosses, you choose when you want to use it, when it's appropriate to use it. I didn't use the overdrive one as much, where you pop it both. And I wound up using. It seemed to me the slowdown one was really my go-to, even in sections where to say there's an enemy right in front of you and it's a forced scroll, and be like, I'm going to use the power one and just get rid of them. The slowdown one always seemed to get rid of that enemy faster. Or you always seem to be able to get more shots in.
Right.
But there's also really fun stuff in the upgrade tree outside of the game, where you have an auto-charging mega shot, or you have, like Ben said, the ability to move at normal rate during the slowdown, which also can screw you up because I have taken it off on certain parts where you have to dodge things very, in
You kind of need to be in the air
for a
longer.
long time, right? And if you take that off, you will just drop back down.
Yeah.
And so it's like a weird thing of like, should I have this on or not? You think this is a positive. Other things in the upgrade shop, as you really move forward in the game, you can get things that when you pick up a canister of energy, it'll go to your lowest weapon in your stack.
Yeah.
Which is just smart. It's like fun, quality of life stuff.
Like, hang on, let me pause, change
Holy
the
sucks,
thing,
right.
pick it up, pause, change back. Yeah.
So the bosses this time around also have like multi-stage bosses.
Yeah,
They
that
were
was
utilized.
really cool.
Because they have power gears and speed gears as well inside them. So like overall, it's taken a long time to have a fresh, interesting take on Mega Man. And I think that's worth applauding for Capcom, especially going out there and in a season, let's say, where some other people are trying to make Mega Man games and they're not doing so well. So for them to come out and be like, we can do this. We're the Mega Man people.
Why can't we do this?
Why can't we do this? And then they did it, and it's like, this is, I thought, a fantastic Mega Man game and just a fantastic game in general.
Yeah. Just go ahead.
I was going to say, here's my one big complaint. They did not make it immediately clear that there is no auto-saving in this game.
Yes, that's true.
So I played through all 8 Robot Masters in one sitting and then lost all of that progress because it did not save at any point.
Yeah, it doesned tell you that. I had that problem.
So that was a bit of
I
a
didn't
bummer.
get that far. I had only gone through a couple of stages, but I had that same thing happen.
I
to me.
really liked this game.
How do you save?
You just, hit
it's a
start.
menu option.
Yeah, after the boss, you save it.
Dude, what
Or-
game doesn't have autosave anymore?
Mega Man.
That's the thing. Mega Man comes from a history of passwords, so
It's not a good choice.
I will also say the music, not bad. It was just a little disappointing because like very few of the
Unmemorable.
themes really stood out. It all felt like very much like the same sort of like fucking happy hardcore dance beat type shit.
And I think that's just especially disappointing because of what the series is
Yes.
and its lineage. And it's like, well, okay, I'm not finding myself humming these tracks.
Yes,
But at the
afterwards.
same time, the number of tracks from that series that I was humming after 3 is very
That's
few.
true.
Yeah, Mega Man 2 has some of the best
Yeah,
music on
2 and 3.
the NES.
I like the weird flashbacks
Best
to like
video game
young
song
Wily
full
and
time.
Dr. Light.
And some of those weapons are just fun as hell to use.
Yeah,
like
they are. The
Blockman's
bouncy
weapon
thing.
is great.
How's the replay value? Like, if you finish it, is there anything else to do?
I think if you go for difficulty,
Harder difficulty.
yeah.
The challenge.
Like you're not going to get the alternate ending because
Yeah.
I mean, I ask because, like, most NES games, if you're good at them, you can finish them in like what, an hour and a half. So,
Yeah.
like, I don't know. It
Yeah,
sounds like
this
this
game's
is longer
I
than
think it's a
that.
handful of hours in,
Yeah.
in one sitting if
Okay.
you're going to do it.
3 or 4
This
first
game
time.
could be fairly brutal. I
Okay.
think if you
Yeah.
want to go back in on
Okay,
some of the higher
so that doesn't
difficulties.
feel too short or thin or
No, I think it's
It was
it's
what
what
I expected out of a Mega Man.
it's what it
enough.
needs to be, I think.
not enough lasting value. I forget how much they charged for it.
It was like 30, I think.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I was definitely banging my head against the wall on some levels and would have to stack up on lives
Yes.
to make it through.
Okay.
The checkpointing gets pretty brutal as well
Yeah.
on the higher difficulties where you get like maybe 1 or 2 during a whole stage.
So
you get
it-
the Wily checkpoint and maybe one other one.
Yeah, $30. So a good value.
I think so.
Yeah.
This is one I would nominate for best game.
Seven
me too.
value, maybe 8.
Yeah.
Like that. Okay.
Yeah, I think best game. I don't know if there's anything else. It's not the
There's
best
not.
looking game. I think it's sharp and crisp.
Great debut.
The style is a crisper version of the Mega Man you have known forever.
I haven't played it, but having played some of the Mega Man Legacy stuff recently, looking at this and the fact that the enemies look like the concept art from those games, because there's a bunch of concept
neat,
art in
right?
those
Yeah.
things, like that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're finally there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
We
looks like
finally made Mega
somebody-
Man good.
Somebody just doodled those enemies in 3D, and here they are.
And it controls like a Mega Man game.
Yeah.
It feels good. I wish that you stopped when you jumped through a door, but on that aside,
It's a lot to ask, Vinny. It's a lot to ask.
Also, he kind of screams when he dies.
He does.
Yeah.
Which is disturbing.
And so do the Robot Masters. Like when you
Yeah.
kill them, they're just like you can feel their existence like leaving their bodies.
Yeah, that's
And going into yours.
Yeah.
so best
Because you were
story.
a monster.
Yeah,
Mega monster.
I think best game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. I have written it there.
Get
okay.
equipped with existential dread.
Already
Don't
way
need to
ahead
be
of you.
equipped
Way
with that
ahead
one.
of you.
Came standard on this guy.
All right, that's another good block of games
Mm-hmm.
that we've gotten through. That brings us up to October. Let's take another break, and then we'll come back with more. It's getting chaotic in here.
Video games.
Yeah,
Get
rowdy.
it's a party. It's a video game party.
I got some of this water from whenever it was I filled this up last, and I intend to drink it.
I like how it just says cool sports on it.
Yep, that's me.
Yes, Mr.
I
cool
like
sports.
a water
yeah.
bottle that has clothes.
Are we
Yeah.
gonna rank the coolest sports here
I
today?
can unzip.
Oh,
I
man.
can take this
Wrestling.
down a
Whoa,
little bit.
Whoa,
Velcro
hey.
and
Oh,
a
easy.
zipper.
Yeah, just
Whoa,
a little bit
whoa,
of
this is a
show a
kid
little
show.
bit.
This is-
Hello.
I cannot post this thermos on Tumblr anymore.
Hello, nurse. I'm feeling thirsty.
Ah, yeah.
Heyo, girl, you looking hydrated.
Thirsty for discussion of the year's biggest game.
Yes, absolutely, of course.
Such as Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Yeah. Oh,
Very
everyone
thick
just
game.
instinctively looked at me.
Wait, I need to know how much of this game Vinny played before we proceed.
Not very much at all.
Really?
Like an hour and a half to 2 hours.
That's about what I put into.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I am the only one who has seen any of the endings in this game, correct?
Yeah, I
in
played
the
more of
world?
it than that. But yeah.
Okay.
This is probably a game I'll play after, like during the break or something.
2019 game. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well,
But-
you've got 2 years.
yeah,
true.
that's right.
You got some time.
They've done me a favor.
They're not
Yeah.
putting out any other games in those 2 years.
Yeah. So I am on record as loving Assassin's Creed Origins, and I think that game still is great. I think even the post-release content they put out for that thing more than maintained my love for it. There's some really good stuff in there.
That game dominated a large portion of these proceedings last year.
Indeed, it did, and I think very deservedly so. So it is with a heavy heart that I report that Assassin's Creed Odyssey does not hold anywhere near that level of reverence for me. It is not a bad game. It is fine, and at times it can be quite enjoyable, but it doubles down a little too hard on the volume of Assassin's Creed Origins without quite delivering on the same level of quality in terms of, the story is just not nearly as interesting. The number of islands and bases and just everything to do in that game is voluminous in a way that is not necessarily beneficial. And I think, with a slightly tighter focus and a less of an emphasis on just a ton of everything to do, it might have benefited a little better. But I did just about everything in Origins over the course of my time playing it. And granted, that was over a longer period of time, but I never got bored with it. Whereas with Odyssey, I felt, I'd kind of gotten about 20 or 30 hours in, and I felt like at a certain point, not only just to finish the review, but I was just like, I don't want to do all this other stuff. I'm just not interested in a lot of this extra stuff that they've put in here.
How much of that would you say is because of Origins and the quality
Yeah,
of Origins? Was it just too much too soon, or do you think it's something specific to the characters and the quality? 'Cause what I've played of this, I don't know that I like the player character. I don't know that I like Cassandra all that much.
I think Cassandra endears.
She's fine, but it's just something about it. I don't know.
I mean, she's definitely better than Alexios.
yeah, well,
but
yeah, it wouldn't take
I feel
much.
like he might as well not be in the game
Yeah.
for all the people I know who have played him, which is zero.
Yeah.
I feel like the people that
what I'm
I do
playing
know
as.
that have
Really?
played him have been like, hey, he's an idiot meathead. It's just kind of pointless.
But I'm playing him as an idiot meathead.
Yeah.
Which is,
But Cassandra, it can be kind of a meathead too, but she's endearing, and I think she becomes a lot more interesting as the story rolls along. But
Is she the first opportunity to play an entire one of these games as a female character, setting, what's her name, Aveline aside?
Yeah, Aveline,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I feel like in a main
yeah,
line
yeah,
Assassin's
yeah, main
game.
Yes,
console.
that is correct.
Because I think she was just handheld.
Well, no, they eventually brought that game to PS.
Well, but it was a
3 or
port.
4.
It
Yeah,
was a
they did a
port.
port.
There
Started
was a Syndicate had the
This-
option,
right,
but
that
it was
was a
there were
switchback.
some
It was an
missions you would have
interwoven,
to do
yeah,
it with.
yeah.
Yeah. So so there is that, and I think that parts of her journey are very compelling, but I think both the quality of Origins and the recency of Origins do not do this game any favors.
Yeah, I was going to ask if it's possible for you to put yourself in a headspace where Origins never existed.
I mean, I guess, but this game is doing so much. So much of this game's DNA is owed to what they let down with.
Say it was all
Origins.
conceived for this. Do you think you like this game more if Origins had never existed?
Maybe, but also I just don't think a lot of the story is very good. I think the main family plot has moments that are really interesting. When we're going to get into a little bit of spoilers here. When when you find your mother eventually after a long stretch of kind of hunting for her, I think she becomes a very interesting factor in a lot of the Cassandra's decision making going forward. But the way they tie that up is deeply unsatisfying. The number of different systems that are all working there, like, there's the whole cult target system, there's the mercenaries, there's all these different things that are all kind of playing into each other. They don't all feel like they fully fit together, and there's just too many of them. Like, after a certain point, I gave up on even finding all the cult targets, which I think is the last main ending, is you get all the cult targets and finish it off, and then they're like, oh, by the way, these were the Templars, and it's like, that's fine, I should want to do that. But by the time I got there, I was so burned out. I just wanted nothing more to do with it. And I've tried to go back a couple of times since then and be like, hey, maybe I'll finish off these targets. I'll see the last ending and I'll be done. I just haven't wanted to do it. And that's really bummed me out.
That sounds disappointing.
It is. I think it is overall a disappointing game. It's not bad, like I said. There are parts of it that I think are pretty well done. There's one thing I would like to nominate for best moment or sequence. There's a quest line that is, and I'm not nominating this because I think it's especially good, but it is some of the most prime, ridiculous Assassin's Creed bullshit anywhere in this series. The Pythagoras quest line, the whole, just the meat of that whole thing is so profoundly fucking stupid that I kind of couldn't help but clap at it.
Are you doing math?
Is he the Pythagorean theorem guy?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And we'll talk about it more when we actually get to that category, but I will say the way that they shoehorn him in, despite the fact that he died 150 years before the events of this game.
Yes, historical accuracy, the hallmark of Assassin's Creed.
They go to some lengths to get there, and where all that goes is just mwah in terms of stupidity.
Right.
And I think best looking. I think that, I think what they do with the Greek Isles and kind of just sort of rendering out that world, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous in very much the way that Origins was, but I think that, it is still probably one of the best looking games of this year.
Okay.
Does this have the nice history DLC that Origins had?
I don't think it has
museum
was it called
walkthrough?
The first DLC is this like is
exploration mode, was it called?
Yes,
think
and I
the
don't think
first one-
they've added
the
that
previous
to
one.
this.
Oh, I loved that.
Well,
Not
I think
currently.
that was a late addition even to
It
Origins.
was.
Sure.
Yes, but as far as I know, they have not added that to this yet.
Okay.
This is set before Origins, right?
Like 300 years
How
beforehand.
did they make a game called Origins and then make another game directly
Because-
after it that's takes place before that?
Well, if you will allow me to explain, Origins was designing the origins of the Brotherhood, whereas Odyssey is telling the origins of the Templars.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Glad I asked.
and also technically kind of takes place after the outside the Animus stuff is
Yes,
set
the
after
Layla
the
stuff
events
takes
of-
place
so
later
it is
on.
kind of a sequel to that.
Okay. And that stuff not especially meaningful?
I will again discuss that at greater length when we start talking about the Pythagoras stuff.
Okay.
But I would say that it is not well integrated into the larger story, and when it does finally come around in a meaningful way, boy, they just lay it on real thick.
Great.
I'm looking forward to having that conversation.
Okay. Sounds like an interesting game.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Ooh.
It says here on the list the next game is Super Mario Party, but
That can't be right.
Yes.
There appears to be a note from the editor that says sorry, but no.
Wait,
Well,
no, actually it said sorry, but yes.
yes, and I believe the editor may have corrected that mistake.
Yes.
We don't have we actually don't have a worst game category this year. So
It's
I
good
don't
that we
know.
have these rigorous
Mario Party's
editorial
back,
standards
and
to
it's
prevent this.
Better
Bad.
than
It's
ever.
one of the best Mario parties
It's
ever.
one of the worst Mario parties ever.
It's the best since at least
Wow.
Mario
so
Party 3.
good.
Completely uninspired.
Please tell me you're actually
Wow.
serious.
I
and
am.
not just doing a
no,
bit.
I'm not doing a bit.
I have things to say too.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
I have
like,
lots of things.
like the
to
world,
this.
the world in which someone has actually given the new Mario Party like a sincere critical appraisal and thinks it's terrible.
I'm going to give that.
I'm so excited.
Okay.
Wait, you think it's terrible?
No, I think
Oh.
it's really good. I have played a ton of it over the
Same.
last couple months. So, hear me out. The other Mario
I'm here.
parties, have you guys played them?
I'm familiar.
Okay, you're familiar. I have always loved that series because of how much of a dumb bullshit thing it is. I don't want to say my love for it was ironic. It wasn't. I really liked them, but I have always known that there was bullshit at the core of Mario Party.
I will say I had a very sincere love for it. I played it with my sister growing up. This was very much a staple of my childhood.
too.
Yeah,
Sincerely.
That's what I'm
so.
saying. Like, it is sincere
Yes.
here. It is not.
Do you think
ironic
that do you think that the core of Mario Party is getting one over on youngsters?
No.
I played it by
I played-
myself
I
because I,
mean,
didn't have any friends
I
or
played with my
siblings.
younger sister.
I played with
That's
my
a
older
party.
sisters. She should be pulling over on me, and I
Okay.
still
All
have
right.
fun.
All right, I think we've established the baseline pedigree here. Like,
Okay.
You're talking about the screw job at the end of every match.
Yeah.
Yes.
there's a love of Mario Party.
There's a lot of
through the
Mario Party,
ages.
while also acknowledging that the mini games and some of the controls and the things that happen are complete bullshit. There has been some joking when I've said it's a game of skill.
Sure.
Because there is absolute bullshit
Yeah.
permeating every bit of that game's existence and has been since the very first
That's right.
one. And that is part of its
Editorial
beauty.
Dan shows his face.
That is part of its beauty is the bullshit. And
I respect bullshit like few people do, so I understand how someone could have that take.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the perfect distillation is we did the PAX thing, Mario Party 5 with Drew, and the way that like I was winning the whole goddamn game, it seemed like there was no way I would lose, and then just like a mountain of bullshit happened, and then Drew won, and it was amazing. That series is able to get reactions.
I
out of
like that your
people.
one example of bullshit happening is when it happened against you.
That's the only time it happened.
Dan, I would also like
you
you
winning
okay,
because
yeah.
of skill.
I would
Got
also
it.
like to just mention you have spent 2 minutes not talking about the current Mario
okay,
Party
the current
yet.
one. Okay, 9 and 10 were bad games
Yes.
that were
Yes.
not bad in the normal Mario Party bullshit minigame.
No, they were trying new things that just did not work.
That Bowser mode was a little cool, but that was it.
Right. They had but the getting in the car and going around that
Oh,
sucked
God.
ass. So
You have
this
5 more seconds. Dan.
Okay, Jesus.
Imagine being able to distinguish between good and bad Mario parties.
This one
It's a
goes
sickness.
back to the basics in the good way by having normal. I know what you're about to say, and
I mean,
we'll get to that.
I can tell you the good and bad Insane Clown Posse albums, so I'm just assuming it's a similar. It's a similar situation.
But you know what? You also did the normal thing, which was when you grew up, you stopped listening to Insane Clown Posse altogether.
Yeah, sure, but it's because the albums got bad.
I like Mario Party.
Why is this Mario Party so good?
Okay, because it goes back to it got rid of the dumb shit they did with 9 and 10, the car thing. We can agree on
Yes.
that.
Yep.
And it brought back. I know you've got issues with the boards. We can talk about those in a second.
Talk about your pros.
Okay, the pros are goes back to the basics and introduces new things that work. Like you still got the core board Mario Party thing going on. You can't do 50 turns,
Board's
but you
right.
do 20 or 30. But the new stuff they do, like there is a 2 versus 2 mode that like actively changes what you were doing in that game and opens up like a weird layer of strategy. So it uses the
Right.
same boards, but instead of following like a path with the occasional branch, it is like a full-on grid. So if me and him are on a team, I can be like, all right, why don't you go up to the kind of northeast here and you get that key. It looks like we need that key or this fruit pick to like get this watermelon bridge out of the way or something. Like there's breaking up like, okay, you go get allies and stuff and get coins. I'm going to work the way towards the star. You share items and stuff. So the thing he gets, I can use to get up to this new area and everything. You can stomp on the other guys along the way and take their coins. In every mode, there's this new ally system where you can get people to do. I know he doesn't like this.
I
either.
love it.
I love
think
it
it's
too.
so nice. You get people to join your party, so they will
Yes.
roll like a 1 or 2 die for you. Like it can only roll 1 or 2, and you also get their die. And each character you play will have a different die option.
Yeah.
And then they
So-
start showing up in the mini games and
Yes.
give you extra lives for some
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah. So like, let's say there's
And the
a-
CPUs
not-
will play for you and win the game for you, so you don't even have to touch the controller even
But that-
more.
that's
good to have
So
allies.
that doesn't always happen, though. There are
doesn't always
specific
happen.
special games that will have that option. But I do think the getting to choose which die you use is pretty cool. Like, it's an interesting way to strategize of like, well, this is sort of a risk reward of like, I might not move at all and lose coins if I roll this one, but
It's like
I
the
might also roll
Wario die
a 10.
has a chance to give you. It's like +2 coins, -2 coins, 2, 4, 6, 6 or something.
Right,
is
and like
your-
I
is
like
your
playing
options.
a shy guy, and it's like 0 and then all 4s. So it's like for the most part, it's pretty consistent. I'm just gonna play it safe, but also sometimes I want to get spicy and use my like Bowser die or whatever.
And they use the ally stuff smartly when they do it in mini games because like it's only on occasion, but it's kind of hilarious if like let's say me and him get like 5 people in our squad. So every time we roll, there's like 7 people rolling, and then we do like a soccer mini game where it's us against you guys, and you guys don't have many, or we used a dueling glove to steal your allies. We've got like a whole squad of people on one side against you two. Like it gets kind of like hilariously lopsided.
So they put
More horse shit.
Yeah,
is
more
what I'm
horseshit
hearing.
Yes.
in the mini games now. Like the one
Yeah,
area
like the-
where there wasn't horseshit.
It was pure.
the one area that was untouched.
I'm glad that they have embraced what Mario Party has always been and just said like, oh, it's all bullshit now.
I also really like the they added a kind of a co-op mode. It's like a 4-player. You're riding down a river, and you
like it. I
do
think it's
co-op mini games.
I don't like that because you're on a team.
Yeah, Dan said it goes against the spirit of Mario Party.
But you like this 2v2 thing.
The 2 versus 2 mode is genuinely really, really good.
They also just have a ton of different modes. If like one's not your jam, like if you don't want to play with people, you can do the 2v2 one, or there's like a rhythmic mode, which I really like.
And I will say the mini games are probably up there with the best they've
Yes,
been.
I really love the mini games in general. I think there's a lot of good mix between like this will have some kind of like counting strategy, or it also uses the HD Rumble so well.
Yeah. The
Where
Acorn
there will be
Box
games,
one?
where like acorn boxes, or like I'm like there are 3 things and they have like a specific rumble to them. These 3 enemies. I
The
have to
motion
pick which
controls
one.
feel good. Like there's
Yeah.
one where you have a cube of steak and you have to sear it on every
Yes.
side, so you're flipping a little pan.
One of them is called Slapperazzi,
So
and
good.
it's great. And one of them is called Pie Hard.
Oh.
Where I think this game really falters is the stages are just really bad. So they're confined. They're smaller than they usually are. You're playing with fewer turns because I think they realized how boring it is to go around these stages where nothing happens
Hang
over
on.
and over again.
Smaller boards, fewer turns. This sounds okay to me.
Now, what if we could get everybody
that did
into a
improve.
car or something and really just tighten this experience up?
And I know I'm in the minority on this, but I really appreciated a lot of the board design of kind of the mid Mario Party games.
The GameCubes?
Yeah. And even even 2, I think, had some fun stuff.
Oh, I love to.
Yeah, I think 2's one of the best overall.
definitely.
But
I would
this one,
probably
there's just-
2 seems like one of maybe the high water mark.
Yeah.
That was
Or-
like
yeah.
my
That was the one with the
Mario.
cowboy on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you remember that?
But there's just something about the boards in this one where it's like the happening spaces are boring. Like, so there's one. It's a bomb themed map, and there's like a big bomb in the middle, and we played it twice, me and my friends. And the first time we played it, like there are the question mark spaces do something to the board. You land on a question mark space, and a ticker counts down. We're like, oh shit, what's gonna happen when this ticker goes down? I bet something crazy is gonna happen because Mario Party is all about crazy bullshit. Didn't happen the first game on a 20-turn game. We tried it again on the second game, and you lose half your coins, and that's it.
That's pretty crazy. Though.
That's crazy. And that's the most interesting thing on that board. Like
But
it's
everybody
just
loses half their coins, or
everyone
is there
who's in a
blast
very
radius?
narrow space of spaces.
Okay.
The great
It's just like
equalizer.
boring, man. It's just like the stuff you're doing outside of the game. Like there's more options than ever. I like the ally system is a flawed concept, but I like the risk they took with it. I just think that it's a little. I think there's just a lot of flashiness around this game without a lot of substance.
I won't argue that the boards are the best the series has seen. I don't think they're terrible, but yeah, they are smaller, and I don't know, just the themes. There's less of them.
Yeah.
There's basically like 4 like kind of traditional ones, including one you can unlock. I actually like that one you unlock quite a
I don't
bit.
think
I
we
like
ever
the
played
fruit
it.
one a lot.
The fruit one's
The fruit
pretty
one's
good.
my favorite.
Yeah, I feel like each board just has like one thing it does, and that's kind of its thing. I feel like there's a lot of sort of like teleporting around the boards with the pipes, which I feel like I haven't seen in the other Mario Party games as much.
Especially in that fruit one, like when that
Right,
becomes like
that's
the only way to get around.
Yeah,
That's
I
the-
think that's sort of an interesting strategy of like, well, should I just keep riding this around because I figure Toad or whoever it is going to get that star, so like why should I warp over there?
Stars only
Anyway.
cost 10 coins now, which is heresy.
But sometimes you can go to a capsule machine and they can be 5 coins or they can be 20 coins. It's
This changes everything.
They ruined the game.
it's the most excited I've been about Mario Party since the 64.
I mean,
I've
like
really
at least
enjoyed
they're
my time
taking
with
chances with it. Like,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
feel like that's as someone who has looked at all of those previous games. I think my main criticism is just like it's another one of these fucking things.
I
and,
can
like,
show you some stuff.
There's just I no.
If you want to see it, I can show you. I got
It
the
does
board unlocked
feel-
with the 30 turn thing.
No, I'm
Very
okay.
different in a way that like 9 and 10 also felt very different, but this feels like a mainline Mario Party game that they took some interesting risks on. And I was being a little harsh when I said it's one of the worst. I think it's just very middling.
I really like a lot about it. I've had a lot of fun with it. I think it's super fun to play with people. I played a lot on my own and still enjoyed it. It also has a few modes that I think just uses the Switch really well again, where they have these sort of like top down, you look at them. There's this one kind of baseball one that I think is like a real highlight, where it sort of looks like this kind of toy, kind of tilt shift baseball thing. And you can play it docked or undocked. But it's really just a fun little baseball game. that I think is really enjoyable, sort of outside of all the kind of Mario Party stuff as well.
Cool. Also, another bummer is you can only use Joy-Con, like a single Joy-Con to play.
Yeah.
Which, if you don't like using the Joy-Con, that's a huge bummer.
Yeah,
but it is
I
such
was
a
like,
simple.
I know.
Yeah.
I feel like the controls are so simple. At first I was like, what is this bullshit?
Me too.
But then I started playing and I was like, oh, okay, I get it.
Like clearly
HD
they designed it
Rumble,
around that.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's
The
usually
motion
like
stuff.
one
Yeah,
button
right.
and a stick.
Oh,
So
you
it's
can't
like,
use the Pro Controller?
No.
Yeah, it's one action button basically in a stick, like you said,
Yes.
and then also like the motion stuff on occasion pops up. And the motion stuff isn't that bad. Like I really didn't like the Wii
it's not
Mario
bad.
Parties that much. I didn't like I didn't like WarioWare smooth moves. Like motion stuff
Yeah,
it
yeah.
doesn't
7
click
that came with
me.
the hammer.
Microphone.
Which one came with the hammer?
A hammer. What
what?
fucking
There was
get
a
the hammer?
to break
the
hammer
game?
controller. Maybe that was a
I don't remember
Blockbuster
that.
exclusive thing. I don't know. I don't have a computer in front of me, or else I'll look this up. But
No, it's a couple of them came with a microphone, but
Mm-hmm.
I was weird
looking
when
this up.
thank you.
when I saw they were going
Lose
to do
my
motion
mind.
stuff. I was kind of like, not big on this, but it works fine. Like you said, the meat cooking one is fine. There's like a whole separate rhythm game thing you can do. Where
Oh yeah.
yeah, and like
It's fine.
yeah,
I like the
I'm not
rhythm
too big
game.
on
I thought
that,
it was really
but-
fun.
Yeah,
It's like so short too. I feel like it's like just the right amount of kind of rhythm mini games. And I'm like, cool. On to the next thing.
yeah, and just I appreciate it as just like another thing of content in this game that puts
Yeah.
kind of a surprising amount in for a Mario Party. Like it's
It's weird how much you have to unlock.
yeah, I'm still unlocking stuff.
Yeah.
I played
Yeah.
a ton of it. So.
So still playing.
What do you unlock?
Oh yeah.
Different
for the
modes,
holidays,
different
it sold
stages.
Switches to people. Like my sister's fiance is buying a Switch because of that game.
You're a bad person. Dinn. Would you put this in any categories?
I would put it in best game. I think it's going to be on my top 10. I know it won't get support in this room, but I really love this game. I think it's the best Mario Party I've played.
As per the standards of this Game of the Year proceeding,
We'll write it down.
I
and
will
move on.
now write it down. On
I
the
would like
list.
to add it to most disappointing.
Okay. High highs and low lows.
Sort of an intense split. I also could find no evidence of that hammer control.
Okay,
maybe you dreamed that.
Yeah.
Does it earn the name at all? Is it
kinda
truly
feels like a
super?
New, yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's super. I think it's a rebirth for the series.
Right. It feels very much like it took the good parts of all the other series. It stripped away the icky parts. And like, yeah, there are some parts that could be more fleshed out. The boards could have more going on, certainly. But I do think it feels like what you want Mario Party to feel like, while still having really good mini games, while still offering new mechanics, and like I think all the like team mode stuff has been really cool.
Cool. Does that mean that Switch is a super system by Nintendo standards?
If it's getting games with
yeah,
super,
yeah.
as
I
a
don't know how I
title.
feel
Are we-
about
are
it.
we
Are we
gonna-
gonna-
It's the Super Wii U.
Are we going to get a new Mario Kart reboot that is Super Mario Kart?
I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not ready for that. Let's not go there
All right,
yet.
check
go
this. Check this
Ultra.
out. Check this
Yeah.
out. Super Mario Brothers.
No.
What do you think?
It just makes no
Holy
sense.
shit.
Okay, how
Makes
about
you
this? Okay.
think.
Super Mario Brothers.
That seems like something Nintendo would do.
Yeah. But it'd be like a Wario game somehow.
Yes,
I'm on board.
Yeah.
it's a very good Mario Party.
That's not pop.
Sounds like it's the most disappointing Mario.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
Did we? I feel like I just blacked out for 20 minutes.
No,
Where
yeah, we
are
did.
we?
I don't
We
know.
are up to the next game
Okay.
in our Game of the Year discussion.
The next game, which Alex urged me to add over the break, which I just wrote as the short title, is The Missing. Hang on. The Missing J.J. Macfield and the Island of Memories, right?
Correct.
Okay, I got it. Yay.
You did it.
Nailed it.
That's a mouthful. It's the new game from Swery,
Yes.
which I think I'm the only person that played. Anybody?
It has been in my queue, but I did not get a chance to play it prior to these discussions, which I'm bummed
same.
about.
I wasn't quite prepared to come in here and talk about it.
Yeah.
Did you prepare a
Did you
statement?
finish it, Brad?
No, I haven't gone back to play it since the quick look, but I would like to finish it because I hear it gets weird. Not
you
that
like
it's
it?
not weird already.
Yeah.
It started out a little weird.
So wait,
Yeah.
what is this game?
It's a 2D 2D gameplay, like a side-scrolling kind of puzzle platformer, where you're this girl JJ stranded on an island. You're looking for your friend Emily / love interest. Things get weird. The core puzzle mechanic, which they don't unveil for about an hour into the game, is that you can injure yourself on things and like dismember yourself / burn yourself to death / what else is in there? Like break every bone in your body
To solve puzzles?
in service of solving puzzles,
Is this kind of one of those
and then
like
magically heal yourself whenever you feel like it.
Tomb Raider gore poor things?
No.
No,
Is it
no,
like
no.
Never Dead?
No.
What's that?
Is it like Never Dead?
I couldn't tell you.
First of all, do not invoke the name
Yeah.
of the dead in my presence. But no, it's I think it's something a little different than that.
Like an interesting sounding mechanic. I
Couldn't tell you.
can't imagine how it plays out though.
It's
like,
really
this is something
grim.
I can't picture.
Kind of grotesque looking.
Yeah.
Like she screams a lot as it's happening. Like an early example is you need to get through this tiny opening with like spikes all around it, and the way you do it is by throwing yourself on the spikes over and over until you're nothing but a severed head, and then you can launch the severed head through the tiny opening.
Sounds like never.
Actually, that part does sound a little like Never Dead, if I'm being honest.
And then reform yourself on the other side.
Do you need your pieces to reform you, or it grows out of the head?
It all just sort of magically animates back together.
Okay.
Sometimes you'll like sever an arm and use it to throw at things to activate a thing. It's a strange thing.
Okay.
I was to say almost like a Stubbs the Zombie sort of thing in a weird
yeah.
way, but
I mean, it kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like, Swery had announced that they were working on that other game, The Good Life, which was the one that they had done the Kickstarter for.
Was that the Cat Detective one? Or
That's
was
the
that a
Cat
different
Detective one,
Okay.
which has not come out yet. And then this kind of just sort of surfaced out of nowhere as the first official game from White Owls.
Is that his studio?
That's his studio,
Okay.
yeah. So like I said, I've had this in my queue for a bit. I've been looking forward to sitting down and playing because I don't think it's super long. I think it's like 6 hours long. But I just haven't had a chance to get to it yet.
This is a game that got spoiled for me, and it actually made me want to play it more because hearing how the ending kind of changes your perception of the story made it seem really fucking cool. And I'm looking forward to playing it.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but hearing that there is a thing makes me want to see it through. Also, sounds crazy to say in a year with Donut County, but I think it's my favorite in-game cell phone of the year.
Okay.
Wow.
It's got some really good stickers.
Yeah, the stickers are, oh my god. So I would just as you bought Donut County to get the Donut County to get the duck, like if they made a sticker. But there's a lot of cursing in these stickers.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
The hot dog
cursing
saying
on
shut the
text
fuck
messages,
up is pretty good.
There's a character named FK.
okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Like it feels reminiscent of Swery's past work, let's say. Although in this case, FK is your stuffed animal
Okay.
who is texting you from who knows where.
The coffee.
Yes,
Yeah.
basically. The cell phone is basically used as like a sort of retroactive storytelling device because it's like every time you collect certain collectibles or hit a story point or whatever, it will fill in old text message conversations that happened before the game takes place. So you're kind of going back and reading text conversations that JJ had with other characters.
So it's JJ's cell phone?
Yes.
How does JJ keep the cell phone after it becomes a dismembered mess?
I don't.
You got one of those like runners thing on her arm.
Yeah. There you go.
Tapped his tape to her head.
That's probably how that works.
Okay. So, thank you. Sorry.
That's not the
That's the
detail.
part that breaks it
I
for
would
you.
be foolish. Yeah.
Yeah, like the very first text in the game you get is from FK, the stuffed animal, and it's just like, "Hey, what's up?" And she just responds with, one of those giant stickers that just her squinting her eyes, and it says, "What the fuck?" Like it's just the weirdest stuff. Yeah, you should check it out.
It's
I'm going
available
to.
only on PC.
No, it's on.
I think it's on.
I think it's on. I think it's PC, Xbox, PS4, and Switch.
Damn.
Any categories you'd put this in?
I didn't finish it, so I don't really feel confident enough to say.
Yeah. And like the ending sounds cool, but only knowing that without any context, it would not make me want to nominate it for anything.
I mean, like, it doesn't look amazing. It looks fine. Like, if anything, it would be story, but I haven't seen the whole story, so I can't say for
Watching
sure.
you solve puzzles and stuff like that, it seems like interesting mechanics.
Yes, there are some interesting puzzle mechanics in there. Although it also starts getting kind of obtuse. Like at the end of that quick look with that weird body part thing was a little bit strange.
Does it have style?
Kinda. Like the cell phone is.
Stickers have a style.
Yeah,
to
the
them.
the cell phone is a cool thing, but the rest of the game looks kind of, I don't know. It's fine, but not
Mind blowing.
amazingly remarkable.
All right.
So, but I'm glad we talked about it.
Okay.
More people should play it.
I'm going to.
Okay.
Fine.
Call of Duty. They made another Call of Duty.
So this is a game you can dismember yourself, solve puzzles, and the cell phone stickers are incredible.
Yeah, you text your teddy bear.
Yeah. I think Black Ops 4 is really good. I was surprised, honestly. Playing it prior to release, it just, it seemed a little plain. It seemed like some of the ideas that they had for, hey, we're going to, make it so you manually heal and some of this different stuff just seemed like change for change's sake. And it seemed like, a game that was just like kind of past its prime. But getting it in hand and being able to really spend time with it and go through all the unlocks and stuff like that, just, purely just the competitive multiplayer, I think they've done a lot of really smart stuff that actually, I think this is what Black Ops 3 should have been in a sense, because Black Ops 3 had some of the similar, like, oh, you pick a character with an ability set and then you put a loadout on top of it. But in Black Ops 3, it just, the abilities were, each character had 2 of them, so you weren't sure which, if you looked at a silhouette of a character, you weren't necessarily sure which one they might have had. And it just, it felt half-baked. This feels like them making good on a lot of those ideas in ways that I would not have expected, honestly. Like it's making those kind of character abilities and like ultimate abilities and stuff actually cool and relevant and stuff. Like you start to get that feel for team makeup and go like, okay, I see that they have 2 of the fucking dog guy on it. That means I have to shoot these asshole dogs all the time.
Some of those abilities are kind of outlandish for a Call of Duty game, like the slam and stuff like that.
Yeah,
like
more
more
ground pound,
more kind of like mobile and like physical.
Yeah,
but then also like gun-based
But
stuff.
some of it is tactical stuff, like, oh, I can, the entire team can see enemies through walls on a pulse for about a minute or something, So, like, they do a lot of different stuff, and so depending on your play style, you're gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna take the guy that his ultimate is just everyone gets healed up to beyond maximum health for one spawn here, and that's a cool thing to have, and I think that they've just done a really great job at kind of varying up their competitive multiplayer. I think they've got really good maps. They've pulled in maps from previous Black Ops games that, like, again, on paper, you're like, oh, I guess that map was okay. But like in practice with these new abilities, especially, you're like, shit, these were the right choices. Like basically it feels like they they made a bunch of changes that were either really smart or like calculated risks. And like I feel like most of them paid off, and that this feels like the best the competitive multiplayer has been in 3 years or more.
I've been enjoying it a lot. Do you find the menus really confusing? Because
Yeah.
I do. I
kinda
find the
had that
menus
they
terribly confusing.
have also patched them. Like they've modified the menus like 2 or 3 times since launch.
Yeah.
Like in some kind of recognition of just like, oh, this should just say custom games instead of a weird slider because people think you go here to turn the sound down.
Yeah, I thought that was an options menu at first.
So they've fixed that, and
But it's even still like I've been playing a lot of it and I really enjoy it a lot. But it's even stuff like the main cosmetic unlocks you get is like within this weird deep sub menu that like you can only access from like a different section of the game, which is like too complicated for like the thing. Like I haven't made any new classes for my guns really. I just use their main loadouts because I feel like it's just sort of a slog to do it.
I think the cosmetic changes are the ones that are always weird. Like the wheel of like tags and gestures and stuff is the one that's just like I don't have like it's just.
And like I remember the first time I jumped into a zombies mode and had no fucking clue what any of those menus are. There's like 4 different customization menus and
but also they have a better tutorial for zombies than they've had in a good long time. I still don't like zombies, but I still feel like this is the closest I've come in maybe ever to maybe being able to engage with that because their tutorial's a little bit better.
It's better, but it's still
I still think the writing is lame. I still think there's a bunch of hidden stuff.
There's weird single-use items that I didn't know were single-use, so I bought a bunch of them and just used them in my match. And burned through all my currency. Thanks.
Yeah, that was the thing. I haven't played zombies in this mode, but I played it in Black Ops 2 when I was playing a lot of that with like a roommate who loved it. And I feel like that's the only way to play zombies is to find someone else who loves it. They tell you what to do. They tell you all the strategies. And then like maybe it'll click for you or maybe it won't. But like I feel like that's very much a thing that's for the people who have been playing it for each generation of this game.
Yeah, so I think they've done maybe a better job at explaining zombies to people than they usually do, but it's still that mode. So
it's a bummer that it's like that because I didn't play any of the other Black Ops. I wanted to hop in and try all 3 modes equally and
I think Blackout mode's really good. It's probably my favorite battle royale mode right now.
I like it.
I've kind of moved away from it because I'm just playing so much competitive multiplayer instead.
Yeah. I find I don't like the Blackout so much just because I think I was wanting something much more different from PUBG, and this feels like a polished PUBG. Like they have the perks, they have some other things, but it doesn't get rid of my issues of like, well, I'm spending a lot of this time looting for stuff. I don't really even know if it's good or not because I don't have time to use it. By the time I run into someone, I'm probably going to be dead anyway.
So I feel like I've played I was playing a ton of Blackout early on, and I really appreciate it's because of the number of items and stuff. It's got a very different feel from PUBG.
Okay.
Where it's like you collect so many healing items that by the time you get to the end game, there are these more tactical considerations about like, oh, backing off is actually way more viable here than you might think, because you can heal really quickly, get all the way back up to full health, and then kind of charge back in. And that stuff's interesting.
Also, the zones have like a lot more verticality to them than a PUBG
Yeah.
will most of the time.
Yeah, the named areas and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I know that map more than I know the PUBG map, and more than I know the Fortnite map for sure.
And the sheer amount of looting you can do, like you go into any room and there's going to be like 8 things on
Yeah.
the
That is
There's
a
like-
detriment to me.
Item scarcity does not seem to be a philosophy here.
Well,
From what I've seen, I don't know.
I like the fact that I do feel like I'm constantly making progress by finding things, and then I also feel like I don't have that thing where I've been looking for shit for 40 minutes, then I get shot, and then it's done. Like, because of the shorter length of time of these rounds and everything. Worst case scenario, let's say you just find a bunch of bullshit and you don't get to shoot anyone, and then you just die. At least you got to loot a bunch of stuff really fast, and then you died before you wasted.
We know how much
I
you
don't know,
love
I feel
looting,
like-
Dan.
Yes.
I feel
looting's
like
great.
for me it still feels too long. I think I also am just like not the person for this mode. I didn't really care for PUBG. I'm like fine with Fortnite. I feel like that's fast and feels different. But I don't know. I think it's just not a mode for me, but it didn't get rid of those issues for me. I still feel like I spend a lot of time looting, then a lot of time running around hoping I run into someone, and then they run into me and I'm dead.
I felt this was more snappier personally than PUBG for me, just because I feel like the firefights felt more dynamic. I wasn't just getting like out in the open and then sniped instantly. Like most of the times when I died, I saw the person who killed me, and I thought maybe
Like,
I
it
could
was
have
a
done that a little
confrontation.
different.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, with the abundance of items and the like speed of healing and all that stuff. I mean, would you say this is kind of a more arcade like
Yeah.
take
Definitely.
on
quick
than PUBG?
menu
It's-
and everything.
Yeah, they've done great work with the UI for like equipping stuff on
Yeah,
a console
the
controller
UI
that
is
is
definitely
really great.
A massive improvement.
And like the little challenges is a nice touch, like of how to unlock different characters.
Yeah, that stuff's really neat.
Die with 3 pieces of whatever on you. and-
It's like bizarre, but it's
It's a little
cool.
gimmicky, but yeah, it's
I like it.
Do they have vehicles?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have like little
You have
helicopters.
Yeah,
and stuff.
helicopters, which are pretty fun.
ATV.
Wait, you can
Yeah.
fly in a helicopter?
Yeah.
Can you go up?
Yep.
Yeah.
Not
People
super
can
high,
shoot
but-
anti-air missiles
Only,
at you.
Yeah.
only if you're a pro.
I played last night, and it was me and Pat Gill, and we were in a helicopter, and we were like having fun, and then immediately just got shot down, which was also
Can
fun.
you parachute
like, it has
out
the same goofy
before-
stuff.
Wingsuit out.
So like
But yes.
once you get hit, can you jump? Do you have time to jump out, or you just blow up and die?
I don't. I was
got,
a
like,
passenger.
there's a
but
lock-on
there was-
alarm.
Yeah, I heard the
Oh,
alarm, and I
okay.
was like, "What is this?" And then I was like, "Ah!"
I mean,
exactly how it went.
first and foremost, it feels like this one, maybe more than any other recent Call of Duty, has at least something kind of for anyone who likes Call of Duty. Like, enough of the modes deliver that, like, if as long as there's some variation in there for you, the engaged Call of Duty player.
Exactly.
I
Like,
think-
I needed this because I liked campaign. That was still the thing. That I always played the campaigns. Always liked them.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
big dumb action movies. I loved them. I had started getting fatigued on the traditional multiplayer even by the time that the Black Ops 3 like hero character stuff came around.
Yeah.
And so like I played a little bit of it here, and it's still not for me, and I'm still kind of
The
fatigued on the
competitive?
thing. Yeah, I like the. I know you were saying you liked it, but like it's not for me. I don't like the hero based stuff or whatever. And I've always disliked zombies. So like. Blackout is the thing that makes me like this game. Is because every other element they either double down on stuff I don't like or took out the things I do like. But then they introduced Blackout mode, which is just
So there's
like,
still something there for you.
Yeah.
and it's enough. Like honestly, I was like 95% of my time with this game has been Blackout, and that's been enough. If it was just Blackout mode, I would have happily bought it and had a great time with it.
Yeah, I think I still kind of miss some of the simplicity of the, because like coming from like World War II, that feels much more simplistic in some ways. You don't have the different classes. I don't know. I like that simplicity, but getting used to the classes, they were less intrusive than I thought they would be. And I really like the perks a lot.
Are there playlists where you can not have to deal with classes, or is that everywhere?
It is everywhere.
Yeah.
Except Blackout.
Well, yeah, Blackout doesn't have it. Yeah. But throughout the competitive, like I want to say every mode is built around it.
could be-
like gun game doesn't have it.
Yeah.
It's just kind of a different thing.
It could be like a little annoying when everyone has these like crazy shields up and you're kind of getting around them. But for the most part, I feel like they're non-intrusive and non-obstructive in a way that's just sort of like, oh, this is sort of a fun perk. It's kind of a fun new mechanic to fight against or, use to strategize with.
It leads to a lot of situations where weapons that you probably would drop in favor of putting like more attachments on your primary gun or something suddenly retain relevance because you're like, well, if this person's going to throw down a barricade that emits radiation that is blocking our access to this hallway, I should have a rocket launcher to take it out.
Yeah.
Or, you know, like if they're going to put up a mesh fence or a razor wire to keep us from getting through, like if I'm the character with the grenades, I can fucking knock that out. And so you have this situation where you're like, things that you would have dropped because like, oh, well, you know, yeah, you can shoot down UAVs if I have a rocket launcher, but whatever, fuck it. I'd rather have a better gun. Suddenly it's there are way more tactical considerations to building your loadout with the way they've got things built right now, with all of these abilities and deployables around the battlefield and stuff that you have to think a little bit more. And I think that works out a lot better than I would have thought. For something that I think, you know, is often thought of as like this totally mindless, just Call of Duty, just spawn, kill, spawn, kill, spawn, kill. They've added a lot of cool tactical considerations that don't go too far. It's not some sim. It's not fucking Arma, you know, but it inspires you to think a little more deeply about how you're building your class and all that sort of stuff. And for me, that's revitalized my interest in it, like almost single-handedly.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Do you think by divorcing itself from the campaign, they are able to get away from a particular era of military combat, or without? What is this in? Is it just a?
So this is set between Black Ops 2 and 3. There is still story.
Like is that like post-modern but not near future?
It is. So it is something they can do to have futuristic guns and combat, but not wall running or jetpacks or robots.
Okay.
And so Black Ops 3 was wall running, and one of the characters was a literal robot.
Right.
And so with this one being set before that, it's a lot of the same characters, but not the robot.
Right.
And some of the fantastical weapons, like the ability to rewind time 8 seconds before you got shot
That's
at.
in here?
That's in 3.
Oh, that's in 3.
That's not in 4.
Here. Okay. So do you feel because
It grounds it a little bit more,
but they don't have to justify it with a like a deep story narrative,
right? But they do. I mean, so you are unlocking cutscenes that, you know, presumably were for the campaign that got cut from this game, and it's ridiculous.
In which mode? Because I am somebody who bought these for the smaller campaigns.
There's a specialist HQ mode off to the side that takes you through a series of bot matches.
Okay.
In the competitive multiplayer versus bots, and as you complete those, you unlock intel items and a little bits of story. That when you piece it all together, boy, it's bad.
Find out what the numbers mean.
Boy, oh boy, it's bad. You thought Black Ops 3 was bad with its all like it was inside your mind while you were dying. Oh no! This is like.
It's dumber.
As someone who liked at least the setup and the ideas that went into Black Ops and Black Ops 2, they have
Lost
really
the thread?
trashed it. They have really gotten away from the stuff that made those cool and made Frank Woods the worst character in the entire franchise by now, just by virtue of how they write him.
Okay.
Man, just like this is surely just like you always want what you can't have, but I fucking kills me that we will never know what this game with a campaign would have looked like, you know?
Yeah.
Like knowing what form that was going to take.
You don't think
like,
that ever
what was it about it that made them rip it out?
You don't
like,
think that ever comes out of some like piece of DLC or mini campaign or single player?
I'm sure that would be.
Did
way too
they
much
rip
work.
it out, or did they just come into it being like, we don't have
well,
a thing for this?
we don't know for a fact, but the reporting and the rumors are that
There's a lot of talk that
it was half done and not coming together.
Yeah, that they were just running into issues and they just made the decision to cut it.
So like presumably it got written and probably voice acted and somewhat designed and animated,
which is why I'm guessing that these cutscenes came from that.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure we see some of the outline of the story.
Which at that point, or they were trying to make a story for the competitive multiplayer, because like the story, the little bits of story that are in there are definitely trying to tie these competitive multiplayer characters to Mason and the numbers.
Did it feel kind of like how Titanfall, the first one, did that? Where it's like, you're doing multiplayer matches, but you'll hear little things, and technically it's a campaign.
No, it doesn't do that. But it's
do you
really
think that's what they were going for, is like telling a story through a campaign?
Possibly.
Or
I don't know.
multiplayer?
Like that was the thing, like prior to release, you know, well, whatever. We don't want to spend a ton of time, but like prior to release, like their thing was like, oh, we've woven bits of story into every part of the game. No. No, they did not. That's not. No.
I like that there are helicopters in it. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That sounds very Battlefield to me, but that's okay. I like
just helicopters
vehicles.
in the blackout.
Yeah, but that's
It's goofy.
yeah,
Sure.
that's goofy.
The helicopters
Yeah.
are silly, and
It's
like
goofy.
especially in non-team games where you're just alone and you're like, well, I can fly this helicopter and go anywhere, but I sure shit can't shoot while I'm in it.
You can jump out and drop the helicopter on a house or something. Will it kill the people in the
I
house?
have tried to crash a helicopter into people before. It didn't go well, but it went well enough for me to think that I probably could do it if I tried again.
See, that's the kind of
Vinny asking the really important questions here.
right. I mean, that's my main strategy, really. Just get in the vehicle and let it do the work.
Yeah, I think, like I said, that Blackout mode is my favorite battle royale right now, and I think it's like the speed and the kind of frenetic nature that Fortnite can have without all that building. And I feel like the shooting just is a little more precise in this than it is in Fortnite. I don't know. Maybe that's different people probably have different takes, but it shoots like Call of Duty. It shoots the way you want it to shoot. It feels good.
It's a well-polished thing. I think still I wish it was shorter and less boring, I think is my thing.
Yeah.
But I can appreciate why so many people like it.
Where does this game belong?
Best game?
Yeah, I would say
Seems like the
entry.
enthusiasm for it is high enough that it definitely warrants it.
Yeah.
best game probably is the only place that it would make sense.
I mean, it could be ongoing game, but we don't know enough about like where that game is going beyond launch.
If anything, like that's my big questions for that, or the future of that is like what happens to Blackout next year,
right?
Like, is this just a mode that they forget about when the next game comes out, or does this next game now have it? I assume it does because this is doing well for them.
But if the next game does have it, then what happens to this?
Exactly.
Blackout
Yeah.
mode?
Is it just a different map and a different mode, and like you're like, oh, I like the other map, so I'm gonna keep playing this one. Like,
kind of wish they just split it out into its own thing.
Yeah. It seems like they almost need to.
I feel like they've done enough with the Battle Pass already that maybe we should go ahead and put it in an ongoing game.
The stuff that they've done with the Battle Pass is not good, and like I would not call that stuff good.
Okay. Yeah, it's confusing. Are they like trying to do a Fortnite thing with the like you keep playing and you unlock these tiers? It's like
it's like Dota,
another confusing menu system
it's a less confusing menu system if you looked at Dota or any of the other games that have done
I
that
refuse.
style of
pretty much aligns with Dota
it.
and Fortnite.
Okay.
But even PUBG's
right. Yeah, PUBG tried to do it at one
point.
It's
also
as well.
I don't know. The cosmetic stuff is like gaudy as hell.
There's a couple. There's some decent ones in there,
but there's a lot of like. I just went on one of those paint runs. You know what I mean?
Well, they launched it in October, and their first like themed set was Dia de los Muertos for Halloween and all that stuff, which should be cool. But no, it just doesn't fit the characters. I think it looks not great.
It's a little silly.
Yeah.
All right then.
Okay. Anyway, it's a really good game. It is very high on my personal list.
Yeah, I think this is a game I'm probably going to play a lot of in 2019.
Yeah. I'm going to prestige in this game probably, which will be the first time I'll have done that in some time.
Okay, next up on the list, Return of the Obra Dinn.
Boats.
Finally.
Yeah.
Yes.
Return of the Obra Dinn, a game where you are an insurance claims adjuster and investigating basically a ghost ship that is returned to port. And you need to figure out how much the insurance payment needs to be based on what happened on this ship. And to do that, you have a magic pocket watch.
You're kind of delving into these death memories.
Yeah, that lets you kind of jump around and see vignettes or static vignettes of scenes of death. So you find a corpse. You are then able to envision or see the events that led to that in a static diorama and walk around.
You like hear a little bit of dialogue and you see the words. You don't see anything acted out, and then it thrusts you into like the moment of death.
Sick music cue, and then you are able to walk around a limited portion of that ship to kind of investigate. And you are then trying to piece together normally three things: the person who has died, the way in which they have died, and then the thing or person that has caused that death. And as you unlock different chapters in this book, I think it's at least 9 or so chapters in this book, you were trying to fill out what happened. You put together a very interesting and wild tale of the events that happened on the Obra Dinn and its subsequent return. And when that is all wrapped up and you feel like you have done your job as an insurance claims adjuster, I don't know if that's actually what the term is for it, but let's just say that it is. You submit your report. At the end of the game, you get it back, and you get details of how much the insurance company owes each person's family or not, or how much they are being fined for events on the ship, with a grand total at the end in monetary value of your job. And you submit your report. And
Cost
you are
to the
done.
company.
Yep.
Swallowed by a kraken. We covered it.
So the game itself, the gameplay itself is more intricate than you'd think. Like you wind up in a place that you have this book, it's kind of your journal, which has a photo, which has 2 scenes from the ship that you can then use to try and identify the 60-something passengers.
Right. It's like 2 pictures of like the full crew,
Yeah.
basically.
Like 2 scenes that were drawn on the ship.
Yeah.
And then
One
you're-
of like somebody being executed.
yeah, and one like on when they set sail. And you're using that's your main source of like hovering over those portraits to say, okay, that's Mike, that's Billy. But everything you have at your disposal. So you have that, you have a map of the ship, the 4 decks of the ship, 3 or 4 decks of the ship. You have a crew manifest with all their names and positions.
And race, which like factors in.
Or,
Oh,
yeah, with
right,
their
or, like,
like,
where
country
they're
of
from.
origin. Yeah.
If you hear an accent,
You have their
narrow it
country of
down.
origin. So you have that as well. And then you have like Ben said, when you open a scene, you usually get a bit of spoken dialogue. And then you have the actual visual of walking through. So all of those things you are using to try and say, okay, that guy called that guy an Irish son of a gun. Let's say he wouldn't use gun, but I'm trying to be good for the kids here.
There's also
Smart.
also important worth noting. There's a glossary
Yes.
in the back that
Yes.
tells
If
you
you-
each of the different roles of a
Yes.
ship, which also factors in.
If you say you don't know what a top man is, or you don't know what
I know what a top man
yeah,
is.
you know, or midshipman, or any other things. So you say, oh, this guy just called that guy an Irish son of a gun. Let me go through the manifest and see who's Irish on this, because that's the way I'm going to roll. And you go down, you're like, oh, okay, there's 4 people on here, but this guy's a topman, and this guy's addressing an officer. So that you start putting together a list of who you think is going to be what and what happened. And then as you put these clues together, if you get 3 of them accurate, who died, how they died, and who done it, if you nail 3 of those items for
3 different people,
it will lock you in, and those people will then be taken off the possible suspect or the list, and you can continue on your investigation.
No penalty for getting it wrong,
No
just
penalty.
rewarded for getting
Just-
it right.
Also, if you get it wrong, you'll probably mess yourself up eventually down the line. So,
But they do it so smartly when they lock things in, because it's such a good feeling knowing, like, okay, none of those 3 things are screwed up. Like, that's locked in. I don't have to worry about them. They're off the table.
Wait, so you cannot commit answers that are wrong?
you can put it in.
But it
doesn't
doesn't become
lock in.
permanent in your
Yes.
book.
Yeah,
Imagine
unless
like
it's set.
imagine like you wrote in a sticky note with the names, and then once it's correct, it's printed in the book.
Yeah, it'll lock in, so it becomes immutable. You can't change it anymore once it is locked.
But there
in.
are so many different permutations for like how they died and why and all that other
Yes.
stuff that like brute forcing it.
So
For the most part,
Yeah.
brute
Yeah.
forcing it is
I think
not,
toward the
not a
end is-
reliable option.
So the options they give you, some of them, they give you a long list of options for ways people die, and a lot of them you will never use. So it's not like you are selecting from a limited list of ways people died. There are ones on there that I'd never even used.
And then there's like also sub options for like stabbed. Is it
Right.
where you stabbed by a sword,
Yeah.
a spear, a tail?
They're,
Right.
like stabbed and spiked and clawed. So it is a lot of like, well, would that be this or
But
that?
it's nice that there is some leeway
Yes.
there.
Yeah.
That
So
they lock it in sometimes if you don't have the exact right thing. Like if you say speared instead of spiked, they might just let that one
So
slide.
as you're rolling over portraits of people, they also will give you, the game will help you along and say, you listen, you don't have enough information. Don't even try to put this person in yet. You don't know. Stop it. You can if you want to. It'll also give you like a star rating for how challenging the game thinks this deduction would be. Like how many leaps of logic might you have to go through. So you know if you see a person with 1 star, you should probably be able to figure this out pretty satisfactorily.
Also, their faces become unblurred in the photo once you definitely have enough information to figure who out.
Yes, once you have seen their cause of death and they get their own chapter, they are usually...
Even sometimes if they're background characters, and then you can
Yeah.
infer what you've seen in other things.
If it's technically possible.
All that being said, it is one of the best whodunit games I have ever played, and really as a thinker, you can cheese some of it if you have it locked in with like if you know for sure. So you'll get some scenes right of the spoken word of the word. I don't know if you heard the good word in the beginning of a chapter where they will be like, "Don't kill me, Mary," and you're like, "Ah, fucking Mary, I got you." So you're like, "That's Mary," and you're like, "I know Mary, I know Bob, I know all of their stuff." this one guy, just don't know where he died. And you can kind of just fudge it until you get the right answer because you have 2 of them. So you can do that. Generally, it's not worth your time to try that stuff because there's so many options. I made it to the end of it. There are 2 endings. One, which is like decent. You submit your book, you're done. One, which has a bit more of an extra chapter if you get everybody. To get the one with everybody, I definitely had to look some people up, some folks I weren't sure about. And it's a game that you could easily spoil for yourself by just looking at a list of...
It's not like it rotates. It's not random. The story is the story.
So you could just look at a Wikipedia entry for how everybody died if you need to. It's very easy to look up if you're stuck. And generally, if you're stuck, sometimes it's okay, I think, if you're going to look and be like, I'm not sure what the game is expecting of me yet. The other thing I will say, if anybody is an idiot like me, you can open doors in that game.
Maybe. Well, you can if it has like a straight line, but not if it has an X.
So you can walk up to a door and open
It's not always in the memories, but when you're like out of the memories,
just
you can open
check
doors.
a door once in a while.
I really like where the story goes. I like
too.
that. So it's told out of order. Kind of you start in the mid, or you start at the end, and then you jump to the middle, and you go all over the place. Even within chapters, sometimes they're chronological, sometimes they're reverse chronological.
Yeah.
Like I just like that second chapter. You kind of the first one's pretty straightforward. It's like the captain shooting a couple guys. And
It's like seems like just a standard mutiny.
yeah, I'm like, oh, it's just a boat story. And then the next chapter, they're like fighting a huge kraken.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, this is the second
this is
event
another
of this
boat
game.
story.
Yeah, and then it just gets weirder from there.
Yeah, it goes on to become very strange, but also very detailed and intricate in
Very
a way
much
sad.
and
Like,
and
honestly,
Cthulhu-esque. And
I wasn't expecting to have a real emotional attachment to the story and some of the characters. Like, obviously, I don't know most of them, but like the captain and specifically the captain's wife and like a lot of that stuff, I was just, obviously they all die. Well,
many of them will
obviously,
die.
most of the people who were on this boat got fucked up.
Yeah.
There's enough skeletons to suggest that things did not go great.
But also in pretty horrific and terrible ways
Right.
that make it's sometimes interesting of like, oh, this person was shot by whom? Or by what? Yeah, and it's very well done. It is very different.
It's got a great ambiance and atmosphere to it. Just like even just walking around the boat, hearing the creaking and the waves and
The cues on the music are very good. Audio work is great. I think it's an exceptional, if nothing else, an exceptional debut for
Yes.
a novel style. But I think
It's
it's
a few
also
things.
I would put it in for best game and best music.
Best style.
I think best style.
Best style.
The visual
I think
style.
the
especially because you can swap between the different computer
Commodore
types.
and-
I think the style, for me, I think it's not my favorite. I think I just like the music over the style in general. I could definitely see it being nominated for best style. For me, that's not where it shines. The music cues are fantastic.
For me, I wanted it to go all the way. And so it's got this like old style, like or old. It's the visual style of it is meant to evoke like that kind of early era of gaming, of computer games,
Early computer games, yeah.
and then you've got all this very high fidelity audio to go with it, and like the creaking of the boat and the music and all this other stuff. Like obviously like the speech and stuff needs to be a certain way because you use that to infer who a person is and all that. But like the style of the visuals and like the music really clashed for me in a
What
way
about
that
like the characters? Like because the characters are more detailed. I mean, they
the
still have,
characters
like,
are
a
more
filter on
detailed,
them.
but it's still got it still fits with that overall look.
Right.
I think so. For me, it's like like I said, the speech needs to be, and then the overall audio I think needs to be the way it is for gameplay reasons. But I wish that it was more dedicated to its old shit.
I think since I don't have an attachment to that early stuff, that I didn't even
Well, I think
notice.
for me, it's like,
odds.
or it should have gone the other way. And like, why is this visual style there then? Because it doesn't.
I mean,
I thought it worked so well for like the insurance kind of aspect of like I am solving this mystery, sort of it's blurry around the
'Cause
edges.
it
I
after the
have to
fact.
kind of
Yeah,
find
okay,
the
yes,
details of
yeah,
it. So
yeah.
I think I didn't see it as like a throwback thing. I think I would have liked it less if it really leaned into it more. But I personally found like the music choices and the look of it and the audio just be really cohesive and like the sort of audio they built with the world of like the creaking ship and like these sort of vignettes of people talking. I felt like it created such an interesting world for me that I think is only enhanced because I didn't have this like high res game to
Sure.
play with. Like I could kind of fill that in with
like
my
that radio play
imagination.
aspect
Yeah.
almost.
I think that that's what the visual style did for me personally, and I didn't really think of it as a throwback, even though it totally
that makes
is.
sense. That
but-
totally makes sense.
I had a very
Yeah.
much a silent movie vibe to it, where you get these title cards with a kind of person at a
Yeah.
piano
There's a
musical
guy
score.
off to the
Yeah.
side reading the lines.
Yes, and
So I
then,
think
and then
if
when
the
you come
music
back
just
in,
sounded like it came out of like an ad lib gold or something, it would have somehow like worked a little better. Like if the rest of the audio was fine, because
Yeah.
again, game plays a certain way. Like
I wonder if the
some-
music,
like maybe that
the
would
music
have.
is so good though. Like
It's so good.
That main menu
It's
theme
so
is.
good.
I've left that on in my apartment just on a loop for hours.
It's very good. It's very percussive at points where it just really highlights a moment where it's just like boom, 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 and it's very
But again,
useful.
what if that sounded like General MIDI?
I would hate it. I would be so
hate it.
upset.
I would be really bummed.
you know,
I think you're alone
Why
on
do
this
you
one,
hate
Jeff.
good sounding General MIDI? It's bad.
I love good sounding General MIDI, but I think in my mind the silent movie aspect
Yeah.
with a full score happening underneath
Makes way more sense.
Is that's happening. Also, I think not only is the visual style evocative of that kind of early like EGA kind of monitor stuff, I think it is also of the style of the drawings
Of the book.
of the
Yeah.
book
Yeah.
and everything like that.
Is this also a best story candidate?
Yes.
Definitely.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Because I feel like for me, especially how the story unfolds in the sort of like non-chronological kind of like I'm piecing together so much of it, I feel like it was so engaging for me. And I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say, but I do think even if I like saw it chronologically, I'd probably still be pretty engaged with the story. But the discovery of it, the way you discover each piece of it, I think
Yeah.
is like so well done.
Yeah, what I've seen of it, I mean, I haven't hit the very end of it yet, but I'm pretty far in, and like I am definitely invested in this mystery in
Yeah.
a way that like I need to see it through to the
Yeah.
end.
And the way they make you invested in the characters is so fascinating, considering what this game is, and you're
Yeah.
sort of just
And
getting
you like
these small
never see
glimpses.
them moving, right? Like you
Yes.
never see them as characters.
But they feel so rich and full.
Yeah.
I liked a lot. The one main complaint I have about it, and I think you share it, is just the relative unease and being able to get from memory to memory. And
Yeah.
it does. Especially at first, you kind of get used to it. You don't really know what tier you're at, whether you're just like on the ship or whether you're in this like diorama or this scene or whatever, or you're in this
Right.
specific death. It's kind of like it's a bit disorienting.
And there's stuff early on where it's like, as it's like kind of swirling out and taking you out of the memory, you're like, why is it doing this?
No, I need to
Is
look
it
at
like,
this stuff. I
No,
need to
I'm
check
still
this out.
looking. Like,
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
that doesn't go away. That always
And-
that
Yeah.
continues.
And especially since it does have the things where it's like if you find someone on the photo and it's like this person appears in these memories, well, let me just hit that and let me go to that if I want to see
Yeah.
that memory.
Yeah.
I
stuff.
wish-
Could be a lot.
Yeah.
I definitely wish there was like an ease of use there. Part of me is like, some of it feels a little bit intentional of like, well, I'm an insurance adjuster. This has to be a little bit manual. But I do think there is stuff that's like, just let me fucking click through this book
Right.
and like find this memory so I can just see the path of this person without having to walk from thing to thing.
I think at the very least they could have. There's a point in that game, a point of no return ish thing, where you have unlocked all the chapters of the book and they ask you if you want to leave. Right, are you ready to go? I think at that point there could have been some kind of story or narrative thing where another delivery happens to that boat, where you get some kind of upgrade for your watch or book or something that lets you then jump throughout those memories, because it really manifests in a troublesome way at the end when you're like, I want to wrap up all of these
Right.
depths.
Yeah.
I don't want to go down to the third deck and jump
Yeah.
into a
It'd be a
memory.
lot more easier to kind of Google what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna make me go down. I just forget I just forget who's standing next to him. Don't
Yeah.
make me jump 4 deaths in.
Right.
Because there are parts in that game too where the only way to reach certain memories is to ping pong off of other people's deaths, because their bodies aren't around on the ship. So you have to jump into a memory, work your way through the memory to another memory, and just be like, oh right, yes, okay, sorry, yes, he did drown. Like, got it.
Yeah.
Which, again, when you're trying to just wrap up everybody at the end, I found myself alt-tabbing out to something and being like, James, okay.
Definitely gets a little
thanks."
tedious.
I was gonna ask if there's any moments in particular that stand out to you guys, because it's kind of all solid. There wasn't any one chapter that like.
I think there's the one chapter where after the Kraken, where I
Yes.
was like, this is going to be kind of silly, and then it got real fucking weird and dark.
It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
you don't know what you're getting into at first when it seems like the mutiny
Yeah.
thing. And then even the Kraken thing, it's like, yeah, it's a sea story, sure. And then it's that next thing.
Soldiers at Sea, I think, is
Yeah,
the one where it's just
Yeah,
like,
it's like, wait,
what
what
the
the-
fuck is on this ship?
What is that thing?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
You're just like, you guys fucked up.
I remember staring at that and being like, I don't know how to classify this as a death. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know what this is.
And that's when it's like even like the visual design of the game. You're like looking around. You're like, I can't tell if this thing's just fucking weird or if that's an explosion. What is this thing?
It definitely goes from like that Kraken thing to be like, oh, okay, yeah, you're fighting a giant squid monster to like, well, you guys are fucked. This one bad in a real horrible way. Yeah. I don't know if it's my favorite moment. I don't think it would stand up to scrutiny near the end, but it is in enough other categories where I'm very happy to see this game celebrated.
Yes,
Cool.
I think this game is truly phenomenal.
Best music, best story,
Debut.
Best style.
best debut. Best game and best style.
Yeah.
Are a hell of a game.
All right. Yeah.
That's a lot of categories.
Yeah.
Continue talking amongst yourselves.
Best style.
So what else?
Yeah.
What else is going
Games
on?
are good.
I can. I'm going to roll right into the next one here.
Yeah. What do we got?
I think that's
oh,
all of
yeah.
them. That was a lot.
All right, Vinny. Why don't you tell me about Exapunks?
Vinny, what's up with Xbox?
Exapunks is a Zachtronics game, which means that it is a game about systems with limited functions that you then use to solve complex problems. When I say system, this is essentially a coding interface, right? You are
Like a simple programming language,
a very
visualized.
a very simple program. Oh, no, it's abstracted, but you are typing in.
Right.
It is abstracted in the interface with little robots that are doing your bidding, but you are basically making for loops and jump to and go to code to execute things in an 80s hacker style. Things that you would think an 80s hacker would do, releasing $20 bills from an ATM.
Yeah, hacking an ATM, I feel like is the 80s dream.
Yes. Dialing into radio stations and hacking their playlists.
All Huey Lewis all the time.
In an effort to get medication so that you can keep your cyborg parts functioning.
Oh, yeah,
on you. It is very much in that style. You're undermining the system.
Love to undermine the system.
This is all presented through the kind of stage drama of you are getting hacker zines, which are you can print out physically, and that's where all of the how to hack stuff is in this kind of PDF. That
Like
you
just
get.
kind of teach you the programming language, even like a little bit.
Can you literally print from the game?
Yep.
It has printer support.
It says print, and it's got the margins on it.
Incredible.
I mean, your character doesn't print it, but
Yeah.
the thing comes up with like, do you want to print this or save this as a PDF?
Yeah.
And then you have to leave the game to go look at it. So you have to leave, and you look through it, and everything is presented in narrative. So the tutorials are presented in narrative as like, hey man, I just figured out how to hack ATMs.
Yeah.
Or like Whiskey Tango has a great story on hacking modems. You should check it out. And you go read through it and like, hey, I figured out the system. This is how they do it. And that stuff's neat. It is hard. It ramps up the difficulty immediately, so there is no ramp. You just kind of get through this tutorial, and you're like, oh, you're going to make me learn this, huh? But once you find out what it wants, you're going to use a lot of the basic tools over and over again. Once you figure out how these loops work and how you're making these little robots go, you're going to figure that out. And the game really shines in you write your code to accomplish a task, but you have to accomplish that task over 100 different permutations. So it will so you can say go to the blue thing and take the red thing, but in the second permutation the thing will be yellow and you got to go to the green thing. So you have to make sure you write your code in a style that allows you to accomplish itself over these different permutations, and that's really fun. It has to be flexible enough to do these things, and once you see it start running and it speeds up because it's a Zachtronics game, you can see it run through these permutations really fast. It's amazing to watch, and you feel very, very awesome when you're done and you've done it, and the little thing graph comes up with where you rank against the average of where other people rank on this puzzle, right? Like, oh, I solved this fucking fast, and you idiots are dumb. Your robots can make other robots. They can kill their robots. You usually have to leave without leaving a trace of your robots in it. It's very neat. It's very particular. It is
like a
that is an
Zachtronics
understatement.
game. It is, yeah. But this is, I feel like, and I've been like, I downloaded this and then saved got the PDFs out and then was like, oh, I can't do this right now. I've got other things going on. But man, this is probably how I'm going to spend my break, is like learning this code, because it looks like, and from talking to you about it, it seems like the code is like 80s era basic, which is where I stopped.
There are only about there's only about 6 or 7 commands in it, and they have some permutations. It is basically
it's just like
true false statements.
It's just figuring out the logic of it,
Yes.
and that sounds super exciting.
Yeah, it really is very fun. it is exhausting to figure out a puzzle. You figure it out, and you're like, fuck, man, I did that with the skin of my teeth. My code's a mess. It's terrible. It's not efficient.
Did you comment?
I wouldn't ship this.
Low on the leaderboards, but it compiles, it runs.
It runs, and then you open up the next one, like, shut it down. I'm not doing another one. I hardly got through that other one. And then, like, a day later, you're like, I'm going to go take a look at this one. You start coding it, and you're like, I think I can make this work. I'm close on this one. And that loop just repeats itself over and over. So I would put this in... The style is great. I don't think the music is that good.
It's no hacknet.
It for what it's trying to do, it could be better. I think. I mean, the only thing I would probably put it in is very loosely in best moment or sequence of getting your code to work is just some of the top-notch best fulfilling things in games like I had this year. You're on your own there, just trying to make code work, and you really have nothing to rely on but how smart you think you are. And so, like, at the end, you are definitely patting yourself on the fucking back, being like, yeah, I might be able to hack an ATM. And I would put it in best game just because it's going to be high on my list. So it's a very selfish best game.
I think we're all entitled to one or two of those.
Yeah.
I'll write it under best game. And also that other category.
Yep. The best moment or sequence.
Yes. Okay. I think it's time for another break. And then we will come back and continue on with day 3.
All right.
All right, we're back with more of day 3, and this giant list of games trundles along. Next up, Lethal League Blaze.
It's just fun to say.
Lethal League
Blaze.
So is Lethal League Blaze, is it different than Lethal League, or is this the official Lethal League?
Vinny, I'm glad you asked.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it's kind of like it's Lethal League 2. It is a sequel. They make some changes in here that I think really help the game play better. Lethal League was already like a really fun game to pick up, play a few rounds, kind of not think about anymore. So the kind of major differences in this one right out the bat is you
Don't encourage him.
you don't get instantly killed anymore if you get hit. It's now
you have a life meter.
you've got a life bar, and the speed of the ball, like how fast the ball is going to factor into how much life you lose. So if you have a really good rally, you might die in one hit, but if like you just kind of swing and miss at the beginning, it's not going to reset everything just because you like fucked up a little bit. You'll take a little bit of damage and then just reset. So the ball doesn't just constantly reset to that really slow speed. You can get up to those 10,000 miles per hour volleys faster. Which I think makes the game just flow a lot better.
Do they give you the option to do single hit kills? Like, can you get back to Lethal League 1? So this makes it probably the best version. Yeah. Okay.
Totally. Yeah, you can go back to stocks. There's a lot more like rules and modifiers than the last one. The last one had like a couple different rule sets. This one feels more fleshed out. There's all the characters from the first one are back, plus a few additional ones that I think are pretty cool designs.
Yeah, totally. I think they fit in, quite well.
A lot more camera stuff and spinning.
So they kind of did this from the ground up, like redid the engine essentially. So it's done in like a 3D engine, still presented in a 2D style, but it's got like that cool ass Guilty Gear. Like when somebody dies, does that 3D spin around? It's pretty rad looking. These characters look really good in 3D.
Yeah.
There's some good single player content as well, like some story branch and stuff, and lots of stuff to unlock. And
they're trying to outlaw Lethal League, and you have to fight the government to keep sports legal
through Lethal League.
Okay.
I mean, it is called Lethal League. I could see why someone might want to step in and say maybe this is not
called,
all right.
It's not called Legal League.
Yeah.
right.
And the story stuff is like good. It's got branching paths. It's it's like a single player fighting game story kind of. You get what you get.
Yeah.
You play against difficult computers. It's a little bit of a bummer that there's a lot of the stuff you have to unlock.
And it's expensive.
It is.
As hell, like, in-game currency or whatever. But, you went through the entire story mode and you only had enough to, like,
unlock most of the characters.
Right.
So like all the original characters come unlocked, and then all the new characters you have to unlock.
So there's still things like there's stages to unlock. Yeah, there's
Soundtrack,
yeah, which
costumes,
is a big bummer
modes.
as well. There's too
Training
much
mode
stuff.
2.
Yeah, the training mode needs to be unlocked.
Like the advanced tactics
You have to
training
pay
mode.
in-game currency to
Yeah,
unlock it.
and that one's really cheap, but
Sure,
like some of
but
them.
still, that's
It's weird.
A strange move. I get that they want to make their game appealing to people who want to pour a lot of time into it, but I think instead of just showing you what you can't access, it's the best way to do that is to give you more stuff
It's
than
just
you thought.
one. It's just one more way for them to make it slightly like Smash.
sure.
You know? Yeah, I think it's got a tremendous soundtrack too.
Yeah.
I would say it's probably belongs on Best Music.
For sure. They got
The
what's
Jet
his
Set
name?
Radio.
Yeah, the Jet Set composer to do a track, which is really good.
And evocative of that Jet Set style, which is great too.
Yeah,
Is this the best style?
I think it is the best.
Put it down.
Because
For,
Put it down.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's-
I'm thinking about what you were saying with the 3D.
Yeah, put it in there because it's just the way the music, just the visual design of
It's
just
got
like
such
this
a solid
boombox, like it's
aesthetic.
just definitely aesthetic, absolutely.
it has its own identity. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We've already got it down for music. I'm not sure about best game. I don't know. I think I'm gonna pass
No,
on that.
unfortunately, I haven't had time to play a ton more past what we did in the quick look.
I'm
around
actively put off by having to unlock all of that shit.
there. It's an interesting choice for sure.
And I in playing it, like I think the changes they made are smart, but it is still very much like Lethal League 1, which is to say it's a really great. But I played a lot of Lethal League 1, and I don't find myself going back for Blaze the way I thought I might.
Yeah, same.
Okay, done. Next up, a game I would like to nominate for Best Name of the Year, and Dave Alaska's personal Game of the Year, Johnny Turbo's Arcade Heavy Burger.
Oh, Johnny
Heavy
Turbo's
Burger.
is still
Oh,
around?
Heavy
I
B.
thought Johnny Turbo's closed down.
No, Giant Turbo's
Still slinging the
if
milkshakes.
you want vaguely 50s-esque
Yeah.
diner food,
What games they still have? What games they have in the old
They got Heavy
arcade?
Burger.
Okay.
they
What's
got
that about?
it's a compilation cabinet with Burger Time,
Okay, that's a great game.
Karate Champ,
That's a good game.
Bad Dudes versus Dragon Ninja,
Okay.
Okay.
and Heavy Barrel
Okay.
and Side Pocket. It's a pool game.
Did you get Karate Champ?
I got Karate Champ.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
They gave Peter Pepper a gun.
Yeah.
Well, that's that
They
sounds dangerous.
gave Peter Pepper the guns from Heavy Barrel. So Heavy Burger.
Good luck explaining this one.
All right, Heavy Burger is a multiplayer focused game. You know, if you're playing alone, you're playing with bots. It is a Nidhogg like in that you are pushing one way or the other across multiple screens. And each one of these screens is themed after a different Data East classic. So you have one screen that is the bad dudes screen, where it's like, oh, this dude's on fire, and then the bad dudes are going to show up and try to kick you. And you are trying to get a bag of money and run it all the way to one end and into the bank at the end to win. And whoever does that wins. If you, on the other team, you're trying to shoot those players, which makes them drop the money, then you pick up the money and try to run it back the other way. So you go through a Burger Time stage, you go through a Heavy Barrel stage, you go through a Side Pocket stage. So you're like running on a pool table and the balls are flying all over the place. And if the ball hits you, it'll kill you and you'll have to respawn. And so it becomes this struggle through like these graphics kind of ripped out of Data East arcade games that are all kind of coming at you at once.
Yes.
And it's a nightmare and it's ridiculous and it's a great idea, but it's a crazy idea. And it's insane to think that someone came up with this. But they did, and then not only that, they developed it into a thing and sold it, and it wasn't just someone's fever dream on paper.
And Data East got behind it.
And yes, they went and got the Data East license.
This feels fueled by cocaine.
It's
Yes.
Sure.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess.
Playing it, yes, you could definitely see that.
But it's just it's got it's got a fever dream like quality to it that it's just like, man, you really threw all these Data East graphics together in a way that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I sure love that you did.
It's amazing. This seems like such a ROM hack, such a bootleg thing that it's amazing that this is an official product. This feels like, what is that Street Fighter Rainbow?
Rainbow Edition.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to hit start and turn into the guy from Heavy Barrel, and then press start again and
Yes.
turn to It's
Yeah, it feels like some weird fan project, and yet it has the blessing of the license holder.
And that's what
Like,
makes it
it's
kind of
bizarre.
amazing that you can purchase this legally. But also the trappings of it, the way it goes from screen to screen, the kind of wrapping around the actual
Yes.
game
yeah
works.
it pulls out to a fake arcade and then pans back into this new screen as you go, and
Like that transition between our cabinets is probably the biggest example of why I want to put it in best style.
Yeah.
Like, this game just has a kinetic quality to it. The way everything moves back and forth and explodes and shakes and just like
and they're using sound effects from throughout all these games too.
There's just an
and, you know,
energy to it when you play it.
yeah,
That's really weird.
it's
Just
chaos.
a sensory overload
Yeah,
when I'm
yes.
watching this.
And I like it for about 2 to 3 sessions.
I
And
play
then-
about 3 matches and then I'm
Yeah,
good.
it's like the premise wears thin pretty quickly.
There's like really no depth
yeah,
in terms of
Well,
like
I wouldn't say
where you
that.
different
there's
ways
a,
to
there's
play.
a dodge roll.
There's a bunch of different
No,
weapons.
I'm sorry.
but
It-
like game, you just
I mean, like there's the one mode.
right. Yeah, and you can set it like if you just want 5 lock and chase screens in a row, you can set it like that, or you know whatever
But it's
variety
kind
you
of
want.
just
But it,
the same thing. You shoot. You
Well, yeah,
move from
but
left
like
to right
that's
or right to
every
left.
every cabinet is different though. You know, it's like the side pocket
Yeah.
cabinet has pool balls that bounce all over the place.
and that's
like,
why I would say like that's why I say Nidhogg, because Nidhogg is like that also. you
Yeah.
know? And this was priced. I want to say it was more expensive on Switch than it was on PC in a way that
the
made
Nintendo
that made
tax.
it seem weird. That maybe the Switch version was not a great value. Also, it runs better on PC.
Yeah, I thought the Switch version was fine until I saw the PC version, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh, this is twice
It does
as
not run
smooth.
great. And so I just think it's a really crazy premise, and I'm glad it exists. It's a nightmare.
It is.
And I appreciate the shit out of it.
The matches can get really grueling.
Yeah,
And hectic.
and you get down to sudden death, and
Yeah.
there's not a lot of options. We were wondering because there's talk of unlocks that it read one way, you read it and go like, oh, am I going to unlock actual real Burger Time as an option here? No, you unlock a picture of a 3D model of a Burger Time cabinet that you can pan around.
Yeah, that's
it's useless.
just a bummer.
But you can't play it.
You cannot play
Yeah,
it.
the fact that the real games are not in here is pretty
seems-
disappointing.
That would have been neat.
That would have been neat.
I think that would have made me feel a lot better about this whole thing. Honestly,
Karnov Data East?
yes.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
Karnov
Karnov
shows up
is
and he
totally
sends
in there.
fire on you in the bad dude stage
Yep.
because he's also a boss in Bad Dudes.
He's a motherfucker.
He's a bad dude.
And he's a mother. Yes, Karnov also a motherfucker. And yeah, it's chaos, and I think it's cool that they made it. And I feel like you should play it. You should check it out.
Yeah, if you
yeah.
guys haven't played it, you should check it out. for
But
sure.
also, like don't expect that it's going to be necessarily something that you're going to play for a long time. to
yeah,
come.
it's not something you play.
Hey,
every day,
sometimes you just hang art on the wall, right?
Sometimes you
Yeah.
just want a
Appreciate it.
style exercise.
I mean, it seems like the kind of thing you'd play code 2-3 times a year, like Nidhogg. You know, Just like, we haven't played that in a while.
Yeah,
Let's play a little bit of that.
Nidhogg whenever you got a chance.
I would probably, I would probably, I have more affinity for Nidhogg, I would say.
It's a
But,
purer game for sure.
yeah.
but-
I would say this is
I like Heavy Burger
best
a lot.
style makes sense.
yeah,
I don't know that I would necessarily put it anywhere else.
yeah. I
Like
mean,
best debut, maybe. I don't know.
I mean,
It's kinda- I like that it's it calls out Peter Pepper by name. Not enough people talk about Peter Pepper these days.
Does the hot dog with sneakers have a name?
I think it's Mr. Hot Dog.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it's
That's
always
a
like
good name
Mr.
for him.
Pickle Chips, Mr. Egg,
Okay.
Mr. Hot Dog.
That's good.
Yeah.
He's not the same guy from PO'd, right?
No, different guy.
Okay.
Different guy.
All right.
PO'd, that's a whole different universe.
Oh,
There's a
I see.
whole different ball of wax.
Gotcha.
You can read my PO'd fan fiction for more.
yeah.
What
I
do you
think-
think? What do you think if this had been released as a Data East collection, where in Frog Fraction style, you're just playing Burger Time?
Oh,
and suddenly instead of picking up the pepper, you pick up the gun.
Yeah.
and
That would have been.
that would be incredible.
Yeah, I think if this was like a Data East compilation that also had this mode in it, it would be amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, that seems a lot more palatable for like the price point.
Yeah.
You get into weird issues of like selling people a product that they didn't sign up for.
No, it would
and-
definitely have the real games in it.
and also maybe not hitting as wide an audience as you could if it was just a retro game.
Burger
collection.
Time is a great game.
Yeah.
Burger
Holds
Time.
up.
You're making hamburgers.
I'm glad we can get to the real issues here in the Game of the Year discussions. Burger Time is a great game.
It is a great game. It is difficult. It is there's strategy to it.
Why is that food so angry?
Well, it's the food.
cooking 'em.
You're gonna squash that hot dog
Mr.
between
Hot
a
Dog.
bun, Mr. Hot Dog.
You're gonna get. It's like you're getting a hamburger, and then you're like, "What if I put some hot dogs on this?"
delicious.
Damn, I'd eat that.
And an egg.
There you go.
Put
Or an egg.
on it.
And an
Hell
egg.
yeah.
And pickles.
Why are the hot dogs anthropomorphized and the hamburgers are not? Why is the hot dog a person and the hamburger is an
Oh, it's not
inanimate
Mr.
object?
Hamburger.
Yeah.
Now that is a tough question.
Would Mr. Hot Dog eat a hamburger?
Yes.
Well,
No.
maybe is the hamburger not a hamburger until it's all assembled?
That's right. These are just the pieces.
When you put them together, though, they don't just get up and walk away.
Plus, Peter Pepper is stepping on your hamburger, which is not sanitary.
Yeah,
They
that's
probably would shut that place down.
I mean, he's a chef. I trust him.
What if he's got little meat
Shoes.
tenderizers?
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
bottom?
Maybe it's he's wearing cleats.
Sanitized.
He's walking
yeah.
around.
If Ratatouille, a rat can make delicious meals, why can't a
Well, the
man
rat
walk
doesn't
alone?
touch the food.
Yeah,
He
he does.
controls the humans.
I feel like we
Okay,
may have gotten
but-
slightly off track here.
okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. Alex.
That's the chaos that Heavy Burger.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I've done nearly enough cocaine to make that work. Sorry.
It's the best style.
What did you use your break time for?
Not that, sadly.
Oh, you didn't prepare then.
No, clearly not.
For the next game, which is Red Dead Redemption 2.
I heard of that.
Yeah.
So this brings together a lot of Data East arcade classics.
Peter Pepper. You can name a horse
Oh,
Peter
Red
Pepper.
Dead.
Man, if Peter Pepper was in Red Dead,
He's the new he's Pearson.
Okay. All right.
Based on some of the shit I've been Googling since I finished it, I can't guarantee that he's not in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Based on,
Yeah.
like, there's a cave that Satan lives in, apparently.
Yeah,
There's
there's a lot.
aliens
I've been
and-
looking up more of the
Nice.
secret stuff now
Yeah,
too, and trying
there's
to
a
find
lot.
it. There's a vampire.
I never found that robot that escaped either.
I found the
Is there a robot?
vampire.
Oh
Dude,
yeah,
yeah,
I found
you
the
didn't do that
vampire
side mission?
too.
No.
Oh my god.
It's cool.
You didn't do the side mission where
The
the
robot?
the
No.
crazy
like-
Tesla stand-in
Yeah.
brings
Yeah.
a robot to life, and then you go back to his lab
There's
later,
like-
and he's laying there
The
dead on the
electric
floor.
chair guy?
No, this is a different
Whoa!
guy.
Spoiler alert.
The boat guy.
Oh, did you never meet the guy where you pilot his toy boat?
I did that.
Yeah,
We
okay.
shoot
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
and then
he
you have to
shows
like
up
meet him
later.
on the top of a mountain.
His lab
Oh, I
is
didn't do
his
that.
lab is at the very top of the map. And if you go up there, you do another mission for him where you go out in a rainstorm and like you're almost getting struck by lightning, and then he brings a robot to life.
So I never got past that point. I did that one.
Oh, but
and
you
then
never
I
went
didn't-
back to the
I
lab?
never
No,
went
I
back
have
to the
to go
lab.
back.
I just
didn't know.
I only knew because there's a trophy for like discover the fate of
Yeah,
Professor
Okay.
Dragic.
I was waiting for his little thing to pop back up again.
If you go there, you can loot an electric lamp that replaces your lantern.
Yes. Okay, I'm
really
doing that
cool.
tonight.
It's really
that,
cool.
Like that is the thing I really love about Red Dead. I think that is my most favorite part. Is all of the small aspects of it. I still enjoy the overarching story. I haven't finished it yet. I will.
You're
in
gonna get spoiled
2
here,
months.
just
I'm
to
sure.
warn you.
No, I know.
I
I'm
feel
prepared for that.
bad
That's
about
fine.
it, but yeah.
I don't care. I mean, I am enjoying my slow trickle, and I don't think spoiling it will spoil my enjoyment of it. But I really love riding along and running into someone who's like, hey, look over this cliff. Like, I think that guy fell. And then, like, picking his pockets and discovering he, like, just got married. And his wife, you know, I keep going back to his cabin, and his wife keeps writing and being like, I thought you were going to pick me up at my mother's house. What just happened? I'm so sad. Like, I love those smaller moments in the game. I think they're so phenomenal and just make it feel like such a rich world.
And it's densely packed with those.
Yes.
Like, that is what that world does. Is it just every single like corner is layered with something.
It just feels so alive to me.
Yeah.
And I love exploring it. Like the way I've been playing is I'm going around and I am stumbling upon that stuff, and I'm going to each corner of the map, and I'm looking at each little square on my map to see like what kind of like home this is or weird little bungalow I'm going to stumble on. And then when I'm bored of that, I play more of the story, and then eventually I will probably go back to exploring a bit more too. And I'm loving that cycle.
Yeah.
I think I wanted those random little encounters to have more consequence, because I do think they were really cool, especially in the early parts of the game. It's just like you never know quite what story you're going to get, and they do seem more fleshed out than just the like, oh, bandits took my stuff, go get them. But outside of just the occasional ones where it's like you see the guy in front of the general store or something, it's like, you saved me from that snake bite. Go take a gun on me. Like
Oh, you
that
mean,
happened
like,
to me like 4 times.
Stuff
and those
popping
are like,
up later.
yeah, and like outside of the bigger story ones and everything, there's no real consequence.
Some
to
of
a lot
those, some of
encounters.
those extend out in pretty good ways, like the prisoner who you shoot his like the handcuffs or the foot cuffs off his feet or whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
or the veteran with the horse.
well, also that prisoner in particular, because like you could say like, you know, yes, they repeat events because they only made so many of them, but in that case, the way they repeat that event is that it's the same guy every time. And Arthur just starts giving
don't
him
think
more
I
and more
ever
shit
noticed
about like,
that.
hey, maybe don't get yourself caught next time.
That's a
So-
bummer
I'm
because
not going to keep doing this for you.
I freed him the second time, and then I accidentally pulled my gun on him, and he ran away and started swearing at me, and I never saw him again.
That's a bummer.
Oh, that stinks.
I don't think you doing that would necessarily negate the possibility of him showing up
Okay.
again.
Oh, actually, I think I had something similar.
Maybe I just
happen.
never
Yeah,
ran
you just
into
never
him
ran.
again.
That's the thing, is that like there were definitely people I scared off from quests, and then they showed up again.
How many times
I-
would you estimate you accidentally pulled a gun on someone when you intended to like
30, maybe.
Highlight them
Personally,
to
very
say,
rare.
Yeah,
I
I would
don't-
say
all the time.
like
Definitely
a half
front-loaded.
dozen total.
Like definitely, it happened a ton at the beginning, and then
Yeah.
like maybe after the first 10 hours, like 5 times.
Yeah,
I
I
feel
just-
like it didn't happen that much.
I
for
mean,
me.
I guess in my mind, the left trigger went from aim gun to interact with. Like that's the key change you have to make in your head.
But then it says R2 to like
draw a
aim
weapon, yeah.
And so it's like I feel like I've tried it both ways a million times. Where it's like, okay, do I hold R2 and then can I let go of L2, or do I tap it? And like,
Yeah, I
both
never
ways
did
I
that.
like
Let
shooting
go.
someone's head off.
I get the confusion. Like I'll say up front that I didn't think I liked this game for the first 5 hours or so until I kind of just gave myself over to it. But like, yeah, you have to think about how they handle interactions with the world in this game. L2 is not aim a gun, right? It's lock onto thing, and then here's a list of things you can do to it,
Right.
And R2 just happens to be pull gun on it, but there's also greet and antagonize.
Yeah, I just
and
wait till I
dismiss
get
and
like
diffuse
the
and-
actual little pop up of like the person's
Yeah.
name and everything.
like pull gun on person just became another thing in that list as opposed to the
Right.
one thing you do.
Since
I
we're
will
talking about
say-
controls, I really quickly wanted to say like the controls were one of my biggest issue for this game. For I'd say the first 2/3 of it, I really got my handle down the last 2 chapters, let's say, but just there was such a huge disconnect for me because I mentioned this on the Bombcast, but the fact that like picking up a hat, a gun, or an item are all different buttons. Like there is no button to pick something up. It's like square if you want to pick up an item, L1 if you want to pick up a gun,
Triangle to loot.
triangle to loot, picking up a hat.
It's
I think
square.
okay, picking up a hat,
The
is,
hat is
square.
square.
There are 3 different pick up a thing buttons, and not knowing which is which in the middle of like a firefight was very upsetting.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, I mean they made some choices when
Yeah.
it came to the controls and how they sort of like layered that stuff on top of each other, and some of those choices are undoubtedly confusing, and some of them don't really necessarily get better just by practicing. Like it still just feels a little bit awkward.
yeah.
It's the polar opposite of what Abby was saying earlier about Spider-Man. How even people who don't play a lot of games, it's just intuitive. It kind of works
Yes.
the way you expect it to work all the
It's
time.
the opposite of
Red
that.
Dead. I felt the entire 70+ hours I played with it, I was constantly fighting with its
Struggling,
systems
yeah.
and its controls. And
I
its-
don't know. I was the world's best Red Dead Redemption 2 player by the time I finished.
Yeah.
the game, so
I
I'm not
wouldn't-
sure what to say.
Yeah, my feeling is not that I was constantly fighting against it. I think there was a point where it definitely clicked for me relatively early on, and there were moments where it felt a little awkward or a little cumbersome, but I wasn't like having like a wrestling match with it. You know, like
I think there are definitely clunky controls. Like that should be updated. But I also think I played so much GTA 5, I really didn't think about the controls all that much. Yes, you have this weird menu system, and like I punched my horse in the gut a couple times, and then after
I
that
never
I
punched
kind
my
of.
horse. What's wrong with you?
I punched my horse a couple of times.
What's wrong with you
But
people?
I feel like after
Ravioli's
that-
beautiful. I would never punch him.
I kind of settled into it, and it wasn't a
Yeah.
huge issue for me. I can totally understand why it would be, but I didn't have that issue.
See, I mean, I played a ton of GTA 5
Yeah.
and found the controls to be, it's particular in
It's
their
specific.
specific way.
Yes.
But like, I felt like none of that transferred over to Red Dead
Oh,
for
really?
me, where it was just like, oh, right, this is kind of similar, but like more sluggish in some ways.
Yeah.
I feel
and
like
just-
you kind of summed it up on a regular podcast a while back, which is that I think you said like you put up with it in GTA because you like GTA.
yeah,
something. And I think that's
certainly,
kinda-
yeah. There's an aspect to it of just like, well, like I found those stories and those characters interesting and worth going through. Whereas this, I was just like, no.
It
And
also
I-
doesn't
I was
feel
been-
nearly as sluggish in GTA.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, I went back and played GTA after playing Red Dead and just like moved the left stick and went like, oh,
Yeah.
he's walking already.
There's
and in
still
Red
a
Dead,
momentum.
No,
Yeah, there's
like,
a bit of
th-
momentum
Yeah,
to
it is
it,
not.
but-
It is not an arcade game,
Right,
It is,
but
there's
Red
still,
Dead is full on, like just
like-
oh man,
like,
every time you get
the
to
thing-
camp,
the-
it takes
yeah,
forever to
man.
walk
I don't-
through it.
why
The
would you do
thing
that?
I would say is that, of course, the character movement is slow and kind of cocksure because Arthur Morgan is basically the video game equivalent of the Marlboro Man.
Kinda, yeah.
Like he is just fucking.
He is your handsome Longmire
like
dad.
he's literally like a dude made out of like I don't know, like gunpowder and leather and
But if you're-
gumption.
if you're
basically,
supposed
Like,
to be able to
mosey.
play him,
Yeah.
And
like-
facial hair.
if you're supposed to be able to play him freely enough to make him like the worst serial killer in the world or the most noble, Western dude, you should at least have the freedom to like, oh well, I would like him to run. At
well,
this
out in the
point,
world,
or-
you run. Like the only
Yeah,
places
you
you can't
have a
run
run.
are
Why
in
do
the
they
camp and
constrain
inside
you-
small buildings. Like anywhere you need to run, you
Yeah.
can run, and the run is
You
pretty
kinda
much
can.
instantaneous.
Running around around Saint Denis is dangerous. Like,
Well,
Yeah,
You
because there's
can bump
people
into
around.
people,
there is a
but-
momentum to the movement that you have to account for.
And it
like
is
it's
so
not.
slow in camp, and you go to camp a lot,
dude, I
and I
fucking love that.
hate that shit.
I never go to
it
camp,
never bothered
though.
me.
Really?
You don't go
No.
to camp?
I go to camp
Like,
here and there, but it's not the main thing.
The camp
I
is
do.
where some of the
Being-
best like
Yeah.
story
Yeah,
moments
no,
being,
are.
totally.
being in
Yeah.
camp is where the heart of that game is. Like getting to know those characters, listening to
Like,
the life stories
And
like
when-
they tell.
When you're in the mode where you want to do that, where it's like, oh, I want to go to this party and hang out and talk to everyone. Yes, but sometimes you just want to like return a pelt or something, or you
Yeah.
got to go accept
Yeah.
a mission.
Yes.
It's like, all right, hitch the horse, then here we go, and it's like the worst version
Oh,
of
wait,
the like
you don't-
Gears walk and talk shit.
if you just ride the horse into camp and all that stuff, like teleports to the guy.
I know, but you still like
You
to
don't-
walk
you don't-
over to Pearson.
Yeah, you have to
like,
walk
You
to
can
him.
skip the little like
Yeah, you
I'm
don't
putting
have
the
to-
pelt
you
on
don't
my
have to carry
thing,
it to
but-
him.
Right.
It was never a thing I gave a second thought. Like it was hearing you guys talk about it more and more, like I certainly considered it, but like as I was playing, when I was in the camp, like to me, that was my time where I was there to experience what was going on with those characters around me. And like the idea of rushing through that just never actually occurred to me. Like there are certainly times when you're in camp and there's not really that much going on. So it's like, okay, I'm just going to walk over to my horse and go. But even sometimes when I thought that, like, someone would run up to me as I was starting to walk to my horse and, like some conversation would start happening in the background that I wanted to like absorb.
Yeah.
And that to me was the thing that really drove me in that game was those camp moments, was those times, from the sing-alongs on down to the weird arguments and drama and bullshit, like just the stuff, the camp and the crew has this like incredibly lively feel to it that
Just reminded me of Sean and Karen getting drunk and boning in the tent, and you
Yep.
could run up and heckle them through the
Yes.
closed tent door
like
while
there's
they're
so many
doing it.
little cool things like
What
that.
button was that?
Probably circle.
Yeah. Like so many of those things like happen over the course of the game in the different camps, and the obviously the main trials and tribulations of the gang and the adventure and Arthur and all that are the big draw. But like the thing I kept going back to, and the thing I was like sort of semi role playing, was this notion that like if I've been out for a while, I need to go back to the camp
Yeah.
because they're going to wonder where I am, even
Yeah.
though they don't necessarily.
So-
but, yeah.
I don't know how much to get into this stuff because it's not my experience. Like I've gone deep in just reading like, oh, here's how other ways things can play out, or like
Right.
weird side details you might have missed. Apparently, if you stay out in the world for too long, for like over a week or whatever, Dutch totally sends Charles after you to bring you home.
Really?
Like the game is so fucking bursting with stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, it
Yeah.
blows my mind. Like they have built a world of such a scale and a like richness and depth and complexity and level of interactivity that it bowls me over. Like it's
Yeah.
astonishing what's in this game, and I almost feel like it's unfair because it's got to be the most expensive game ever made.
Well,
like,
and especially from a labor perspective as well, it certainly is.
there's also that like it's a $60 product, like people buy it off the shelf just like any other game, but like how many other developers would convince a publicly traded publisher to spend this much on a single game,
Yeah, and not to mention, as a game where, again, they are making choices like, nah, you need to look through every single fucking drawer.
Yeah.
And you got to see an animation for it every single time. You got to skin all these animals. You got to do all that shit. Like,
It's like they just took the criticism of the skinning and the cancelable skinning animation from Red Dead 1 and we're like, no, fuck you guys.
They did a
Right,
lot of
but I
things
feel-
like that.
I feel like with Red Dead 1, the reason why I wanted to skip that was I feel like the reason why I was doing it was different. Like the reason why I hunt, the reason why I look through drawers feels very different than what I was doing in Red Dead 1. Red Dead 1 felt very much like I'm checking off my list so I can like unlock this thing, but this is more for the immersive world. Like I am hunting so I can bring meat back to the camp.
I think that is the key difference for me. Yeah, I 100%ed Red Dead 1, but it
Yes.
was because I like the game, but it was also because like, oh, there's an achievement for it. Like I just want to fill out
Sure.
this list of tasks. Whereas, yeah, like the thing I did in this game that I have never done before is doing things just purely for A, the joy of doing them, and B, because it's what I think the character would do.
Yes,
think-
I have pet
and
my
it's-
horse so many times and
it's
it
a-
never gets old.
It's a level of like, I feel like a fucking dork saying it, but it's a level of like RPing that I never thought I would
Yeah.
care about.
I'm with you on that. I really was role playing my Arthur Morgan the way I thought he would do things. Like I really became attached to that character, which made certain things a bummer. Of like, okay, so when I started the game, I went in with the intention of playing a very low morality character. I was like, I'm gonna go through and just see like the negative aspects of this game. I'm gonna be a real shitbag and see what it does to me. And it was just so boring because all the good rewards, like running into the person with the snake bite. If you help them, you gain karma and then you get a free gun. If you don't help him, you can, I don't know, loot him for $1.38.
So I found, again, this is something I only know from reading forums. There are tangible benefits to being bad, like you get better
You
prices
get-
at the fence.
And you get better present defense.
you loot
better
more money off
odds
of
of
corpses.
That's all
sneak
math stuff.
Yeah,
Opposed to,
oil.
like,
And that's the thing they never completely tied together with both games. Like the morality system never really felt like it meant anything.
It means way more than you think, and I didn't know any of this either until I went and looked it up. But a
Yeah.
ton of the late game stuff plays out very differently based on your honor level.
It does, and I had low honor, and that's the
Oh,
thing.
no.
Like, oh yeah, I go into everything with morality system just being a big shitbag. But that's what it didn't really work for me in this, because at first I played him like he was just awful, robbing and doing every possible negative thing you could do. But the characterization of Arthur and every interaction he has with everyone, he's just such this like nice aw shucks guy that like I felt weird, and it's like I can't play him like this asshole.
They're definitely
here.
pushing you if you want to play consistently with the performance and the writing
And I did.
toward a more positive kind of thing.
But
yeah,
at the same
so, like,
time,
there were
like,
times where if somebody needed help, my Arthur, it's like, well, he wouldn't just like shoot that dude. He'd probably help that.
But there's also like and this is another thing that there's a little bit of incongruity, but like there are conversations you will have with some of the matrons of the camp, and like they're asking you how you're doing or whatever.
Those,
and there's
those little almost like therapy sessions.
yeah,
like
and there's times where he's talking about like I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just killing random people.
Yeah.
I'm
And
I'm
those-
doing shit that I wouldn't normally do.
those change based on what you've been doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I got one that's like I'm killing animals just because, and it's like I was trying to hunt. I was trying to.
And sometimes those things don't even if you are playing it a certain way, it still feels like maybe he's discussing stuff in a way that isn't 100% like accurate to what you were doing. But like there are like they do try and acknowledge either way that you're going. It isn't 100% successful, is what I would say.
I had that, and I was playing straight as an arrow, and it was like I'm murdering everybody and killing all these
to be
animals,
fair-
and it was like, no, you're not. You have played it straight, and maybe I ran over a couple of rabbits accidentally.
Yeah.
But like Arthur, like chill the fuck out. Like you are gonna be okay.
To be fair, even when you are playing nice, you still shoot a lot of people. Granted, most of them are very bad people.
I
But
had gotten that thing, and I don't think I had done 2 story missions yet. So like
Yeah.
I had just been out there hunting deer. Like Arthur's just trying to make good for the camp, and he's really spilling its guts here in a way
Yeah.
that made me feel bad for him. So then I went out and shot.
I think the thing that'll sum up maybe like my thoughts on this game versus some of yours is when you were talking about going back to camp and walking around and doing those stories. When I got to the point in the game where it has that, it's like that first kind of party about like, oh, we're having a, hey, we're going to hang
welcome
out and
home?
drink at the camp and
Is it after you free that guy?
yeah, it's after Sean comes
Sean,
back.
the Irish guy.
and they do that. I was like, oh, I should probably walk around the camp and see what everybody's doing. This is clearly a moment where I should check in with everybody. But the movement was so slow that I just went to bed.
It's like all that
I was
other
like,
stuff.
fuck it, sleep till dawn. Like, get me past this fucking slow ass shit.
All that stuff, those moments with the camp and the characters that you talk with, the stuff that Alex loves so much at the camp, all that stuff is incredible. Like all the world building and everything, like Arthur's characterization, it's all so good. The dialogue, the voice acting, but it just seems like every video game part of this video game is straight up bad.
And it's just like
I don't
the
agree
hoops
with
that.
that.
I feel like the hoops you have to jump through to get this like great story stuff never felt worth it for
No,
me.
and
So
by
I was
the-
just
and I
like,
tried
so I
to
walked
push
away
through.
from it. I was like, forget it.
That's the
Like,
thing,
it's just a waste of time.
You stopped earlier.
Yeah.
I kept thinking I would push through and that the story stuff would be good enough to get me past how bad the game stuff was, and like it is really good. I love the story beginning to end.
I think it's the best story they've ever done by a
by a
country
margin.
mile. Like,
Even if you're
really
even if you're like me and I don't necessarily apply much, fondness for Rockstar stories outside of like certain moments and gags and whatnot. Like I thought GTA 5 story was just straight up bad, but like this one, I don't know. Like I was emotionally invested in a way that Rockstar games rarely ever even touch.
I'd agree. I think it is.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to say that I think it is their best story.
I'll wait to dive deep into the story till we get to that category, but it is optimistic. It's positive and like earnest in a way that I've never really seen out of them.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how much of that was Hauser influence versus the other 2 writers on that game.
Yeah,
because
I don't know.
there are some storylines in that game and some quests and side stuff that are just peak Rockstar bullshit.
I feel like there's a lot of that though.
There's not. It's not in huge volume, but like when they do crop up, like it's kind of disappointing because it feels like, oh, here's that fucking weird cynical bullshit, and here's you guys,
You're thinking about the electric chair.
I'm thinking about the electric chair. I'm thinking about the whole subplot involving the indigenous tribe and the way that like Dutch, sort of just like I understand what they're using them as a framing device for. The way Dutch is sort of willing to essentially even grift people who don't deserve it just so that they can get out of there. But like it's just the worst cliched writing. Like the characters are not well rendered. Like they're just. It's that whole quest line was a real bummer for me.
I thought the chief was okay. Like his son
It is, but
is
they
a
don't.
little is a little more stereotyped.
Yeah, they just don't give him a lot to do.
Yeah, I mean,
and
that whole section. I mean, there are parts of the story that deserve
Yeah.
criticism for sure.
Totally.
Like
It's
the whole,
I think the entire Guarana
yeah,
stuff
the
should have
whole
been
the
cut.
whole
that
char-
island sucks.
It was the worst part of that
the whole
game.
the whole char- I agree with you. I almost have to assume they had bigger plans for that because why
Yeah.
do you build all that and then just do a string of like
It's such a
samey story missions and then
It's like
get you back
really
off the
combat
island?
heavy story
Yeah.
missions.
Either that or it's something they added super late.
I
Because
don't know which it is, and it also
Yeah.
doesn't really. I can't think of anything much that it adds to the story.
Nothing.
They
No,
don't
like
come back
you
with
get
new
nothing at all.
You get that
knowledge or-
moment of Dutch killing the
old woman.
and that's
Right.
like really
it is sort of another.
startling.
It is another kind of step on his path
But-
to madness for sure.
Yeah.
You could have done that anywhere on the mainland.
Yeah,
You don't have
totally.
to,
Like,
do this whole side section where you feel closed off.
I've
like
seen
that
it- I've seen
pirate
it-
character like just comes in for like 20 minutes and then is gone.
I've seen it. I've seen it argued that the island is basically a place for you to realize that his whole dream about let's run
Like
off to Tahiti.
Tahiti, yeah.
If
Yeah.
we could just get the money and get to a tropical island, we'll live free from now on. And then you get to a tropical island, and it's like the most savage
Yeah.
part of the game.
I love
Like I
that
kind of
thing
could see that, but
late in the game when Dutch keeps moving the goalpost back. We're like, oh, that didn't work, but hey, I got an idea. And then it just gets more and more frantic and desperate.
really think the Dutch in this game is one of my favorite like video game characters.
Yeah.
I think he maybe falls off the cliff a little fast at the end. Like there's kind of a slow build towards his like insanity or whatever you want to call it, and then he just goes full on. And that kind of. But like
things do go to shit.
yeah,
pretty.
things do go to shit. But like his interactions with Arthur and other characters, I really felt compelled to just like anytime Dutch wanted to talk to me, I would say
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, that goes for practically every character in the game. I can,
Yeah.
except for fucking Micah. Like I can. I
For God's sakes, they give Bill Williamson some fucking nuance. Like
Yeah.
that is not a character that needed it, but
Yeah.
like I kind of understood
Yeah.
at least a little more of where that dude was coming from.
And like again, I don't know how much we want to get into the story now, but
Yeah.
but Arthur Morgan is not only the best Rockstar protagonist in their history, but like probably my favorite playable character in any game ever. Like the arc of that character
It's
is
way up there for me.
is
I love him.
specifically
too.
specifically his arc. I mean, like
Yeah.
there are other parts of the story after he's out of the picture that
Right.
we could talk
Which
about
makes-
separately.
Can we talk
But-
about the one moment? Like, how much can we talk about
Which,
story stuff?
I mean, we
here?
can talk about whatever we
Okay.
want. It's just that there is
There
a
will be
story
time to talk
category,
about
so-
more of that.
so-
I just the part that affected me the most was just like I don't know. I'm sure it was different for everyone, but the moment where you fall off the horse and like you weren't mid mission or anything, and he's just getting sick.
Oh,
and
dude, like
that was just like, wait, what the fuck's
I
going
was just
on?
walking down Saint Denis, walking downtown, like walking into a gun
So-
store.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
in Saint Denis about to go to trade in some pelts or whatever, and he just starts coughing and falls
There's
over. I
like
was
there's
what
like
the fuck is
three.
going on here?
I'm sorry, I hate to
No,
do this
this
to you,
sounds
but we
incredible.
have to
Awesome.
talk
No, it's
about
good.
it.
It's really
And
good.
also
like,
there's
just
like
hearing that, I'm like, oh,
It's an important.
fuck.
It's a major character moment.
there's also like 3 different categories I feel like it's relevant to, but
Yeah.
but man, I don't know. Should we just get
Let's
into
just
it?
do it.
we
Let's just
should.
do it.
Yeah,
We're
we've
talking
already
games.
alluded
Like,
to it.
stop holding
Yeah.
back.
Well,
This
well,
is when we
it's-
talk about
It's
it.
more I just don't want to repeat ourselves. too
We're not
much
going to
across
because we're
different
having a
categories.
conversation
Okay.
here.
Yeah.
So
I think we knew going in that Arthur was doomed since we don't
Oh,
really
yeah.
see
Well,
him at all.
Well, and then we
Actually-
know that the gang is primarily doomed.
exactly.
right
yeah,
up
but-
right up until this sequence, and even a little while after, I was still clinging to hope that like, oh, he's gonna go meet up with Mary and get the money and change
Oh,
his
I
name
know.
and like
I like
Yeah,
just
yeah.
did that mission.
ride off into the sunset. Like my girlfriend was also glued to this game the whole time, and she like desperately wanted him to get back together with Mary.
Well, I assumed it was going to be some sort of like Red Dead 1, you come out of the bar and get shot by a million people thing.
Yeah.
Which actually, I did get shot at the end of the game.
Yeah.
That's how I died. But like, you do think when you fall off the horse, that like, holy shit, am I just going to see this like slow, regression of him losing to tuberculosis?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, like-
Yeah.
what a weird thing for a protagonist in a game to just slowly be dying over like, not at the very end,
It's-
but like the whole like back part of the game.
Like the most expensive game in history is about a man coming to terms with his mortality and reflecting on a life of bad decisions.
They
And
kind
that's
of
fucking
mention-
insane that this game exists.
and fucking delivering that in by like connected to a mission where you were just doing like the most rote Rockstar bullshit, which
Yep.
is
So-
like you're beating up a guy to get some money.
Yeah.
Wait,
so
is that when
there's-
you contracted?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Oh,
So-
so I was
so-
wondering when that happened.
So if I'm not mistaken, when you get to the horseshoe camp, like as soon as the open world actually opens up,
Yeah.
is Strauss the debt collector mission
Yeah,
the
he's-
first mission you get?
It's one of the
It's one of the
you-
first.
3 open up or
because
something.
you essentially doom yourself with practically your first mission in the entire story.
That guy's like coughing or
like a
something.
kid.
I
Yeah.
can't remember if that was the guy.
Well, you go
or
back
if-
a second. It's
Yeah.
when you go back the second time to
think
his
yeah.
place.
dead the second time. you
Right,
get
and you're like
there.
talking
Oh,
to
you're
like
right,
his
you're right.
wife and
Yes.
her son,
Yes.
and she's like, whatever, like just another thing.
But yeah, like
So after that, he starts coughing a little bit. You start to notice it, like, or at least I noticed it more and more. And I'm like, okay, this is just like kind of foreshadowing that he's getting old and he's not meant for this world anymore. But then when like it was like, no, he has this disease that he got from just like getting $20.
So the
Dude,
the thing I was saving for the style category is like the way they can start missions in that game, because some of them you just walk up and talk to a person like normal, but a lot of them are proximity based, like the gunslinger mission, the guy writing the biography for the gunslinger. Like, like they do a thing where if you walk near that bar before you've taken that mission, you can hear them having their argument in the bar through the saloon doors. And then when you walk in there, it seamlessly like enters you into that conversation as they continue to talk.
And they do cool day-night stuff with that
Right.
too.
Yes. So they have that framework where like just getting near a mission can start it, and like sometimes you might get sucked into doing a mission you didn't want to do, which may be kind of a bummer. But yeah, the diagnosis sequence, like it allows them to write the entire arc of the story post that sequence around that fact, because they can control that you have seen that before any of the other, like, because getting near story missions that require you to know that will trigger that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like I think it's a fucking incredible way to tell
It's
an open world
intricate.
story.
Yeah, it's that game's machinery is intricate in a way that few open world games have even touched before. And I've seen some people like criticizing, saying like, well, yeah, but it's all just still scripted events. And it's like, yeah, you're right, it is. These things you are running into are all still very heavily scripted things. But the way they disguise that machinery and the way they build that into the flow of the world, I think is just top notch.
It's like unprecedented. I
Yeah.
think. It's
Well, it also sounds like there's also way more machinery too.
There is.
that they're working with a way more than a lot of their games
Which-
would even
Yeah.
try to touch.
Unfortunately allows for circumstances where like I had 2 instances of side quests that just skipped the whole quest and played me the ending cutscene of the side mission, and just like moments where like when I was the artist, the whole like dude
fucking
in
love that guy.
I missed 2 of his missions because they started me at the mission and then played the ending cutscene with like
Oh, that's right. You mentioned that. That
stuff
sucks.
like weird stuff like that, which is totally for a game that is so good at immersing you in
Yeah.
it, to have those moments just like tear you out is a real bummer.
I mean, it's got jank in it for sure, and some of that jank is more problematic than others. But like, like I said, I had a couple of crash bugs, and I think I had like one mission glitch out on me, one of the side missions. But
I haven't played since I tripped over that rock and died.
yeah, that was by design. That's a death rock.
Do we want to talk about moments now? Like, not talk about the moments, but
I
are we
put a few.
suggesting
I put a
moments,
few in
or-
there
There's
already.
a ton of them in
Okay.
that category
Yeah.
already.
So
we'll
you can just
probably-
add some more if you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's definitely going to be in best moment or sequence. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be in a bunch of these because I think
Yeah.
story. I think music,
Best looking.
best looking
Game.
game.
Yeah, I put it in style.
Yeah. I think those are all categories where it makes sense.
I would like to put in the most disappointing. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, we
I
can-
don't
we
think
can-
I've ever been this disappointed by a game.
We can have that conversation. Those are strong words.
Honestly, it's
Never
without a
did.
doubt. Yeah, going from my favorite game of generation to straight up just like
Man, I don't understand because
the video game
can't-
parts are bad.
I can't think of, unless you're just gonna, which I mean, this is fine, but if you're gonna say standards have changed in 8 years, that's fine. But it's just
They also
so
like the
much of it is so much like the first one in terms of the mission design.
Yeah,
it's
there's
more of
some of
that.
that, but also, yeah, 8 years have passed,
it's-
and
it's
open
a
world
lot of
games
that
have evolved.
It's a lot of straightforward cover shooting. I mean, that's kind of what the first game was.
It's a lot of
I
shooting
think
galleries,
But it's also a lot less of a shooting gallery than the first game was.
it's a lot of writing and talking for 10 minutes, doing a shooting
I love that
gallery, and
stuff.
writing and talking back. I hated
like
it.
the rides are where a lot of the best character development and a lot of the best interpersonal interactions take
Yeah.
place.
Like again, my standard for a lot of this stuff is at how much do I enjoy the act of traversal versus like trying to find a fast travel system to get around that. And while I think that it's understandable that people who like fast travel don't like the systems that are in that game because they are limited and they are not nearly as functional, there was, even as I was under pressure to finish reviewing that game, there were a few moments where I said to myself, I don't want to ride to there.
See, I will always prefer something. This is a matter of personal preference. If it's something like a Just Cause or like an open world game where you're kind of just bouncing around, or like a Spyro, where it's just fun to get from place to place. Just Cause is probably a better option here. I will always take that over like, well, yeah, the writing is boring, but I really like the characters and the talking and the dialogue and all that. I always will take the gamier version of it, and again, personal preference.
Yeah, that's fine.
you
That's
know?
totally a valid preference.
I think for me this one, and I haven't played that much of it. I put a bunch of hours in it, but I haven't moved the needle forward that much in the story, and I think I probably will like it in the end. I think they packed too many systems up front for me.
Yes.
that got me derailed in trying to upgrade the camp and trying to figure out all the different mechanics and systems. Can I go hunt all the
Legendaries.
legendary animals but then the mechanics for putting a pelt on the back of the horse and taking it to the master craftsman or Skinner thing, everything takes a while, right?
It's obtuse for sure.
It's deliberate.
I think I remember Dan and I were slacking back and forth a bunch because we were playing the game before it came out, just going like, fucking all right, chill out game. That's like one too many systems.
Yeah, so it's a very systems heavy game, and it's very deliberate. And then some of the stuff just didn't seem to have immediate feedback reward of like upgrading the camp. Like, what? Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm not sure exactly when I bring this elk pelt to you, I sell it to you, and then you can use it to craft.
It's confusing.
And
Like
then
when you
what
highlight,
happens, you
if
just
you
put
highlight
it-
something he can craft with, the prompt changes from donate to sell to donate to for crafting.
And even
Like
that's
it's small stuff that takes you a while to
like when I came back with the bear pelt to the master craftsman, I had to look up online in a Dark Souls way. What am I supposed to do with this? Am I supposed to sell it to him? And then you do sell it to him, but then he uses it to craft.
Yeah, you sell it to him, and that enables him to make the thing with it.
Right. So that stuff to me kind of put me off a bit because I don't mind. I'll collect everything, but it got so dense with the systems. Like, what do I do with all these pocket watches? Should I go buy a pocket watch? But I've got 9 deep in my thing. I was putting stuff in the logbook before they even explained what it was, like in the till.
They hold maybe too much behind story missions in terms of game mechanics. Like you don't get a fishing rod until you do the mission that gives you a fishing rod. You know, like they don't explain how all the ledger stuff works. In the
all
camp.
of Chapter 2 and some of Chapter 3 is basically a tutorial for like a lot of stuff.
I put like 50 hours into the game before I hit Chapter 3, and that was a mistake because you get so much more by the time you get there.
So that's the thing. Like I'm exploring that world and enjoying. I think it is. I've said this a million times. Constantly impressive, but not constantly entertaining. I
see that. You have to like. It's a game that like. I'm not saying you should have to work for this, but it's a game that kind of makes you work for the good parts. Like,
but I'm working, and I feel like the systems that are in place are working against me in a lot of cases, where I am trying to do my best to get that 3-star skin to bring that back to camp. But you are making this be so not worth it to me.
Yeah,
in a way that has made this not fun.
There
anymore.
is totally like an A to B logic to that whole thing, but it doesn't make it super clear up front.
No,
like you figure it out eventually, but it's that you have to research animals, and that tells you what kind of weapon you need to use to not damage the pelt when you kill the animal.
Well, you also have to
but
find the 3-star.
I don't know that it ever tells you.
I think you have to find I think it does, but you have to find the 3-star animal to begin with.
Find the 3-star, shoot it with the right thing.
It may be. I bet it. I would actually not be surprised if that's tied to story mission progress, because pretty quickly toward like the end of Chapter 2, it starts spawning 3-star animals everywhere.
Oh,
like,
really?
All over the place. Like
and some of those system things that are frustrating, like you mentioned, the icon changing from donate for cash to crafting. Some of them are small, and then some are like the core system is a huge part of that game, and I don't know anyone that likes that system.
Which part?
The core thing. Like
the core
having
stuff.
the 2 separate things. You've got your actual meter for how much Deadeye is left, and the
and
core
they're
for how
tiny.
fast they're
tiny little meters.
And then you have to like I don't know how much time I spent scrolling through like
one
crackers
of
will
these
fill
food,
with the eye icon, and this will do my stamina, but that'll take down my health, but that'll bring up my Deadeye. It's like this is not fun. This
It's
is
just
fighting
fun
against me.
imagining in the middle of a firefight Arthur Morgan, like looking
do I
through
want my
all his
crackers
food,
or do I
he's
want
just
my
like,
bean?
I
will
will
say-
smoke a cigar.
Yes, I will say the upside of that system is that cigarettes refill your Deadeye, so that means you can literally duck behind a wall in the middle of a firefight and smoke a fucking cigarette.
Oh,
and
yeah,
you
that was
pop back
cool.
up and start shooting.
That's
You
again.
just told me he dies of TB. That man should not be smoking
Oh,
cigarettes.
it's great.
I don't think
because
he cares at
when
that
you start
point.
smoking them in the late game after you know you have tuberculosis, you're just like,
What am I doing?
but that coupled with the and again, I don't mind systems heavy games. I like systems heavy games, but that coupled with the camping out in the woods to cook your meat and having to do each one individually,
Yeah,
It's a little slow.
and move away from activity before you start the fire.
it's just it's
each
like
individual bullet, notching
yeah.
each bullet.
and
Hey,
it could
He
be
would have to do that.
To be fair, you can just hold the button down, but that still
But he
means
still
you have
does
to
each one.
find
Yeah.
something
Too
else to
much.
look at for 60
and
seconds.
even searing the meat, like it's like doesn't make it that much faster when you hit that hold the button down.
I feel like for me, those things weren't as big of an issue because I did them when I wanted to, and I feel like I didn't have to most of the time.
Yeah, I was very
like
rarely
I very
in
rarely
need.
made special ammo. I'll cook stuff occasionally, but most of the time I just donate it to the camp anyway. Even the food stuff, like yes, definitely sometimes on my horse, like going down on like cans of fucking corn. But I feel like for the most part, I don't really think about it that much.
I didn't have a problem with the eating the core stuff because it's not as punitive as
Yeah.
it's nowhere near as punitive as they could have made it.
Right,
Like
totally.
yes, you have to. If your cores deplete completely, then you need to eat
Just eat
something.
some, like yeah, I got
But
mugged.
it's
I'll eat some
so
corn.
it's
but-
so infrequent. It's like maybe every 3 or 4 hours of game, it takes 10 seconds to eat something.
Core stuff, like I was
Oh
constantly
yeah,
out of
I
Deadeye.
was losing cores a lot.
Yeah, all the
Deadeye
time.
does not refill. Deadeye, you refill
Right.
Deadeye by shooting things.
Then
Like,
what
you
does the
have
core
to-
do? Like things like that aren't clearly
I think
spelled
it-
out.
Well, the
Deadeye
It
core.
still affects how fast you get it as you shoot. But things like
So it's
headshots.
the rate of
Yeah, it's like a
recovering that
headshot
meter.
will give you more meter back if your core is higher.
Look, I don't think it's a great system, but at a certain point, I just kind of stopped thinking
it's
about
just
it.
Right.
yeah, it's just
I
so
think
dead
that's kinda
simple.
where
I
I
just
am.
don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
And
So
and
why
the other-
even have it in there? Like this isn't
well,
arc.
the,
This
oth-
is
the other thing is that I think the survival aspects of the game obviously worked better for some of us than like obviously you don't give a shit about that stuff. So
I mean, that's the thing is that I think their version of a survival game is pretty bare bones.
Yeah.
Like they're not trying to really hit you over the head with that stuff. But like at that point, I'm almost like, I understand what you're trying to do. You want to like simulate a little bit of what like day-to-day maintenance is for this character, but Rockstar has never found a way to do that in a way that I think is
Yeah,
particularly enjoyable.
Instead, it just comes across as a system developed by someone who learned the wrong lessons from San Andreas.
Yeah.
like the
Like
food
the working
and
out stuff and
weightlifting
all
stuff
that.
from that game. That was like at the time you were like, it's crazy that this can be in a video game.
Yep.
But then you're like,
You actually
oh,
go
this
back to it.
sucks. I'm gonna go lift weights for an hour and then hope that it just doesn't deplete by the end of the game. So I never have to think about it ever again.
And it felt avoidable in San Andreas. It felt like a fun little
Yeah.
bonus. Like if you want to go get ripped, sure, go
Right.
hit X on the bench press for a long
well,
time.
that's the
but-
thing
That's
they
kinda how I
changed. That's
feel
the thing they
with it.
changed in this that I think softens all that is that the floor for the penalties to not doing that stuff is so high. Like you literally, if you're underweight, you literally are taking a stamina bonus,
Yeah, I was underweight the entire
Yeah,
game.
so
and
was
it
I.
didn't
Yeah.
really negatively affect
and it makes
me.
you look like a fucking lean, raw, sinewy motherfucker.
I think that's
But-
where
but-
I got caught up though,
Like-
because like you say that the penalty isn't there for
Well,
that, but I wasn't. How do you know
there are
that?
trade-offs. It says it's all in the player. If you go to
If
player,
you
and
dig into the
menu,
menus, eventually
Yeah,
you
it's
find
there.
something that says,
But-
"Oh, 10% bonus to this."
So I immediately just went hunting to be like, I'm going to go get a bunch of food for the camp, right? And I'm going to dump food into this camp. And I didn't see that meter turn yellow or blue or the food stores.
in the upper right.
Yeah,
it changes color.
Yeah, but it seemed to only change color after I started upgrading the camp financially with
That
the
may
thing,
be
stores.
the
true.
thing they try to they sort of frame it as is you need to go out and hunt and bring food to the camp because that's the first time you go hunting. That's literally what you're doing story wise. But the thing they don't explain after that is that any hunting you do after that has no real bearing on what the camp's food supply is. Like
I
you're-
didn't know that.
Yeah.
I was doing
Wait,
the same
no,
thing as Vinny.
it does.
I think it does for some food provisions.
The
Does
fact
it?
that we
Because
don't
I
know-
will.
Yeah,
what I
sounds
get,
awesome, guys.
hang on.
But no, like I donated 5 pieces of meat and I watched that icon turn from red to yellow. Like it's
Yeah.
not, it's
Okay.
not that hard.
Well, what I'm saying is that like at a certain point, once you start upgrading the different carts,
Yeah.
like all you have to do is go in there, go into the book, hit the refill food
Yeah,
button, and
yeah,
that's it.
Yes,
So-
yes,
so
that
I
stuff,
never
that stuff
realized
becomes
that.
basically automatic
The
after
camp, I also
a few hours.
earlier in on the game when I was also like being like, I'm gonna play this forever and not actually move forward. Like it takes a long time to just kind of unlock each camp step.
Yeah.
Like there were just aspects where it was like, oh, I don't see this ledger, I don't see where I do money, and eventually it just kind of like I did the story mission that unlocked it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that stuff was just kind of tough for me as somebody who was enjoying the mechanics of the game, and then it totally didn't make the thing turn yellow until I upgraded the food
I think
stores.
I wouldn't be surprised if it is
Uh,
gated behind some of that stuff.
And so like that just, I think it was just a bad first couple of steps for me in terms of, well, my inventory sucks here too. Like every time I hunt one animal, I'm leaving half the like meat on the ground because I'm full of meat. I don't want to cook this stuff anymore because it takes too long, but I got to ride all the way back to town because I should probably give this to the dumb cook over there so he can make the stew. And I just got in this loop of like, well, this is what they've told me to do, make the camp get a bunch of food, and I'm doing that. Should I go talk to Dutch and do a story mission? Like I got caught in a loop that didn't give me great feedback at first.
yeah. The
I had the
clarity
same
is that
experience.
game's
I
problem.
absolutely had the same experience. I just stuck with it for so long, and I was so into the things that game does better than any other game I've ever played that A, I didn't care. B, I got so used to it that I eventually knew how everything worked.
Well, it's also unclear. Like, let's say you get a perfect carcass. It doesn't. You don't know. Like, okay, should I take this to Pearson, or should I take this to the trapper, or should I take this to the butcher in town?
I think it
like,
breaks them down into the component parts when you donate them. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I just feel like we have
Again.
combined hundreds of hours in this game, and like we all seem to have
But
different
that's-
understandings of
But
how these
that's
systems
also
work.
that's also the thing I think we all agree on is that clarity is not that game's
Yeah.
strong suit.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
I came to this thing like I remember telling Jeff before we got this game in. I was just like, I fucking love the first game. If they just learned their lesson from the skinning stuff, I was like, if the skinning animations are faster this time, like I'm going to be so into this. Instead, they went 1,000 miles in the other direction, and for like I said, 5 or 10 hours, I was like, I don't think I like this game very much.
I had
Speaking of the camp,
Until I just hit this tipping point where I was like, I am living this life. Like my devotion to living out this character's existence
Yeah.
is so complete.
I think
and
that-
this game gives me a framework to do that and have this like dynamic experience that I've never had in a game before.
I suspect I will be there at 5 at 10 hours, but that's a big ask.
It is.
That's a big
and
ask.
especially we talked off the podcast a few days ago about like if you have kids, if you have limited time, like if you have 30 minutes a night to play this game, like I would say don't play this game. Like it doesn't.
It's not
give
for
you,
that.
It doesn't give you a good experience. But I have nothing to do on the weekends but sit there and play the game, and I played like 20, 25 hours the first weekend I had it, and by the end of that weekend I was like so head over heels for the game.
I suspect I could become engrossed in it if I had that. But like at 10 hours, I'm probably around 8 or so hours in and haven't moved the needle that much in the story. Again, walking around, discovering all these places, discovering these towns, doing these missions. Parts of them are entertaining. Parts of them are work or busy work. Riding through places, getting to new places takes a while in a lot of places. And I enjoy the scenery and I enjoy that stuff. But I think like pound for pound, the steam, the momentum of propelling me through that game just isn't there right now. And I wish I should probably just jump in and start doing more of the story stuff. But there are so many they've stacked so many things on the plate in front of me. I'm not sure where to go at first.
I play open world games super like you do. Like I am like pathologically resisting pushing the story forward. I just want to live in the world and do stuff. And like I said, that's not the best way to play that game up front because they withhold so much stuff. And like,
there is definitely a point where that stops mattering, but it's like way later than you think it would be.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I feel like for me, it didn't take me quite as long to kind of feel like kind of engulfed in it, but I think that's because after a certain point of being like, I feel like I'm keep hunting for camp stuff. I don't know what it's doing. Oh, it's because all this shit's locked off. I should just play the story. And then I started playing the story, and then like it didn't take much longer for me to be like, okay, I'm in it now. You know? Like I think this is very much a game. Like it feel like it opens up this world, but not really. It sort of opens up this world to be like, hey, look at all this cool stuff you can do. But unfortunately, a lot of the stuff's behind closed doors, and we're not really going to tell you.
The thing,
but then once you start playing the story, it's like, okay, it's all there for me.
The thing they don't tell you up front is that Chapter 1 is explicit tutorial. Chapter 2 is like kind of soft tutorial. Pretty much the whole way. And like that, I wish they communicated that a little better. And they are telling tons of story there, so it is like game and not just tutorial. But like my advice to somebody like you is like, feel okay about getting close to the end of Chapter 2 or even into Chapter 3 before you really just go out there and start doing stuff and exploring.
Something we haven't explicitly talked about that is a huge gripe I have with the game that I really just wanted to touch on quickly is for a game that's all about kind of just letting you run around and romp around in this open world, the story missions have the worst kind of, we are locking you into this teeny tiny narrow route that you can take, where if you stray even a little bit, you will hit a fucking fail state and have to restart maybe like dozens of minutes of like combat and stuff,
or even of slow riding.
Yeah, if you see an animal off the path, it's like, oh, I need that thing for that challenge, and then you like go there, Dash yells at you, and then it's like failed.
I think that happened on like one of my first missions. And again, I don't hate this game at all. I actually really like it. I just think it falls under its own system weight sometimes. But I think it was one of my first missions where you have to go help one of your friends, one of the girls who's getting like abused in the brothel.
Valentine.
Yeah, and like. It's like, go get her. She's in the brothel. I was like, I'll go. And I just ran off to the right.
I see. Here we go.
Ran off to the right, and it was like, mission fail. Yeah. And I was like, oh, the brothel.
I think I did the exact same thing.
Like, that is honestly so funny, though.
It's like, mission fail.
I'm a hero.
But like, even when I was doing stuff that I don't think was wrong, like I had to cover these people, so I decided to go up on a roof with my new sniper rifle. But it was like, no, we actually wanted you to stand over there and shoot them from the other direction. Sorry.
I did find that the checkpointing most cases was pretty solid. Like there were a few that are like a little too long, but like by and large, like the beats are very specific, and like when you hit one, it definitely like starts you back to that.
Did everyone else accidentally ever restart mission instead of restarting checkpoint?
Oh, no. I always saw that was an option, and I was like, I'm gonna make sure I'm pressing the right button.
I came close a couple of times, but
it's a bummer.
Like one of my favorite parts of the whole game is at the end when he's doing that final ride to camp, and that's the way it is. Song starts where you're hearing all that stuff. Like that part's incredible.
Yes,
but like at the beginning of that, like the song kind of starts and everything, and then I kind of went off the path for just a second.
Wait, you don't control that?
I went off the path, and then it said get back on the path, and
so
it stops the song.
Here's the thing: I think what he did wrong was that he kept trying to control his horse as opposed to just taking your hands off the controller.
Yeah, that part plays itself.
How dare you try and move your character in this video game?
Touch the controller in a video game.
Honestly, I think the horse could and you talk about chapter 2 as a tutorial, and I wish that they had come up with something more explicit than the Rockstar style of here's some text in the upper left hand of the screen. It's never going to show again.
So,
and you're like, and it says like, oh, this seems important about matching speed on a horse and riding along with someone. And it follows the road. Oh, cool. I think it said double tap X. Oh, it never did it. Oh, I rode straight off the road. Oh, it failed the mission. What the fuck am I doing?
The one that I just barely caught, that I've seen a ton of people like furious. They played half the game not knowing, and I just happened to see it. If you tap X in time with the horse's gallop, it uses way less stamina.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I try to do that, and I'm like, I don't know if this is
I do it all the
actually
time.
in time.
I did that constantly.
Okay.
I just
It's
found
hard-
myself doing it.
Yeah,
and
it's
it felt
fun.
right.
It feels good, but also, you get like full gallop speed for like 5 times longer if you do it.
Yeah,
that way.
no, I figured that out pretty early on.
Ah, cool. Hitting buttons over and over again. That's what I want to do.
It feels
Go
like
play Tap Titan.
No,
feels like
in a year where both Spider-Man and God of War are like, hey, how about you just hold these buttons down instead?
Sure.
Like
Can do
Red
that
Dead,
if you
you
just
got
wanna follow
the
it.
times 2, times 4 sort of stuff, but even that doesn't seem to work with sprinting, right?
Sprinting, you could do a tap.
There's an
toggle.
accessibility option where you can turn
tap
it
it
on.
once.
you can toggle
okay.
all that stuff. You can set all that
But then
stuff.
horses, you still have to do.
Horses,
it.
I think you set
And
horses.
turns out you're on a horse a lot in that game.
Weird. Huh.
But if you're just hammering the button, you don't have enough stamina to do it for very long.
This is a very small complaint, but I love the interact with almost everybody, the L2 stuff of like walking by. But I have tried to role play of like walking by, say hello, and then it turns the camera and you're just walking into a pole.
I've got a clip saved on, where you have to steal the medical supplies from a wagon late in the game.
Yeah.
I'm running after him. I swung the camera around. I was like, I'm going to make this look so cool. I like swung it around. So I was like coming toward the camera, running at them. Like I run around in front of the wagon and Arthur yells out like, stop this wagon right now. And like immediately plows into a tree and just goes flying. It's like perfect comic timing.
And I think some of that stuff is like, it's fun and goofy and I love that stuff. But the hold L2 to focus on somebody when you're walking through town is dangerous. And like, I think it's a better idea than it is executed.
That's just real life,
in the
man.
game.
If you're focused in on one person, you're not going to see the other people around
I don't
you.
want real life. I would like a video game.
Again, though, like I was with you early on, but like if you have another 40 hours to put in the game, like by the time you get all that stuff down and it's second nature, like you don't really think about
I
it.
also
I'm
didn't
not
take
fumbling
me
with it that
40
much.
hours.
Yeah.
I feel like once I started playing the story missions, like I forgot about how much of a trudge sort of the first couple hours were for me.
I was going to say about story missions, like you were 100% right. Like they are fucking corralled linear shooting galleries. But like I feel like
I was compelled to go through them for sure.
I was so into the story and characters, I really wanted to see what was going to happen. But B, I was just like, I'm just going to give myself over to their very linear design for this stuff because the rest of the game is so expansive. Like I'm fine just shooting guys for 5 minutes to see the
I also
cutscene,
like
and then
the shooting in these
and then I'll go
games.
back to like Cowboy Simulator 2018.
I love the acting. I think I think the presentation is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I think the world they built is without peer. I think it is unbelievable. I just think they just barf it all out so
they do.
quickly
Yeah.
and make you try to figure it out on your own without a lot of clear direction that you can easily just get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
But even once you have all that stuff together, like by the end of the game, I wasn't fighting the controls or the systems. I understood which things I could ignore. I understood most of the control stuff and everything. It's still like that's when you really start to feel the weight of the mission structure and just kind of the slog of like, okay, like I know how this is going to go. Ride, talk for 2 seconds, shoot, go back.
Yeah, by the time you are diagnosed with TB, like I was just so fixated on seeing what was going to happen that I just didn't care at that point.
Like there are stretches in the late game that I think are the parts of that game I would have edited down.
Yeah, the Guarma stuff is too long. The
some of that last the region when you're up in the hills, sort of in the Roanoke, like some of those parts are just a little too long.
Especially for like how much. So I loved building up my camp. I loved getting all those upgrades, and then obviously for story reasons, your camp just becomes shit.
Oh my god, dude, I fucking love that so much. I was like, they broke everything about their own base camp mechanic in service of
making
the
me
gang.
mad.
No, in service of the dissolution of the gang. Like, everything was going to shit.
Peeling off. Like
everything's going to shit.
I get it, but it was like the one thing in the game that I felt like I was in control of, and they took it away from me just because they could.
But that is the story.
That's the story.
That's the story. As characters,
and I don't like it.
As characters.
So what you're saying is don't upgrade the camp at all.
Yeah. Yeah, because
Well, the other
yeah.
thing is the story missions give you so much money that money is almost meaningless in that game.
It's similar to Red Dead 1. At a certain point, the economy just stops mattering.
Yeah.
And a lot of those story missions are just super, like the hot air balloon one. Oh, I
fucking love that.
That was a
It's
good
so
one. I like that.
ridiculous.
Oh, I think that
ridiculous.
was one of the best parts of that game.
Yeah.
Once you get over the initial like novelty of like, oh weird, I'm going into the sky, and it's like, okay, are we almost at the prison yet?
I
Like,
thought it
takes
was fun that
forever.
you
I like
actually
that.
control the balloon
Yeah.
and the control the altitude, but also like that mission's great because that's where Sadie starts coming into her own.
Sadie's awesome. I like
Sadie's
Sadie.
great.
Yeah.
Like
Seeing
there's that whole
world from that hot air balloon was
Yeah.
incredible because
Yeah.
I spent so much time slamming my face into the ground of it that like being up and
Totally.
feeling like I was in like in Just Cause you'd be up there in 30 seconds when the game starts, but like the fact that it happened 30 hours in was incredible.
I think one of the last missions I played, and the reason I just put it down, aside from having to come here, was I was doing the gunslinger mission, the one where you hunt down the
biography?
old gunslingers,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I really like that mission. I like the camera. I like taking the
Yeah.
pictures of people.
Put that in your fucking book, Plato.
It's very fun. I think the fast draw mechanic sucks.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
rough.
it
It's
is
rough.
not intuitive.
Yeah.
It is poorly designed.
I will say, after a certain point, I feel like I never see it anymore.
Well,
So
right,
it
will come up
So
again.
you can
I'm sure it
actually,
will,
if I understand correctly, you can actually initiate it on anybody in the game
Yeah.
by
Oh,
just
really?
slowly pulling the trigger at them.
I realized that when I started fake surrendering for crimes.
Like, you like aim at somebody and very slowly pull R2,
That's
like it will
cool.
go into the dual mode.
So I think that dual. I think it's not
it's
intuitive.
counterintuitive,
It's
counterintuitive,
super
it's
counterintuitive.
clunky,
It
it's
is
bad.
They
confusing
could have
as
done
hell.
such a better
Yeah.
job.
Yeah.
But they checkpoint you, so you're just doing the duel over and over again. So
Yeah.
it's like for that part,
It's
it doesn't
like
matter.
10 seconds lost.
So I was fighting the guy on top of the train, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit! I shot the gun out of his hand. And I was like, but then he pulls out another gun and goes to kill himself. I'm like, well, I'm gonna keep doing this until I shoot that gun out of his hand. And I did, and he died.
Yeah.
And I was like,
really?
that sucks.
Yeah.
Like because I had to do a start and restart. Because I also, in the Deadeye mode, it paints the X over him. So I had to go up and around his head to make sure it didn't paint an X on him and go around. And I finally fucking did it. And then he died.
Yeah.
And I
Also,
was like, that shouldn't happen.
Something like that happened very late in the game for me, and I can't remember what it was. But like when the game's spell is broken, it's
Yeah.
really disappointing because it is so pervasive.
And it's also relatively infrequent when that
yeah,
happens.
it
so-
happened like twice for me.
I
but-
had challenges that were just totally broken for me. Like there was the gunslinger challenges, like the one where you had to shoot three guns out of hands in the same Deadeye, and then later the one with the hats. And I looked it all up. I saw a million videos of it, and I tried probably 100 times. And I would shoot off 5 hats in one Deadeye, and you're supposed to get 3 or whatever. That stuff never ever.
For me, it was
That
riding
sucks.
from Valentine to Rhodes. That was like one of the horse challenges.
5-minute
And
one.
I tried that, and I timed it, and I knew it wasn't my time that was wrong, but it was like, okay, am I starting the wrong part of town? Am I
Right.
ending in the wrong part of
that
town?
that is a bummer. I mean, the rewards for those are so minor that it's not a huge deal.
They are,
but
they
but
were
if
fun
I was
in the
having
first
fun
one.
doing
Like,
them,
Interesting.
I loved him
Yeah.
in the first one, and so I was looking forward
Yeah,
to
I
doing
did all
all
of
of
them.
those.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like some of them were just broken. The
Some
other
of
ones
the-
weren't fun.
Some of the challenges are really good. Like drag a man from your horse for 3,300 feet.
That was
pretty good.
until he hits a rock and dies at 2,000 feet.
Oh, mine was dead. Like he dies just from being dragged, and I still got it.
You just drag a corpse?
Yeah, yeah.
Also, I should say when I got off that train afterward, I was like, where the? I'm very early on in the game. I was like, oh, where the fuck I am? My horse isn't here. So I wound up having to just ride that train all around the game for a while. And I didn't really mind. It's just
kind
like
of-
Arthur sitting on a train, put the controller down, and was like, I guess I'll wind up where it started eventually. I'm going to go get some
Like
crackers.
on the one hand, it kind of sucks. On the other hand, I think it's kind of amazing that they make you do that.
that part was. But I was
Let's call it bold.
Yes, it's courageous.
I mean, the part.
My horse was with me when I did it, and it was like, cool, I'm in a new area. I get to just discover this. So,
like the example for me is after the Lenny mission, which is a whole other
that shit.
thing.
We'll talk about that.
But you wake up drunk or you wake up hungover by the train station down south with no horse, and I was like, well, I could just point my thing at camp and run for 5 minutes, or I could go play poker with these old guys in the train station and wait for the train to show up. Like that was like an early example of like, you know what? Like what would the character do? Like I'm going to go play poker with these guys, wait for the train, and then hop on the train and ride to Valentine.
Nothing like an early morning poker game
Yeah.
to sober you
I
up.
like the poker's good.
Yeah.
It takes a little long
takes a long
sometimes.
The gambling could be a little faster.
Yeah.
I ran to the next mission
Yeah.
and was like, because I didn't find a poker game. No,
Oh, it's right there. It's right there in the station.
Okay, I
Is
didn't see it.
Is that
So-
the minister? Who's
Yeah, it's where the Swanson,
Yeah,
the
I
first
did.
Swanson mission
So
happens.
I played poker with those guys until they busted out,
Yeah.
which took a long time. but the poker in that game is fun. It just takes a while for
the
even when
dealing.
it's like
The blackjack
skip
takes even longer.
to skip the deal. It's
all
like,
the dealing is a little too slow. But on the other hand, every poker game in the game has a different deck of cards. Like
Oh,
the design on the
really?
back of the cards is different in
That's
every.
cool.
Like,
That is cool.
Like they made a game where you can rob a farmer, kill him, and feed him to his pigs. Like if you dump the body in the pig pen, the pigs will run over and
that's
start
just
eating.
traditional Grand Theft Auto, man.
Like, you
I've been
can
reading
shoot-
that stuff in the news forever.
Like you could shoot the hat off a scarecrow and then go get it and put it on and wear it for the rest of the game. Like
Yeah.
the possums play dead.
Oh, I know. And then it
Like-
has a thing that's like skin, and then they like
yeah,
scurry
dude.
off.
Like I had a little paw icon on my mini
Yeah.
map. I was like, oh, I must have run over like a raccoon or something with my horse because that happens all the time. I get off and go over there and try to skin this animal and it was a possum.
Yeah.
All of a sudden it jumps up and runs away. Like a possum playing dead is reflected in the UI in
I
this
just
game.
think
Like, it's insane.
there's so many systems and so many little things, but then there are also things like it took me a decent amount of time to realize that after I had lost my hat, it's in my saddlebag on my horse. I can
Right.
always pull my
It's
hat
not
back
well
out.
On the third
Wait,
radio
really?
menu.
Yes, it
Oh,
is.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
next
whatever-
to it's next to
any
the
hat-
outfits.
Any hat that is like yours and like you've been wearing regularly will show up.
So I
You
was-
can, like,
I was-
I
send
spent
it
a lot of
to-
money on hats.
I mean, it's fair they don't point you to that, but it is right there on the radio menu.
It's also
I
when
mean,
you're
it's-
picking your thing.
One
you
of
can
the
like,
3
send to
radio
horse.
menus.
There are 3 radio menus. That's
Yeah.
true.
So yeah, like that stuff was like, I was bummed. I lost my starting hat. I'm a person who collects stuff, and like I'm gonna put this in my starting hat bin, and then realized, oh, it was something where I was like, oh, finally, I'm in a cold area. I need to get clothes. There must be a mechanic in this game for me to change clothes. I've saved an outfit. And I had to dig through the menus. I finally found it. And next to that was like, oh, my fucking hat's over here.
Did you guys find the pirate ship
I did not.
with the pirate hat? There's
no.
a pirate hat.
Oh my god, I found the
I have a-
pirate sword.
I have a
but-
pirate hat, and people make fun of you everywhere you go when you wear it.
Oh, good.
Justifiably so.
That's
The
the
only
good
weird thing
stuff.
I found was the vampire and getting like the ceremonial dagger.
Yeah, I found a vampire too.
I found a Viking axe, but no
that's
vampire.
Y'all know about the UFO shit, right?
I read
I know
about it.
about
I've
it.
heard
That
about it.
stuff, it's
That
like
was- so-
I have to look up some guys.
That was one of the first things Jeff Backlar found, and he immediately was
Really?
like, "I have to fucking tell you about this
That's
shit."
amazing.
So,
Okay.
so can
That's
you
intense.
not, when you're on your horse, can you not lasso another horse and drag it with you? I feel like it doesn't do
I've
it
never
for me.
tried.
I
you
tried
can't-
doing
I don't
that,
think
I
you can
don't
drag it, but
I
I
think you have
found
to
not
get
drag
off.
it,
You have
but
to like
lead
get
it.
off the horse and like go to it. But if you have 2 horses, if like you've
Yeah.
claimed another one, or even just like it likes you enough,
Yeah.
you can whistle and it'll just follow behind.
That's a
you.
hot tip. If you ride
Yeah.
a temporary horse, you can make your regular horse match speed everywhere
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah,
It'll
Okay,
follow
so,
you.
so that's why I was trying to get it on the rope to bring it with me as basically a pack mule.
You don't have to
for
do
You don't
that.
have
You
to
don't
do
have
the
to do
whole.
that.
Yeah, the
So,
rope is too complicated. Just whistle.
I think they tell you at one point if you tap up, you whistle just to make the horse come to you. If you
Yeah.
hold to whistle, it will follow you everywhere you go.
But even if it's not your
Including
main horse,
cutscenes.
I
think
think
You have to have bonded enough that the horse icon shows up on the minimap. It'll say
doesn't
like,
take-
"This is now your temporary horse." It will
Yeah,
respond
but once
to
it
your
becomes a
whistle.
It's
temporary
like
horse.
once you hit level 1 with it, which is like you
Which
pet it
happens in, like,
twice,
30
you
seconds.
calm it a few times. It doesn't take that
so
long.
your main horse will come and your bonded horse
Yeah.
will come. They'll
Yes.
all come. So can you get more than
But
2?
you're better off riding the temporary
stable
horse
them.
because the temporary horse is more likely to wander off. So you should ride that one and make your bonded horse follow you because it'll never
I
wander.
basically need a hunting party.
Yeah, that's
when I go
that's
out
100%
there.
what this
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
a way to carry a second big carcass around with you.
Okay.
It's cool.
I had a level 4 horse that I had for hours and hours die because of a glitch.
Yeah,
I had another
well-
one warp into a campfire, and if I didn't have a horse survivor, I'd be dead.
It's bullshit to lose it to a glitch. I was mad the first time I had a level 4 horse die, but you realize horses come and go so
I know,
fast.
but
I
it's
also
still
have
like I
never
liked my
lost a
horse,
horse.
you know, and
Yeah.
I
No,
like done all the
totally. Yeah.
customization, and then it's like, oh,
To
a
lose it to
mission
a
started,
glitch,
and then it
that's
said my
shit.
horse
Yeah,
died.
no,
That's-
that
that's
sucks.
terrible. That's
Yeah.
terrible.
I had
Shouldn't be done with that.
I had a good scene where a guy was shoeing a horse and got kicked in the head and died. And I said, I'm going to take this fucking horse. I'm going to train this horse. So I got off and I chased that horse for about 10 minutes until I got behind it and it kicked me in the head and I died.
I read.
Sounds like it had already been trained.
I read there's a way to stop that guy from getting kicked in the head, and I forget
Shoot the
what it
horse.
is.
Shoot the horse.
Well, no, I mean like an interaction way.
Shoot him in the leg.
Like there's so many little details that I keep unearthing, like the Gunslinger mission. You know Flaco Hernandez? He's the Del Lobo guy up in the snow way up north.
Because I did that and I kept trying to like hit my head against it, like shooting all these guys and stealthing in, and it didn't work. So what I did, because every time I was like, I'm gonna be nice, my nice guy, and I said like a friendly
Yeah.
thing, and then I said something aggressive, and
Yes.
they're like, all right, you can go
You
talk
figured
to
it
him.
out.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. Like the Del Lobos are such assholes that if you go up there and greet them, they open fire on you immediately. But if you antagonize, they're like, oh, okay, come on. They're like,
Yeah, they're
"We'll
like,
show
all right,
our
you
way."
got a
Do you have
meeting
to kill
with
him
him.
after you kill the boss?
Then you do a
still
duel.
you still end up dueling him.
Yeah,
but,
but
like,
you don't have to fight anyone else.
don't-
They're like
okay.
gone
but
at that point.
the fact that these guys are such bad motherfuckers that do taking the negative approach is the one that works is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
You got to neg them, man.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
all in my book.
Man,
That's a long trip to get up there.
it is.
That takes a long time.
But
It's
did
a
you
fun
find-
ride,
But
though.
I found a frozen couple clutching
Really?
clutching like a book in the snow on my way up there.
Wow.
Did you shoot him?
And I hunt. No, they're dead. Like they were
Use a
frozen.
I know.
flamethrower to melt the snow.
Did you take their book?
Yes.
What's the book?
Maybe a treasure map actually, or some kind of map. I think.
I never did a
That's
single
the-
treasure.
Oh my god, I love the
didn't either.
treasures.
I couldn't find any.
That's the
Yeah,
stuff
they were
I
too
loved.
hard.
Oh, I
Did you
did
find
okay.
some?
Yeah, I did. Some I had to look up the general areas for, but for
Okay.
the most part, it'd be like, oh, I actually remember the geysers, or like, I remember this weird rock face.
Those,
or
those
whatever
maps
it
are
is.
kind of obscure.
Yeah,
also
no, totally.
intentionally, but yeah.
But-
Speaking of like written stuff, like Arthur's journal, I think is like
Yeah.
It's
quiet,
good stuff.
Oh.
quietly
I never
the
looked at
It's
Oh my god, dude, you
incredible.
missed so
It is
much.
so good.
There's a lot of good
like,
stuff.
The
I
journal
forgot
is
how,
phenomenal.
and then I was like, it's just another thing I forgot how to do in this
I
game.
think that is fair. I think the journal is amazing, but I think getting to it sucks. I've forgotten like
you
3
just-
times how to get to
You
it.
just hold left on the D-pad.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't
It's a
have to
lot,
look.
but-
yeah, but that was the thing. I didn't have to. I totally get. There's too many things.
There's only
The
so
like if
many
I had
buttons
started
on the
doing it
controller.
early, I would have kept
Yeah.
doing it throughout
Yeah.
the whole
What if you
game.
tap left on the D-pad?
It opens up the
gets you
satchel.
no, that's right on the D-pad.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
tap left on the D-pad, it gives you the notifications.
What if you tap down on the D-pad?
and the challenge?
That
Then
makes your
you-
mini map
yeah.
bigger.
Yep.
What if you
Compass.
hold down on the D-pad?
Then you get the menu to
No, tapping
Turn it off.
tapping down blows.
I don't know. It
everything
seems
out.
like other people are having no problem remembering this, Vinny.
Yeah, I told you I'm world's best Red Dead
That
Redemption 2
said,
player.
the journal is phenomenal. You
Journal's
get little
great.
sketches
Yeah.
of
Like-
like animals you've
like,
seen,
he is-
or
I'll
you
go
get.
home and look through
It's
it
also
tonight.
all like handwritten. It's so detailed and just amazing.
Obviously, there's an arc to the character, and he
Yeah.
changes and develops. But early on, he is just such a loyalist to the gang and a savage fucking killer. But yeah, you read the journal, and you realize like this guy's an artist. Like he has the
Yeah.
soul of a poet. Like the way he's rough and country, but the way he puts things, especially shit. This is kind of a major spoiler.
Say it.
Let's say when someone else obtains the journal later in the game and starts adding entries to it, and you compare like the writing styles, like you realize like what a soulful guy Arthur actually is, because here's this other dude just putting some dumbass bullshit
Yeah.
on like literally on the next page after
Yeah.
Arthur's last entry in the
I do
journal.
like a cowboy poet.
like
Jeff Jarrett.
I think that's a lot said about Red Dead
yeah,
Redemption
it
2.
is.
It's a
Yeah.
game
And I
of
think it's-
extremes.
It is a game we will be talking about in numerous categories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot more that you could say about it, but
And we'll probably get there.
Did we already put it in categories?
Yeah, I think we did. It's in
been a lot.
It's in most of
it's
them.
in style, music,
Moment, I'm sure. a
Moment,
million.
story,
Story.
looking,
Looking,
disappointing, and
game.
game.
moment,
Okay.
story, looking,
Great.
disappointing game.
Every
yes.
one
Yep.
of them.
Danny, sure you don't want to go hottest mess? It's just
I don't think it's really that messy.
Your horse
All right.
died in a
just-
fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of problems.
Literally
it,
a hot
it
mess.
could almost make it. It could almost run the table here if you get a hottest mess, and it does have Red Dead Online. If anybody wants to put it in for ongoing.
And debut. Like, I mean, that one speaks for itself.
Fucking Red Dead Online, man.
Oh, there's nothing to
it
do.
could be
It's
better.
not good.
Don't
It's gonna
play
be a
that game
GTA
with
5
randos.
thing.
Yeah, it
Because
could be better.
Anybody who's not
It's still
playing that,
beta.
anybody who's not playing that game with friends is a fucking sociopath.
No, play with friends. It's like
No,
fun
that's what
with
I'm saying.
friends, but you make your own fun with it. It's going to be a thing like GTA 5 where like in 6 months there will be more to
Yeah.
it, and in 5 years there will be more to
I think
it.
that people seem really angry about the economy.
Yeah, the
Like
economy's busted. It's like you're poor
expensive?
for way too
Yeah,
long.
yeah.
And like it's impossible to get the stuff that you need to spend real money
it's
for.
hilarious comparing the prices to the single player, because like I went to try to
Right.
get the longer barrel on my cattleman in that thing, and like in the single player it's like $10 when you have $2,000. In online it's like 4 times the entire money that I have for a
Yeah.
fucking pistol
Yeah.
upgrade. It's ridiculous.
But it's kind of fun with friends. But it's a thing. It's coming later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Just
right.
like
I mean
everything
it's
else.
fun.
It's
to-
also not what I would call the draw of that
I've,
game.
I've had a good
now.
time roaming around in it. Also, like seeing what's in there now and like thinking about it being fleshed out is kind of exciting, because like
Yeah.
Bonnie McFarlane from the first game is a quest giver. In
Yeah,
that,
and
in
she's
that
like
game.
a teen.
Like she's on her ranch from the first
Yeah.
game. Like there's a ton of stuff in there from just kind of the wider world.
And I enjoy going around playing as like my weird scrappy teen girl, like picking up corpses left and right.
Yeah, we should posse up.
Yeah, I'm in a posse called Cowboys Anonymous, and you're welcome to join.
Okay. We'll talk later.
Okay.
Does that bring us to a break, or do you guys want to keep going?
Let's break, actually.
Yeah. All right. Break requested. Break granted. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean, if we need the time back, we can
And
we
we
can
can.
take it.
How about we save the melee thing for like if we have time Friday to do
Yes.
it, we do it.
Yes, that's a bonus thing.
Yeah.
I think the other stuff we got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we were talking originally about doing it tomorrow,
Yes.
but let's get all this shit out of the way.
If we hit 3 categories here and get that done, then I think we have time to do the melee stuff. But we'll see.
Sounds like a good Friday morning thing if we have the time.
Though I suspect we'll be doing Hitsmith on Friday morning as well.
Buggy.
All right. Wait, I thought Hitsmith. I don't think
see how it goes.
I don't think we're gonna
Yeah,
get it,
let's.
All right. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I mean, we could do more of this on Wednesday before afternoon if we're really sweating.
Let's see where we get.
Okay. Y'all ready to take this list home?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Take it to the bridge.
Got
I
a
would take any of these games home.
big to meet
I mean-
to meet your mother.
My mom would love any of these games.
yeah?
There's some games that I would love to take home.
Yeah.
There's some games I would like to take out back. You know what I mean?
Ew.
Oh, take them
You
home.
gonna kill it?
Yeah.
Most disappointing.
Yep.
Yeah. I got
What
it.
do you What do you think Mrs. Caravella would have to say to Taiko no Tatsujin drum session?
She would love it. She loves drumming.
She might not love it if the kids got a hold of it.
Such a happy game. Such a
happy-
happy ass
It's
game.
really
She would enjoy
fun.
the joy, the infectious joy.
I can't.
Unadulterated fun, she would say.
I can't look at those drums and not see hams.
Oh yeah, totally. Those are
Okay,
ham
she
drums.
loves
Just
ham.
ham drums?
1,000%.
Okay, that makes me feel better.
Look at
Yeah,
those
no.
cute guys. Taiko Tatsujin drum session came out on the Switch and PS4. It was out in Japan.
A long-running series.
Yeah, long-running series. I'm a big fan, and I'm a big fan of this one. Partially because of the soundtrack. It's really
It's a wild mix.
eclectic, very strange. Like some of the licensed tracks, like they've got Frozen's "Let It Go," but it's in Japanese.
Perfect.
They've got
Sold. I'm buying this
Zootopia
game
song.
Pen, pineapple.
Yeah,
Pineapple pen.
Pineapple pen.
that Linda song. This
Ava
got-
theme.
Yeah,
That Dragon Ball Z theme. I don't watch Dragon Ball, but that's one of
Dragon
the
Ball
best
Z-
songs.
Dragon Ball
Rock the
Super.
Dragon?
No,
the
they did
Super-
actually have that in the original game.
Yeah?
Yeah, way back when.
I have to say I have a soft spot for games that support peripherals that were not even released in the region that the game came out in.
Yeah, that is a kind of.
I think that's kind of amazing.
kind of a bummer.
No, I think it's cool that like you can import the drum controller that never came out here if you want to.
So when they
So-
put
and
it out
supports
here,
them.
they did not bring the drum controller out in any way.
No, they did
Ooh,
not.
that's a real stinker considering I feel like this game is not great without the drum controller. Like I really like this game a lot, but the motion controls are bad on the Switch for it. It's okay on the touchscreen, like that was kind of passable or serviceable, and like it's kind of okay with
It's
Mm-hmm.
the buttons.
okay with a controller, but
It's not the
It's
West.
not,
It's kind of a
it's
standard
not
version
what
game.
you want.
You
And-
want
yeah.
a drum?
And I get it. Like any publisher would be doing themselves a grave disservice if they did not at least think long and hard before they put out another plastic instrument peripheral into the Western market.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But again, you can import the controller, right?
Yes, you can
Yes,
use it,
I have one.
and it
Yes.
works just fine.
Truly. But Taiko brings a smile to my face. Thank you for that, Taiko. I really needed it.
Yes,
I
I had a great
nominated-
time playing it on that stream.
Yeah,
I didn't-
think it's a really rad game.
I didn't know Hatsune Miku could be even more chibi.
They found a way.
Oh, totally. You just make her shorter. You just shrink it like a
I
little
could be
shrinky
cheap
dink.
if you made me short enough.
Yeah,
I want
Let's do
to
it.
nominate it for best soundtrack.
Okay,
cool.
Yeah.
done by you.
Yeah.
I believe it belongs there.
That's on there.
Sweet.
I love it.
Next up, Tetris Effect.
I want
Cool
to nominate
Tetris.
it for best soundtrack.
I want to
Yeah.
nominate it for.
That's a weird stretch.
I would like to nominate it for the most cool Tetris.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Seconded.
It's up there, yeah.
Man, Tetris Effect is a fucking
It's a good
cool
ass
game.
game.
I remember from the trailer, I was already interested. I was like, okay. I never played Rez. I never played Luminous. The Mizuguchi's back catalog is not something I was uniquely familiar with, but just it seemed like a perfect fit, even as somebody who wasn't a huge fan of the game.
It's a fantastic version of a fantastic concept of a game. Like Tetris itself, at its most bare,
It still holds up.
It's been weird to reconnect with Tetris,
Yeah.
which I didn't think would be possible
Yeah.
after all these years. To be like, I always talk about Tetris in the abstract. It's just like people, it only comes up as like, what's the best game ever made? I'm always like, it's probably Tetris.
Probably
Way
is.
up there.
And now I'm like, Oh, it's Tetris.
I've played Tetris since the old Game Boy one when I was a little kid, and I played Puyo Puyo all the way up to that. But this is the first one that, again, mechanically, it's basically just it's Tetris. But for the first time in like 30 years, I'm looking up fucking T-spin strategies and all this stuff, and going for my SS ranks.
It has
and
made me
everything,
care
and-
about Tetris in a way that I also never thought possible.
None of y'all are emphasizing the key factor here is it is cool fucking Tetris.
Really cool
like
Tetris.
I am not the I am the child of weird hippies. So like weird new age, like kind of everything is connected philosophy bullshit like really grates on me in the worst way.
Yeah.
But Mizuguchi is the one dude I am willing to tolerate that from, because the way he sort of transcribes that into the sort of art of his games.
You believe it.
You believe it, and also there is a euphoric effect that comes along with it that I think is, I don't know how he does it. Like it's something that permeates just about every game that he makes. But I always just feel this like intense. I don't know. Maybe love is like too hard of a word or too intense of a word. But like there's an emotional overwhelm sometimes when just playing those games, and I'm getting that from fucking Tetris.
Wait, you're fucking Tetris?
I wanted to fuck
Vibrator up in like a
Tetris
different way, or what?
because it made me horny for Tetris. I'm sorry, it just did.
Yeah, it's very erotic.
Like I came into this game as somebody I'm really into Tetris. I played a lot of Tetris, a lot of different versions of Tetris. Tetris DS is probably the most I've ever played a DS game. And I was not disappointed in a single way.
Yeah.
Like honestly, the way that the Tetris physics felt right. It felt like what I remembered. I like really the only new mechanic is the zone thing, which
A
I
thing
think
that I honestly forgot about for long stretches of the game, and it's like I shouldn't do that because it is fairly important.
and
But
it's cool, watching all the stuff clear at once and see, like, I got a perfectress, man, and it felt fucking
It's very
incredible.
satisfying,
Like clearing 18 lines, and the way that every level has its own specific zone sounds and stuff that you don't. It's a good Tetris.
I think if I have any complaint about this game, and it's a relatively minor one, it's that the soundtrack, while very cool for the game and the visual accompaniments that they have created, I think only a few of those songs are like really listenable outside of the game. Like it's like it all
Just pretty much the Broadway one, right?
Yeah,
That's the only one you like to listen to.
I actually like the
vibes
chaos
well.
of that stage.
Yeah.
Everyone likes that stage except me. I'll never get it.
I like the vibes of the music within the game. It's just to me a lot of it is not necessarily that listenable outside of it.
That has actually always been some of the magic of Miz's stuff, is that it makes me like things that I don't like.
Yeah.
Like, it's a weird thing of like, I would never listen to this outside of the game, but in context, it's perfect.
Like that
and
rap
I'm way
song that
into
is
it.
like the second or third
level?
stage.
Yeah.
That verse is fucking atrocious.
That's kind of
but
See my vision.
in the game with the vibes that are going on around it, I'm like, you know what? Okay,
Unite the
all
soul
right.
so there's no division.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all right.
he rhymes.
All right.
He rhymes my vision and division. I don't know if that's legal or not.
Dan's
That's not a rhyme.
No, Dan Riker could pull
Sounds
that
like a
off.
rhyme to me.
I think like I mean, fuck. I just like it because I like the Tetris in it. Like, I don't think it.
It's cool.
It doesn't take my soul to another place. It doesn't like.
Are you sure?
It doesn't make me think about things that are not.
You played it in
me,
VR.
me play. I did, and I actually think I like it outside of VR a little bit better.
Yeah, me too.
I think the visuals.
But it's still
It's a
very
rad
cool
VR
in
experience,
VR.
but yeah.
It is very cool in VR, but I think it does something different. Like inside VR, it is immersive and there's a lot going on. Space whales are flying through your head, but like outside of VR, and especially in a 4K environment on a nice TV, it's so crisp.
Yeah.
And in HDR, the kind of aesthetic really pops.
It's a better video game outside of VR. It's a cool experience.
I don't know. I'd have a great time playing in VR, and in fact, like, had some really fucking good runs in VR.
Yeah, I only play it in VR now.
So I think my thing was I played it outside of VR first, and then when I put the VR helmet on, it just looked blurry and like a low res kind of version
a
of
little
it. But it does something different, and that's okay. But like, I think the Tetris is very good, and the amazing thing about Tetris is Tetris is a simple game, and people have messed it up. They have made bad versions of Tetris.
So many times.
And, quite a number of times, and like this is it feels good, and Tetris is like a game that you should always win. There's no reason you should not win Tetris. It's the same goddamn
gets
pieces.
pretty hard.
every time. You just need to fit them together in the same pattern every single time.
I'm just
But
saying
every
that
time
speed level 10, man.
Yeah.
it gets away from you, and I think that's the beauty of Tetris is like that you should be able to do this, but it gets away from you, and it feels good. The spinning feels good. The dropping feels good. The different levels add the same thing that Lumines added, which is just it's the same thing over and over again, but it's a different aesthetic. Some of the levels are harder to read, and that can be annoying or make the game tougher sometimes.
I'll give them props for the number of kind of accessibility and customization options there are around the visual presentation, because you can turn a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
But that's
that
okay.
helps a lot.
Like,
especially-
in some of that stuff of the levels being harder to read, it's the same thing in Lumines. Like, that's okay.
Yeah.
Like, I want some different stuff in Tetris. That's fine.
That said, when I'm in VR in that one level where 5 dolphins jump in front of my board while I'm trying to complete a Tetris, it's like, okay, sure.
I think there are two different, really different experiences that are both awesome with this. Whereas when you first get it and you haven't seen or been familiar with all the levels and themes and everything, do it default settings and everything. VR, like it's really fun even after you beat it to do the journey from beginning to end in one big like hour-long sitting. That's awesome just to kind of take in all the sights and sounds. And then it is awesome on a screen, like Vinny said, where it's like, all right, I'm going to turn on the color thing so I don't have to deal with like the weird gear level. It's all just going to be the orange L block is going to go this way, the blue is going to go this way, going for score. Like it satisfies on both. Just kind of the fun journey mode, and then they're like, let's play some fucking Tetris.
Yeah, it's hard for me to. Am I judging Tetris? Because Tetris, I'll play Tetris on a Game Boy and it's still a great game, right? Like, so this is a great version of a great game. The cosmetic that's on top of it, the aesthetic that's on top of it, it's fantastic. I think they've done a great job with Tetris, and I'm not sure how I feel necessarily about overall how to evaluate that. I'm a little conflicted.
I mean,
yeah, sure, I could see that.
Considering how many times, like you said, that Tetris has been royally borked up by any number of different developers that should have had no problem just making competent Tetris work, I think it's a testament to, the way that Miz sort of like designs his games, that like they just took a concept like, hey, good feeling Tetris, and managed to put all these fucking bells and whistles around it and have it all work together and gel together in something that feels cohesive.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not worthy of praise in any way, but it's already built upon Tetris.
Yeah, but it's still like it's so good. Everything around it is so good that I wanted to jump in and get a deeper understanding of Tetris because of how much I liked everything around it.
Yeah, so I started to say, like, this game has made me appreciate, like, the infinite spin and, like, whatever the fuck a T-spin is and stuff like that. It's important.
I got a trophy for doing 10 of them.
So, and, like, on the one hand, you could say that's any Tetris game. Like, whatever Tetris game you like is going to make you get deeper into Tetris. Like, this is the game that made me, like, start darting my eyes up to the next piece and trying to plan a move or two ahead.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, like, again, it's Tetris. Like, any good Tetris game could do that, but maybe the argument is, like, this one looks and sounds so good that I care enough to do it here.
And also, I think it's good enough to, like, keep in mind that there are different eras of Tetris. The rules have changed. Like, this is the game that made me care about modern Tetris.
That's what
that's the thing that I never wanted to care about. All the T-spins, all that other stuff. It was like, there was that feeling of like, well, once they broke Tetris back in the day, it's been broken ever since. And now it's like, oh, I actually understand why they made those changes. Like, they maybe went too far in that direction back then, but over time, like, okay, I see what you're looking to accomplish here, and I feel it actually does make for a better game.
So I
understand now.
So those are the spots where the VR actually kind of complements the experience for me, because you get levels like the one where everything's on fire, and also, especially on like Expert, happens to be fast as fuck, and like you have to infinite spin because it's the only way you can possibly get through it, and like. At that point, being surrounded by everything as it's like burning and like going faster than you can keep up with, like it is kind of a total
Sounds like
body,
a nightmare.
It's like a total body experience at that point, and like the mechanics and the presentation like kind of harmonize in a really cool way.
And this is like very personal, but I use Tetris as sort of a tool sometimes. Like, I use video games as a way to deal with anxiety. Certain games help, some don't. Tetris has always been the one that it was actually my partner who put it into really good words. Like, it's a game where everything has its place. Every piece has its place. And just the act of putting everything in its place is something that's so calming to me. And it's just like...
Because it's a little short burst of like satisfaction.
Yeah, and then, so like, that's baseline Tetris. And then this, just on a level above it, everything is chill. Even when it's not chill, it's like still exciting and fun. And it's just everything that I wanted from a Tetris game realized. It's a good playing Tetris with pretty stuff to look at when you kind of have figured out your move and you're waiting for the next piece or whatever, and good music. and it's just like a perfect blend to for me. I'm going to come back to this game for a long time.
Yes, it is my go-to Tetris now, and that is saying something considering how many different Tetris there have.
You got to get that million spin trophy, right?
No,
It's gonna take a while.
but I think they have enough options in there to turn it into base Tetris if you need to
just play Tetris.
Yeah, because I remember my wife walked in, I was playing it, and she's like, "Oh, Tetris," and she's, "Why is all that shit on the screen?"
What are you doing in here, you fucking hippie?
Turn that off.
Why does it smell so bad?
And
Patchouli just comes out of the VR helmet as you play it.
Miss you.
but again, it is a fantastic version of a fantastic game.
Yeah.
Tetris just happens to be a fantastic game, and they didn't have to reinvent it. They didn't have to do too much stuff. It's not the Pac-Man DX of Tetris.
Tetrisphere.
I mean, they've got a lot of cool side modes. Like there are new ideas in this, but it is also just a really well-made Tetris.
The weekly ritual stuff is fun.
Yeah.
I like doing that.
I've forgotten everyone. I'm so upset.
Oh, really?
I've not checked into a single
So many
one of those.
avatars.
But it is a game. That all being said, it's a game that I can easily top 5 recommend for this year to almost anybody.
Oh,
totally.
That is like, okay, without
VR or not,
qualification, right?
yeah.
That is not like, hey, do you like cowboys? Or hey, how do you feel about this?
This has cowboys in it?
Yeah, you want cowboys.
It's like spirit cowboys.
Yeah,
in the
well,
desert.
that's the ultimate cowboy.
Peyote
cowboys.
Howdy, Spirit Cowboy.
Even though it didn't do, I think, as much for me as it did for some people, I would absolutely put this on best style, just because of the way it marries the music and the visuals and everything together.
Sure.
I think it is a no-brainer to put in that debate.
I
fits in a lot.
and even what I said about the music not necessarily being super listenable outside of the game, like I think it perfectly complements like the visuals that they have created for that game, and I think it belongs in the soundtrack like conversation for sure.
Yeah.
I think it's a best game.
Yeah, I would put it in best game as well.
What about best looking?
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
I like I said, I think outside of VR, it is a sharp game that I want to bring people over to look at.
Hey, look at this thing.
Look at this thing.
Check out what this thing's doing. Like,
Especially
I
that
would
last
hear
level,
it.
man.
I would hear the argument.
I'll put it in there.
The Game Boy level's great.
Yeah.
The music's wrong,
I
though.
keep forgetting to play that.
It's good.
The music's wrong, though.
It's
really
it
good,
is
though.
upsetting.
Except that the music is wrong.
I'm just
Cut it from all
hey,
these
how's the
categories.
music?
It's just one note.
I may have said this before, but I am so grateful for VR for finally making me like get Mrs. stuff. If that makes sense, because
I love Luminous.
Yeah.
Well, but I'm talking further back than that. I mean, like going back to original release of Rez when everybody had like 20-inch CRTs, you know, and like it was cool. It was certainly a neat idea, and you could see what he was going for, and like.
But Area X really
bought
translates
it. Yeah, like
that.
I bought Rez back then, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool. It's a stylish looking rail shooter." And like I knew people who were like, "I think you were fucking crazy for it back then, right?"
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't until Area X basically that it was like, "All right, this is the thing this guy has been waiting for 25 years."
Ever since he was strapping 2 fucking Game Gears to his face.
Yeah. And like this, I mean, this is just another example of that. But like,
Do we get a VR Luminous?
At some point.
No, I think that Luminous Remastered just came out. I think
Luminous is on the back burner for a while.
like
How about
it.
Luminous is great, but after this, it's just kind of like, okay.
This is a better puzzle
Luminous,
game, and it has the music. You know, like Luminous is maybe slightly more rhythmic than. Well, there is a rhythmic element to playing Luminous, but I don't think.
But what if you're playing Luminous in VR and that giant mouth is on the screen?
Okay, all right.
I mean, I think they've said it like Luminous happened because he wanted to make a Tetris game and it didn't work out. So now he has.
Luminous is great. I would love to see a new Meteos game.
Yeah.
I would like to see.
Meteos is all right.
Wait, is that Miz?
Yeah, I don't know if he
that was-
did
well,
that.
it was
It was his
Q
studio.
Entertainment.
Yeah, it was his
Okay.
studio. I don't know.
So
if
I
he
did
was,
play that one.
He was like a producer.
Space Channel 5?
Yeah. That's
No,
He was. I think he might have been involved.
He was involved, yeah. But
How about a Res 2?
sure.
Yeah.
Re-res.
Area X definitely paints an appealing
like,
picture of just like,
fucking-
wow, man, they
Just make a whole game
if
of
there was
Area X's.
if there was another Res, that'd sure be good.
Yep.
But also now we've had 2 games in 2 years that are, I mean, you know, the similar idea of like, okay, here's this togetherness and all this other, you know, like, can you do, could you do a Res 2 in a year and a half or 2 years or whatever, and or would it be too much?
Yeah.
Would it be too positive?
Yeah.
Too happy?
We need that.
Anyone.
We need a force of positivity.
Please.
Yeah.
Launch it on the PS5. and
Sure.
have a
Sure.
go all the way.
Sure.
Speaking of positivity,
Yeah,
Hitman 2,
Oh man.
positively the sequel to Hitman.
Positively
sure
murderous.
is that.
Hitman 2.
It's fantastic.
Welcome.
It is more of that, and that's awesome.
You throw that briefcase and it goes around the corner.
I hope they
Yeah.
never fix that.
Oh my god, I love it.
I could probably name on 2 fingers the things I think are new in this game, and I'm okay with
Yeah.
that, some of that.
I
It's
can
just
tell
the
you.
maps are the star. I think.
yeah.
And also the sense of humor seems sharper. Like it seems like 47 himself has more lines, and what they're doing with his character I think is kind of hilarious.
Wait, really?
Just him being just way more of the cipher for murder, and that's all he knows. Like I keep going back to the realtor thing, where like he just is trying to sell this house, in every room he's just explaining why it'd be good to murder someone in it.
But I actually think like maybe the biggest revelation of this game is I fucking care about the story of Hitman now, like in an earnest way, and I want to see what's going to happen, which
Yeah.
makes me worry
He's
they're
gonna
not
get
going to
his
make another
empathy,
one.
and he's gonna break.
Like specifically, like toward the end when Burnwood is talking to Lucas Gray,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Like they kind of dig into his 47's character because she's like because he's also a graduate of the
Lucas,
fucking-
the beard guy.
yeah the
Murder Academy.
super soldier program or whatever. She's like you feel it, don't you? Like he doesn't feel it, but
Yeah.
you do. You know, like digging into the sort of weird, lab produced sociopathy of Agent 47. I think is really interesting.
And on top of that, have you guys all finished the main story? There's like an interesting twist in there that is worth noting. With is Burnwood the handler?
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck, right. I
Where
totally forgot
between,
about that
between
at the end of the
47
game.
and Burnwood, which
Yeah.
is like a weird place to leave that story.
Even
off.
before you get to that last reveal, there, like all the stuff they're doing with Providence and the Constant, and I can't believe I'm throwing all these terms out there, and I
Yeah.
care about them,
Yeah.
but like that's
But that last thing is like pretty intense.
But that thing in particular is like, woo.
yeah. So it is
I
a
don't think we need to say what it is here, but
no. Did you finish it?
I did.
Yeah.
I could not tell you a single thing that happened in the story. I watched all the
Okay,
cutscenes.
do you remember the part with super cocaine?
I remember the word super cocaine being on the screen.
Yeah,
and
there you
laughing.
go. Game of the
Yes.
year.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the stuff with the mirrors, I guess, is neat. Like the way the people can see reflections of 47 before he hits him in the back of the head with the wrench. Like that's okay.
The tall grass, like the things you
Yep.
can duck in to hide, is
The
like
crowds,
legitimately, and the crowds do the same
Helpful.
thing. Legitimately,
Improvements to the UI.
picture-in-picture stuff.
Yeah.
yeah.
yes, some of that stuff is very, very useful.
So I will say that one level. What's the one level where you have to find the identity of the target?
Mumbai.
Oh yeah, so they use the crowds in there in a way that feels a little forced.
Yeah.
Because they have
Yes.
the guards that won't
Oh,
tell
right,
who
right,
you
right.
are, and
Yeah.
I didn't like that. But I did like having to find the identity of that
Yeah,
one
that
guy.
was
It was a
cool.
neat idea. There's some other neat ideas like there's some timed objectives. Like there are things where once you trip a thing, you've got like 3 minutes to get out, or
Yeah.
you're dead. Like they add some.
They had some side objectives,
mechanics like that,
Find
yeah.
the evidence in that suburb level.
Stuff with the constant in the final one.
Yes,
escort,
having to
yeah.
get a guy out alive.
That last map is just incredible.
That last map is really fucking something.
Yeah.
If anybody hasn't seen the last map in this game, it is a meeting of the billionaires who run the world.
With at this like eyes
Like
wide
full
shut,
on
rich
fucking
person
skull and
island
bones.
castle.
Yeah, like everybody wearing weird shit, like masks and robes.
You can like kill the target and burn her in effigy in front of a crowd.
Like it's the
just,
most,
it's
it's the most
insane.
opulent shit. Like there's like an ancient castle on this island, and on the top of the castle they have built a high tech penthouse.
yeah.
Yes.
Of course.
on top. Like it's
It's like this
insane.
glass
Yeah, it's like a
cube.
glass greenhouse.
There's like a
Yeah.
Nathan Drake guy hanging out up there.
And like they're, oh my god, you run into people talking about like denying climate change has served you all well for decades, but now it's time to reverse course, and this time you can actually do the right thing. In addition, like it's just like
Yeah, they're like they're hawking their wares in there.
Wow.
It is good.
They know that the universe they have created is just super ridiculous,
Yes,
and
yes.
they have learned especially over the course of these two games,
Yeah.
to lean into that in the most ideal ways possible.
Yeah.
And
that last map is really just the culmination, I feel like, of everything this series has been working toward.
well, totally, but even like just the little stuff that they're putting into these maps, like the little Easter eggs that you will find of just complete absurdist comedy, like the fucking flamingo suit exit in Miami is. Like the first time I saw that, the smile. I immediately had to go into the game and figure out a way to go do that myself.
I still think the funniest stuff in these games is the incidental dialogue. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if there's quite as much of it in here as there is in the first game,
But
but
a lot of it, like when something is in flight coming at someone's
Yeah,
face.
yes.
Don't throw that shit at
yes, like the suburbs map.
where a fish hits him in the
Yeah.
face.
You know the muffin cart in the suburbs map?
Yes, yes.
Like you're trying to get a costume there,
Yes.
like the woman waiting for a muffin, I needed to get her out of the way. Like I stood up out of the bushes, threw a wrench at her face, and as it's flying at her, she's like, "I know karate." Like just So dumb.
Yeah, it is.
They're
dumb.
walking a really great line
Yes.
in terms of just like finding ways to make that thing funny without going too far. Like it'd be really easy for this thing to fall into just becoming a parody of itself.
Becoming Saints Row or
yeah,
something.
it
it
just wouldn't work.
It
at that
works
point,
because the
but-
characters all take it completely
exactly,
seriously.
Yes.
and
Like they
and
never sneer at what's going on,
Yeah.
or even
They're-
acknowledge it.
I have not always liked the games that the writing in the games this studio has produced, but man, they have just struck a really perfect.
And so many
tone.
so many things of 47 just wearing some stupid ass outfit and just straight faced.
Yeah, no, just like dressed up as a fucking hippie, fucking
Florida
walking
man.
with a super cocaine bus. Statue, statuette, and walking that into these guys, and everyone just being like, "Oh yeah, you sold out, huh?" And he's like, "Well,
I still think
like all his dialogue as the hippie is fucking
totally.
tremendous."
I still
walking
think
around as a candidate for mayor with like a fish in a suitcase. Like, all right,
But
sure.
yeah, the fact that you can look or sound nothing like somebody, but just putting on their shirt
him.
is enough
Yeah.
to fool people. It's like the funniest
What's
shit.
like the little aside when you're dressed up as the tattoo artist, and you go
Yes.
and you're walking in to give the guy the tattoo
Yes.
in that second level or the third level, I guess. And his wife is like a huge fan of your reality show and stuff, and she's convinced it's you. And then the other guy's like, I don't think the cheekbones were that
Yeah,
high
he's,
on there.
he's the drug kingpin.
Yeah,
Like,
the drug
the one
kingpin's
guy
like-
who needs to really fucking know his shit
Yeah.
is the guy who sees
And
through
he's
your
like looking at it and
disguise.
going like, all right, well, whatever. It's probably fine. My wife says it's okay. And then you fucking murder him with that tattoo needle.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, it is. In terms of nominations, I think it could go on best game for sure. I had a lot of fun with it this year. There are a decent amount of moments or sequences, but they're
put
very Hitman-esque.
I put the flamingo exit
Yeah.
in there.
yeah.
I mean, I think that last map, just as a whole, could be taken as sort of like a best sequence because that again, there's just a lot of layers to that map.
I
Yeah,
also think, best looking, even though the characters can kind of animate a little robotically, I think the areas in those maps are just like really cool
I do
visually.
really like the way that game looks.
Yeah.
and it performs like it doesn't
Yeah.
seem to have any problems.
Yeah.
Keeping up.
On one hand, it's really cool that they made that game again, but it's kind of also a bummer for like me who really likes the idea of Hitman, but it's just they didn't do anything different, so I know I'm not going to come into this and like it because I didn't like the first one, right? It's kind of a double-edged sword of
Sure.
It's cool that hey, we made it again, and it's like a little bit better. It sounds like there's some improvements here and
they're
there.
meaningful changes, but it's
Yeah.
it's like that thing of like a fast sequel to a platformer or something
Yeah.
like that, where you're like, oh, they made some minor changes, but really it's the new levels.
They're
bringing.
refining a formula that's pretty good.
yeah.
It's just a bummer that like, yeah, maybe if they added a couple more things or changed a couple things, I would be enticed.
Yeah, it is.
But I
it
think they
is that
did.
first game.
But also I think they do a better job of like if you want to be held by the hand. I think they've made it more accessible to people
That's
with their
true.
kind of mission story stuff.
Yeah.
By letting you select a lot of that stuff out of the gate. Like the changes they made. It might not work for you, but I think it's like it's better at drawing people into like, hey, here's some of the ideas we had. You can turn these off and get nuts if you want, but like, hey, jump through this window, get this guy. And
That does help.
If you want to drop a duck on a guy, which I did over the weekend.
Oh, you
It
did,
worked
yeah.
flawlessly.
Okay, great. Did you do it even earlier?
Yes, way earlier. I waited for as soon as he walked over, and we didn't when we did UPF. We were not listening to any of that dialogue. All that dialogue is him going like, he
How
walks
would you
over,
kill
goes
me?
like,
Yeah.
I was like,
I was
so
listening,
if you were to kill me, what?
Right.
And at
I
that point, I was
poison
just
your
like,
water.
well, yeah. And you look around, and you can respond to his question by poisoning the coffee or
Yeah.
get the wrench or whatever. And I just stood up, dropped the duck, and walked out. I did not give any. I gave the ultimate answer to his question. I think.
Right, you showed him the answer.
Yeah, and yeah, so I think that they've done things that I think will be better at drawing new players in that might have been lost just by like not knowing what the potential is.
Yeah.
So there's that, but yeah, that's not necessarily going to work for everyone.
It is definitely more of the first one, but I gained an appreciation for that game playing it this time around because the first one I played every level the way I would like Coach Brad, where it's like just fuck everything up, just get the kills in dumbass ways. Like I was not like playing it like a good stealth game. And like now I did that my first time through, and I went back again because I liked it so much. It's like I want to try master mode and try to like play it right and actually sneak around and
It's super
not
satisfying.
kill anyone and hide all the bodies and,
Yeah.
and all that stuff. And like it super works well as a real deal.
Turns
stealth
out,
game.
Yeah.
turns
And not
out they
just a
made a
bullshit
pretty good
sandbox.
stealth game too.
Yeah.
And I think some of the stuff you mentioned works well with them releasing all of the content at once, because when you go in between maps, it'll now just bring up the story mode stuff that's like, hey, before you move on, did you see this thing where like you can be a mechanic on the race car, or did you see this story mode, or do you want to move on to the next mission? And I think they have intentionally done that so you don't just burn through all the content, that you know that like, hey, part of this game is not just getting the assassination, it's seeing all this amazing stuff we put in the game. Please don't skip it. And I think that also helps because you can jump right back into the mission with that thing, with that objective highlighted, and it'll immediately point you towards it.
I like how weirdly freeform and like they're not precious about any part of that game. Like if you want to just play the last level out of the gate, it'll pop up and say like, dude, you should probably whatever. Yeah. Come on,
Do what you
fuck
wanna
it,
do.
man. Like I like their willingness to just like, hey, we did write a story for this, but we get it. Like it's
Yep. On normal difficulties, I always forget this, but on normal difficulty, you could just quick or save and just try some stuff out.
Save scumming is the end of the game.
I forget that all the time, and it just lets you try out ridiculous things, except on those elusive targets where you know, you got to put your best foot.
I think we are nearing the point with that series where there is going to be at least one mission where you literally can kill a target by painting a tunnel onto a wall and having them drive into it. Like that's how close to just fucking straight up Chuck Jones slapstick we are to this thing. Sure. We're almost there. He's gonna fucking take one of those portable holes from fucking like Who Framed Roger Rabbit and throw it down, and the guy's gonna fall down and die.
I think I want to see like more of the I want the Benny Hill. I want Yakety Sax to
Yes!
play over like some of the more ridiculous moments.
Agent 47 puts 2 fingers in a shotgun and it blows out the other.
I love when 47 thinks he's clever. Like there are several stories you can do where you're behind a food cart or whatever, and every time you serve a like poison muffin or something, it's like, oh, I heard those are to die for. Oh, he's a good job. 47.
One day someone's gonna laugh at that joke for him.
So I think best game. I'm not sure how many other things I would put.
Looking
under best one.
I think looking at best moment, yeah. That makes sense.
Like dropping the duck is a pretty good moment.
They did announce some of their ongoing stuff, and I think that,
they have a pedigree.
It's like you know, it's some escalations and one Christmas thing that they didn't reveal. So like you look at it and go like, okay, I mean they are supporting the game. They're doing elusive targets and escalations and contracts and all that, but it wasn't necessarily. I don't know. Like I don't know that I feel like.
I feel like that's the
calling
thing
it
to
best
check
ongoing
in on
game, right?
next
Yeah.
year.
Yeah,
and see if
that's
we
probably-
can speak
Tough
to
to
it.
say, especially knowing that like the game is a little rougher around the edges than the first one. Like, who knows how much funding they've got to keep pumping out elusive targets this time?
I mean,
compared
listen,
to the first one.
They seem at the very least like they are currently committed to doing it very much like
I hope
the first
so.
game.
Yeah.
So we'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
And I think putting in or the ability to bring in the first game maps into one,
it's
one
amazing.
platform.
it's great.
Is good.
Seeing all those locations in one big row is
That's great.
is really something.
Knock against it. The way you download all that stuff separately,
it's
come
annoying.
on, just give me one thing to download.
It's almost like they built it as an episodic game and went like, oh,
Shit.
They should have like patched something in there where it's just like I bought the game, just download it all. Yeah,
Or if you download it from your library,
you hit the
should
download
prompt
button
you
once
to
and
just
it
select all and then download.
Install all.
I think for mine, it did a thing where it started downloading. I think I had to do them individually, but then I wanted to play the new stuff first, but it was downloading all the old maps, and it was like just.
Oh, so you were launching it before it was done downloading.
Yeah, and it was just like, oh, I want to jump in here, and it was like, oh, do you want the old map? And I'm like, God damn it! Stop, pause, don't download.
Good game.
Good game.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
Fallout 76.
Oh.
I would not put this in any categories.
Even
I would put this in most disappointing.
Would you put it in
I could
hottest
see
mess?
it.
With,
It's
like,
a
the
pretty
bag
hot
and
mess.
everything.
Oh, it's already there.
Okay.
Yes.
That whole thing is gonna...
I am, as somebody who went in with low expectations and being a huge Fallout fan, I am still campaigning for this to go into Miss Disappointing.
I
like,
would back that.
So I had heard a rumor that they were making a Rust-style Fallout thing before E3, and then sure enough, they did that press conference, and they said it's got survival, but don't worry, it's still got all the things you love about Fallout. Like I watched a video.
They have a very skewed perspective on what people love about Fallout.
I watched that press conference a few days ago, that chunk where they were talking about Fallout 76, just to really, because in my mind, I'm like, they lied about that game, basically. Yeah, man, they were saying it's going to have full story, it's going to have a rich world.
Technically, I mean, I feel like that's stuff that is up for interpretation.
Yes.
It does have there was a story.
Yeah. They obeyed the letter of the law.
It's the beginning,
not
middle,
the
and end.
spirit.
Not the
spirit.
Not the spirit.
but in a way that is disappointing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Deeply.
Yeah. I mean, call me a fucking dupe, but I came out of that press conference also thinking like maybe they'll turn this into something.
Yeah,
This sounds
because
promising.
like I
Guys are all dupes.
Yeah.
Fallout 3 is one of my
bunch of
favorite
rubes.
games of all time. I liked New Vegas a whole lot. I even like 4. I'm even a 4 defender.
I
but
like 4.
this was just, I didn't touch it. And I'm ashamed to say that I'm never going to play this video game. It just looks like it's a slog. It's buggy. There's nothing to do. You can't go in any of the fucking houses. You can't do.
It's
the VATS is real time.
That's real time. Bobbleheads that give you 10 minutes or an hour or something of.
Oh, yeah,
like
bobbleheads are
buffed.
consumables.
Like the thing with this game though, I am totally fine with you putting it on as the most disappointing, but this reminds me of like one of those old timey bicycle airplanes, like Wright Brothers style airplanes, like the offline ones, right? And it's like it gets off the ground a little bit, but look at that thing's gonna fucking fall apart any second.
Yeah.
And then when they announced it online, I was like, you're gonna throw that thing off a cliff? You think it's gonna fly?
You're going to put 20 people on this plane and throw it off a cliff.
Like that thing gets off the ground for like 20 seconds.
Not
Like,
only that, we're going to put a nuke in the plane.
The irony
you
is
gotta
that
pedal harder.
the irony is that like some specific blips aside with like matchmaking and stuff, like the multiplayer works.
No, so we were playing during the day. That night it all fell
Okay,
apart.
well, server load is a thing
server
that'll
load
clear
is
up.
a real thing.
But,
But yeah,
like when it works, it's fine. Like it's
Well-
not. I mean, as legendarily buggy as these games are, like
at least you could get connected
yeah,
to players.
yeah, the
Sure.
running around in
Oh.
each other's game world is not the
Okay.
part that
But
breaks.
Is it really only
surprisingly.
instance for 20 people?
24, I think.
That just seems very low.
With
the
the
map
mass of the
that's
world.
bigger
They say it's
Yeah.
4 times the size of Fallout 4.
with
24 people.
And so you just kind of don't run into players very often.
Yeah.
But is that the design is 24 people, or that's like the current?
It's the cap. It's
That's the cap right now.
number.
Maybe they bring it up later, but
I haven't played it, so I
I
don't know what
imagine
that
they
experience
jack
is
this whole thing up and like insert a new game underneath it someday.
At
and
the end
stick
of
with
the
it or whatever,
campaign,
but-
you get nuclear launch codes, which are you can look those up. They're the
yeah,
same
they,
codes.
They got hacked
and
hacked out and
launching more than one nuke crashes the entire server.
Good. I mean, that,
good,
it
good.
should.
Yeah,
Like,
I
it
guess
should.
so. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a low quality experience that has none of the things or story or characters that you would want out of a Fallout game.
You really think they'll add like a big thing to it?
They'll add
As, like,
stuff to it.
I
They
think
have
like as a
to.
point of pride, they will stick with this.
I mean,
They're-
the foundation is okay if it had stuff to
the foundation
do.
is not
It's serviceable.
This is a game that they apologized for before it was released.
Yeah, totally.
This was a game that they had to put out a letter and say like, "Hey, we're all in this together. We're all gonna find some bugs, but hey, we'll get through it, okay?" Like, what the fucking fuck?
Like,
is this game free?
If you can
no,
draw,
it is not.
If you can draw a parallel, you can draw one to Elder Scrolls Online, which was not a good game when it launched, and I do believe it had some problems, but also I don't feel like it was met with like just the universal level of revilement that this one
he
has been
starts
met
out
with.
that Todd Howard starts. He says, some people say our games have bugs. I read it online, so it has to be true. This one, and then he implies heavily that they're fixed all the
figuring it out.
bugs, and
Yeah, that's fucking insane. Also, Elder Scrolls Online is a fundamentally different game.
Yeah, yeah.
That's trying to be an MMO. It's like it's a different business model, like top to bottom. That is a different game that actually was better than this at launch.
And they revamped that game a lot.
Yes, as they have continued to work on it, it has grown into quite a little thing. It's not necessarily my cup of tea, but hey, there's a lot of shit in there to do.
Doesn't this game, am I misremembering, or is this the game where if you look at your feet, you move faster?
That's fixed.
That was fixed.
Okay.
They
That
fixed
was an
but
issue,
that
right?
was,
That was
initially
totally
an
an
issue.
issue.
Yes.
It was like the physics ran relative to the game's frame rate. So if you looked at the ground and you had to edit some files, I don't think it was just out of the
Okay,
box. It would
okay.
do that. It was kind of a weird
Okay.
thing. But that's
But yes, this is that game.
Okay.
this thing is it's a hot mess. All the stuff around
All
it,
the stuff around it,
like on
yes.
top of that, like them apologizing pre-release to this fucking dumb canvas bag bullshit. Which, like on its face, you look at it and go, "Oh, who gives a shit?"
Like, it's just gamers getting mad about.
But like when you stack it up with everything else, and then take into account like, actually, that version of the game was $200 motherfucking dollars.
$200.
Yeah.
But then also that stuff that came out about some people, the influencers getting the actual canvas
real-
bag.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
no, they got a better bag than the one that was even
bags.
Or like
advertised.
500 atoms isn't even enough to get the in-game canvas bag. That costs 700 atoms.
Some of that stuff is.
Like it's just this. Like there's the game itself, which hey, shit went sideways. Obviously, it's problems. And then there's like the multitude of like weird unforced errors around the edges of it where you're just like, fuck guys, come on. How do you do that? But it still says Fallout on the box. Are
Do
you just trying
yourselves
to
a
bury
favor
it?
and look up bug compilations for this game.
Is this like
They're
the end of your
incredible.
contract? Can you not make another Fallout? Did you somehow lose the rights and you want to scorched earth it on the way out? Because that's what you're fucking doing.
So the thing that really boggles my mind, and like I kind of fell out of love with Fallout and some of the Bethesda stuff, but the thing that really boggles my mind is we live in a day and age where it is the exception to not go into early access, right? Like it is, like why would you not put this in a state that says this is an ongoing project? It is not in retail. If you want to get in here early, join some program, do something, give us some money. And we're going to develop this, and then we're going to come out and final
I would
release.
say because PS4 still doesn't have a label for that.
Then like you got to put it out on something else because
But yet Fortnite is still out on
yeah,
there,
yeah.
so
But
they
they
clearly have
yeah.
bent the rules for big players.
But they
so.
can throw their weight around in a way that even Bethesda can't.
But like I bet on PS4 you could put this up as some kind of downloadable demo or executable or beta or something that allows you to stress test and go through for whatever amount
They
of time.
ran a beta
for
of it.
like
It wasn't very
4,
long.
a week and a half, 2 weeks or something.
That is not enough time to
No.
clearly not enough time.
But
Like, you could have done it.
But the bugs are less a problem than the lack of stuff to do. Like there's it's just
Like,
a
the
hollow
framework
it's just
is just
a
not
hollow
good.
game.
Right.
Well, the framework is fine. It's the thing they should have built on the framework. They should have strung a bunch of quests.
Well, that's what I'm
on
saying.
there.
That's what makes it feel so early access.
Yeah.
Is like this is where you'd be like, okay, is the tech running? We're going to add in all the stuff for you to do over the course of the next 6
Right,
months,
right.
right?
I argue that the framework isn't even good.
Well,
It's
well,
not. It's
what it
It's the
is.
same framework they've
What it
been
is
using
Fallout.
forever.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they've made that again. Like
Which I think is unacceptable.
people seem willing to accept that when the stuff to do on top of that is good, but that's not even here. It doesn't even exist.
Also, the
in
last
this
time
case.
that happened was 4, which was 3.
That was 3 years ago.
And even then,
4
like
was-
mixed results.
Yeah.
Hottest mess?
Yeah.
That's most
Disappointing?
disappointing.
I think both of those.
Best story.
Oh yeah, yeah. The responders.
Best moment or
and, you know,
sequence, me not buying it.
You know, finding all those audio logs and all those corpses really. It's not at all an overused storytelling mechanic, especially when they do it every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It
makes it better.
At the opening of that game, you're just like, what, fucking really?
I'm really curious to see what this game looks like in like a year or 18 months. Like
They're gonna turn this one
how much
around.
how much of a make good do they feel like they need?
I'm
to-
amazed that they felt it would be okay to do this to the Fallout brand.
Yeah.
Like honestly, like that's the baffling thing to me. And maybe it's because hey, like main Bethesda studios have Elder Scrolls and this new IP Star game.
Starfield.
Star game, I think it's called.
Next
So
Star game.
so maybe
Space
by the
World.
time they get back around to Fallout again to make a proper single player one,
Yeah.
maybe people will have forgotten about this
I
tragedy.
mean that's like a decade away. at this
Exactly,
point.
yeah. So maybe they're just
Never,
like fuck
I'm
it.
never gonna forget.
This is
Yeah.
the Fallout you're going to be playing for the next 10 years.
I think this either the servers go down in a year when we're back here. The servers are
Like out
are
of
down.
protest?
No. or this game is not running. They're doing some major overhauls, or it is like the #1 grosser for Bethesda. Like,
Oh, they'll make
yeah.
money on this
Like
thing.
they
I
will-
have no question
right.
of that.
So yeah, they will be like Fallout 76 is a top earner. It is making tons of money, and we will all
Stay
be like,
tuned for
of
Fallout
course.
77.
Yes. Yeah, it's man, what a weird thing. Like that, I don't know. That intro in the vault is mildly promising. Like you step out of the vault before you know anything about what that game is, you're like, all right, if this is full of Fallout-y stuff, this seems okay.
But like even the vault is empty compared to
Well,
vaults
yes.
in the previous games. Like there's every indication out of the gate that it's like, oh, this is
There's not a single
missing
tunnel snake in
everything.
there.
I mean, my
yeah.
hope was that those people were all out in the world, but then turns out they're just dead.
they're the other players.
Yeah. No.
They were lucky.
next game.
Pokemon, let's go.
So, in the same way that you guys were a little bit hesitant about Fallout after E3 and all the trailers, I was as well for Pokemon Let's Go, because it looked like it was a little bit too kiddie. I mean, more kiddie than Pokemon can be, and that it was integrating too much of Pokemon Go mechanics. And for the record, I still play Pokemon Go.
Okay.
I'm a fan of it. I would almost argue it's one of the best ongoing games, but yeah, you know, we'll get to it. But man, what a pleasant surprise this was, because I had no idea that this was basically going to be a remaster of Pokemon Blue, Red, and Yellow. And yes, they've re-released those games a million times by now on the Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, DS, etc., etc. But man, you can pet your Pikachu. Your Pikachu becomes your best buddy. And in the same way where like a lot of Pokemon just feel disposable because you're just hunting for the best stats possible. I have grown attached to my Pikachu the way y'all have grown attached to your horses in Red Dead. Where after like we do a good battle, like I'll pet my Pikachu, I'll feed him a berry. It's like, good job, buddy.
Does your Pikachu poop?
I haven't checked yet.
Okay.
I mean, I do find berries on the ground that, you know, who knows?
That you feed back to your Pikachu? Oh my god.
I mean, it is a rodent.
It's the circle
Exactly.
of life.
Pikachu is a mouse. And, you know, I'd say like the introduction of Pokemon Go mechanics isn't even that bad because the catching in the game is completely different than how it was originally. Originally, you'd enter random battles with Pokemon and have to weaken them and then throw balls. Here, similar to Pokemon Go, you're just throwing balls, but you can throw berries, and that is a little bit of a bummer. But the upside to that is that you actually see the Pokemon in the overworld. So there's no more random battles, and you can choose which Pokemon you want to catch. And which to avoid. And for certain areas in the game where you just constantly run into Zubats or annoying Digletts or annoying Bellsprouts, you no longer have to worry about that because you can completely subvert that.
Do you think that's a change that's just for this Go spinoff, or do you think that's the direction that Pokemon is going now?
You know, I honestly hope that's the direction the series will head because I don't want to go back to random battles. And I think that's been like a drawback to some JRPGs for me also, that like I just don't want to randomly battle anything. Like that's why I fell off Octopath, like Ni no Kuni and and Dragon Quest. It was like, okay, cool. Like I can control when I do all this stuff.
So are all the Pokemon in, like, what's the difference between Eevee and Pikachu?
Other than a set of moves between either Pokemon, there's just a couple species or types that are exclusive to each game, similar to the old series.
Do they go all the way up to the current roster of
They
Pokemon?
only go to the original 150, but 153 almost to 160 because they include the Alolan versions of the original 150 Kanto Pokemon. And the battling, it's almost exactly the same. They do introduce certain moves that, and not mechanics, but variations of moves that have been introduced in Gen 6 and 7. So you'll have to worry about, okay, this Pokemon now has 2 types, and this move has like different status ailments that it can inflict. And it's just generally pleasant, and like seeing the Pokemon in the game just makes it feel much more alive than seeing a bunch of random trainers just standing there waiting to battle you.
Totally. I haven't played this. I've only watched Jan play it, but everything from the moment he turned it on and I heard that music, just like a new kind of up-resed modern take on the classic Pokemon music, seeing the Pokemon move around, like going to the gyms. We went to one of the gyms and like seeing the puzzle from the gym in like this cool 3D and seeing the fully animated battle or like gym leader intro was just this huge rush of nostalgia that I felt that I didn't think I would get from this game. Like Jan, I thought this was going to be a really watered down experience. I thought this was going to be them trying to get all the Pokemon Go people to buy another game, basically.
At E3, it seemed pretty rough.
Yeah, you guys seemed very like down on it, especially with the motion controls.
I remember trying to throw stuff and
it just
like
felt broken.
It didn't feel work, good. And it was one of those weird, awkward things where like the woman's standing there trying to give me tips, and I'm like, it's just not working, lady.
I'm just doing it. It's
like, Jeff, you want to try?
Yeah, sure. I'll fumble this around for a while, and I didn't do any better.
I mean, especially with the way also Nintendo has just kind of framed this thing throughout the year. Like they have not held this up as like this is the next big exciting entry in the Pokemon series. Like, you know, they've kind of focused their attention more on Smash and honestly even like Mario Tennis compared to this thing. And
people have been craving a console Pokemon game forever.
Yeah, it's the year of Pikachu. Detectives and
we forgot about
and,
Detective Pikachu, and I think that's probably for the best. But
I thought that was all right.
I'm actually really glad to hear this is a good Pokemon game.
I definitely think this is a good re-entry point into the series. My dumb butt has wound up buying a 2DS and Pokemon Sun because of this, because I want to get back into it. And yeah, like I think the actual integration of Pokemon Go into the game is neat. Since I've been playing a lot of Pokemon Go, I am able to transfer all my original Kanto
really?
Pokemon. Yeah, totally are. You do have to get 20 hours into the game. But
Oh wow.
otherwise, you could start the game with a Zapdos and an Articuno, which would break it.
Right.
I think seeing the Pokemon in the world is terrifying.
It is terrifying.
Dude, if you watched that Detective Pikachu trailer,
Yeah,
holy
well, right.
fuck.
So yeah, like I don't think I ever quite realized you're running around and a Psyduck is just going to be crossing a street. That's like, that's kind of.
I will say,
heaven.
Snorlax has surprised me, which I didn't think I'd be able to say.
You can ride the Pokemon.
Yes, you can also ride certain Pokemon.
But should you?
You've befriended them enough that they've
Okay.
allowed you
Okay.
to ride
It's a
them.
great honor
It's
to
like
be
saying,
allowed.
should you ride a horse?
You've reached a Pokemon bond level that is
right.
high enough.
So what do you recommend, Jan? Eevee or Pikachu?
I'd say if you were getting back into the series, go ahead and get Eevee because Eevee can learn moves that completely makes all your other Pokemon useless because it can cover all your bases. Pikachu, if you want a little bit of a challenge because he primarily only will learn electric moves and maybe like surf because Pikachu and a surfboard, super cool.
Oh.
The only downside I'd say to the game is the online battle system because there's not that much to it. There's no ranked battles. There's no matchmaking. I'm pretty much just putting a random 3 Pokemon code, and that's how they've been handling it. It's like Pikachu, 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 and then I'll find someone to battle. The online battling system is also full of people hacking the game.
That's fun.
Great.
But I don't run into too many of them. I'd say in like 5 games, I've only run into 1. And you are able to run from the battle, but
How can you tell it's hacked?
so one of the mechanics they introduced into this game is Mega Evolutions. So you can Mega Evolve a Pokemon, but you can only do 1 Pokemon per team. A person I'll be battling has all 6 of their Pokemon Mega Evolved, and it just has me thinking like, all right, that's
Kind of
pretty
gives up the
fishy.
game a little bit.
Yeah. I don't think this necessarily fits into any of the categories. I will say it's probably one of the best looking in my opinion, but
I think
can
best
see
looking
it.
is
I mean, if you want to put it there, we'll put it there.
I'll put it there.
I like a
What I-
nice looking Psyduck.
What I've seen of it is it looks very nice.
And personally, it's probably going to be like really high on my personal top 10, and I just want to throw it onto the best game just
All right.
for poops and giggles.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's my favorite Pokemon.
And
Poops and giggles.
Poops and giggles.
I wouldn't have thought that I'd come away from this game hoping that they just remaster or remake the other generations in this style. But
Boy.
I
that
would
is
totally be fine if they make a Let's Go Togepi, Let's Go Meryl for like Johto and like so on and so forth. Let's go Bidoof because that
sorry.
beaver Pokemon.
Go Bidoof.
Never go full Bidoof.
I'm sorry.
Let's go Bidoof.
It's weird because I feel like they didn't necessarily. Maybe I just missed it, but I feel like in all the time they spent talking about this game, at no point did they just sit down and say, it's like that original Pokemon
Yes.
game. I feel like if I had heard that one sentence and say, it's like we made that original
Yeah.
Pokemon game, but for Switch, I would have been like, well, fucking awesome. I'll play that. And so it took like it coming out and Jan playing it before I'm like, okay, well, I'm totally going to play this fucking game.
Do you get a bicycle?
Also, it comes. Oh, you don't get a bicycle because you can just ride a Pokemon,
Oh,
which is better than a
well,
bicycle. You can
okay.
fly on your Charizard, but you also can buy a $50 Pokeball to play the game.
$50.
But
It's got a really nice nub.
it's got a really nice nub, and you can walk your Pokemon from Let's Go into it. So I got an Aerodactyl in here, and that'll level up your Pokemon. Also, you can use how do you use this for You can use this for Pokemon Go.
It automatically spins the stops. or
Yes,
something,
it
right?
automatically spins the stops, and you can automatically catch Pokemon if you sync this up to your phone, which is kind of a game changer for Pokemon Go because I've wound up leveling up 5 levels just by using this Pokeball.
Worth the money.
That's $10 a level.
Yeah, it's $10 a level.
Jan, let him out.
No,
Let him
never,
out.
You
never.
can't let an Aerodactyl out in this room. Are you kidding me?
Ride that Pokemon.
Let him out. Let him be free.
I also learned that a Charizard is only 5'7".
Huh.
So I'm about the same height as a Charizard.
What about a Mega
The
Charizard?
more you know.
Mega Charizard only probably grows 2 inches.
What? Really?
It's like when my
What?
hair is up. So
It's not very mega.
yeah.
Yeah.
But he does get he does turn black and he has like all these blue flames and he turns into a dragon type. It's fantastic.
Me
I love
too.
How about Mega Charizard X?
That's the one that turns into a black
How
dragon.
about Mega Charizard Y?
That turns into a fire and flying type, and then his special attack is boosted.
Vinny, I think you just have to accept that Jan knows everything about Pokemon.
It is true.
Stop testing him.
I thought it was,
He's
making
proven
stuff
himself.
up.
How about a Mega Yoshimitsu?
Sue?
Wait a minute. Did I get my
No, you're good.
name
He's
code?
in there.
No, yeah, no.
franchise
Yeah,
is mixed up.
Yoshimitsu is totally in
You're good.
Soulcalibur.
He's in
Oh
both.
wait, he's a guest in Tekken. right?
No, he's kind
just
of
in
core
both.
in
How,
both.
how
Yeah.
about really?
I think he's
Yeah.
just he lives wherever he wants.
Mega Mitsurugi.
Okay.
He transcends
What a
caste.
great
I got halfway
segue.
through that and I was like, wait, is he actually from Soul Calibur?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
he's been in a bunch of those.
Soul Calibur 6, they made a new one.
Gather round, friends.
Retake the
I will
stage of
regale
history.
to you a tale of souls eternally retold.
You know what? This game's pretty all right.
Yeah.
I think it's probably the best one since the first one. It has some
Holy damn.
issues. I don't really like the there's a lot of single player content in it.
And most of it is not that good.
Right,
it's
especially
not
like
that great.
I like going around the map. There's the one Libra of Souls mode where you take your created player over through this map and everything, and
Yeah, whatever.
it's a lot of shit to do. But like all the story stuff is just the most like just talking heads, text, and like
I don't
some
think
people
they
like
got a
that
lot
stuff,
of
but this seems bad.
I don't think they got a lot of budget for that mode.
Yeah, not big on that, but I'm glad it gives you at least a beefy amount of content for like a created character, and then you can do the story mode thing, which is taking the like traditional characters through their timeline or whatever.
Right.
So yeah, it's kind of like retelling. It's almost like the Mortal Kombat 9 thing, but it seems way lower budget.
Yeah,
of like
yeah.
retelling the events of the of these characters you've known.
We recently booted up Soul Edge, Soul Blade. I
Yeah.
forget which one it was.
Soul
And
Blade.
Just seeing like the Edge Master mode and how well thought out that was. It's kind of sad seeing it. Like they're trying to bring some of that back in this game, that the single player content stuff, but I think it fell pretty flat.
Agreed.
It did. Like there's a lot. It's not great, but I think the core fighting I like a lot.
Yeah.
I like the new
very much
characters
so.
quite a bit. I'm not big on that rock paper scissors.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
thing.
feel like that
The
particular
reversal
mode,
edge.
the reversal edge mode, like kind of gets in the way of my enjoyment of the entire game.
Yeah, and like some characters will automatically go into those moves. Like Mitsurugi was always my favorite, but like a lot of his moves go
Well,
straight
mash
into
less. What do you
Yeah.
want? Play the game the
I
way it's
know-
supposed to be played.
I'm like a surgeon with Mitsurugi,
Oh,
and he
yeah.
goes in to that. I'm not that kind of man.
I don't think that feature is the best, but I got used to it pretty quick, and I
Yeah.
feel like
I think
I've
it's really
been able to
useful,
sort
actually,
of
yeah.
insert it into the match flow in a way that feels pretty natural to me.
I kind of like it. I just wish it was a little snappier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a while. It goes into slow. Every time it goes into the slow mo, I feel like okay, I'm kind of out of the flow of the fight here for a second. Hopefully, this goes out in my favor.
Like the main thing with me in Soul Calibur is that when Soul Calibur is good, it is just like fighting game comfort food for me. Like it's not that complicated. It's something that I feel like I actually can play competitively online and not just constantly get my ass kicked. Like I can kind of fumble my way through competitive matches with people and feel good about it. And this is one certainly more than the last few sequels where I felt like I was having like a good satisfying time just playing it competitively
No, Soul Calibur is fun to play for sure.
when it's
And-
good.
Yeah, when it's good, and it's really good. This is, as Dan said, it's the best the series has been in a long time. And that's saying a lot.
And there's some good wacky shit you can make with that
Yeah,
character
I was
creator.
about to shout out the character creator, which I have actually spent more time in than actually fighting at this point.
It seems fun. I want to play it.
It is honestly the most fun I've ever had with a character creator, and I fucking love those. You can get ridiculous. Like obviously, people have seen. It's real easy to make a big old dong on there. Like yeah, sure. But once you get past that,
Many dongs.
You can put two real
you
big
put
dongs
two-
on there.
no, like
What?
put
three?
That's
What the fuck is
you're
wrong with
crossing the
you?
line, Vinny.
Watch me.
For Extra Life, we had a little character
Mm-hmm.
customization
Dong.
contest.
Pretty good. John Leguizamo came out.
Yeah,
of
like there was a surprising, Doom Chump. Just like people picked out random stuff and they made it perfect. There was an Urkel. Like, I don't know. It just feels so good. When
I
you
did
go.
I did a charity stream with Waypoint, and we made a really passable gritty.
Yeah.
Using the scythe weapon, and it worked out pretty well. The character that I created for the game is Gary Lizardman. He's from Long Island. He's a lizard man from Long Island. He doesn't really know why he's there, but he's got this whip sword, so he's gonna fight heroes of the time, tale eternally retold.
Are they? Can you make it so that your character is completely overpowered? Or I've seen the giant cube thing, which I think is
Yes,
hilarious.
that's pretty
it's
wild.
hilarious, but yeah, that's like breaking it.
They fight like the existing characters. Like
Okay, so the
you
movesets
pick a
will
move
be-
set and map it onto it.
But
It's not
except
about-
though you can like fuck with the character's size and like make get a nightmare, but make him real tiny.
yeah, tiny
But-
nightmare.
but
Odd Job Nightmare.
But it's all based on the weapon you give the character.
Yes.
That's the moveset?
Yeah.
Okay.
They really should like turn off custom characters for like ranked or something.
I'm surprised they didn't. That's
they might have at this point.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
just went under my radar, but like people were saying that was kind of creating a negative experience
Yeah,
there in
that-
ranked, especially when you need to like be able to look at your opponent and know what character
Yeah.
you're fighting against.
I feel like I agree with everything you've said about, this is the best Soulcalibur in a while and all that sort of stuff. And I think the thing it's made me realize is maybe I actually don't like Soulcalibur that much. Because I really go like, man, this is probably the best it's been since the first one. And I don't just kind of am done with it after like a day or two.
I'm kind of
The
with
thing
you.
with the first one, it just came out at like the exact right time on
Yeah,
the right
yes,
hardware.
Soul
and it was
Calibur
like-
on Dreamcast was just like a defining release.
Yeah, head and shoulders above the arcade release. One of the
yeah.
first times it's been like that. You know, it's like that was the perfect time.
It was a
for
time and
that.
place thing for sure.
Yeah. And like now, it's like you see the things that are going on with like Tekken 7 and other fighting games that are doing like newer, cooler things, and it makes it harder for like a really good Soul Calibur to just kind of stand out.
There absolutely are much better fighting games out there currently active, in competitive scene. But like I said, I just got a certain amount of satisfaction from being able to play a Soul Calibur game, a new one, and actually kind of enjoy it for a while.
Yeah.
I made a mummy. His name is Kyle.
Oh,
Oh,
Kyle.
Kyle.
What weapon does Kyle use?
He used a bow staff.
Oh, that's a good one.
It's got some reach on it.
Has the 8-on-8 random battle.
Benny,
What?
you can't do that to me.
Why?
It made me sad.
Oh, so most disappointing.
Yeah. Hasn't been there since like 2 or 3.
Another disappointing entry in the Soul Calibur series.
Yep.
Market Brad.
I would play it way more if it had that.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily belongs in any particular category.
Right,
I just
yeah.
it is cool that they made another one and that it was not like woefully disappointing the way that like 3, 4, and 5 all were.
Also a good guest character.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fit.
Not
Geralt.
a dumb one.
Yeah, Geralt.
Well, and they're also they're adding 2B, right?
from
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Multiple
yeah,
good
yeah.
guest characters and not
Can't
dumb
you
ones.
just make them though?
I mean, kind of.
kind of.
But having official releases is also
Yes,
cool.
no.
too.
Because they come with
this is
move
the-
sets and stuff.
Yeah.
Like
Voices
Voices
cool.
and-
But how many
This is-
dongs can I put on my Geralt?
I mean, this is the series that had Spawn. In
I
it.
want to see the dongs in the
Yoda.
game.
Oh, don't worry, they're out there.
Okay.
Spawn Dong.
Is the soul still burning?
Yeah, it's still burning.
Ongoing then?
I don't think it's going to burn on any of these categories.
No.
Nice. Okay.
But
It'll burn in like opening round of Evo next year, and then we won't hear from it again.
if even.
Yeah.
All right. Battlefield the 5th.
Yeah, I don't know that I have a ton to say about it. It is a big game that came out this year.
Yeah.
Vinny, you touch it?
Probably
at all?
why it's on this
You're-
list
I
more
feel
than
like you're
anything.
kind
I
of
know.
more of a Battlefield guy,
would,
but
like the Caravellas have gone deep into Battlefields, and we didn't
You're
touch
Siege
this
people
at all.
now.
We
That's
went
why.
we
That's
went
what
si-
happened.
We got real. We went Siege.
Yeah.
We went pro.
yeah.
No, this came out like as of the time of this
It
recording.
came out 9 different times over the course. Technically, the final release of the hey, I just want to pay $60 for this instead of more,
It
or
wasn't
subscribe to
that
a thing.
long
It was
ago.
the 20th
Okay.
of November.
So I haven't had a chance to get into it, but I do feel like, I play with my brothers and my cousin, and like I just feel like some of the public sentiment towards Battlefield after 1 kind of turned.
Yeah.
And people did move on to things like Siege, or I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, my family didn't go into it, but stuff like Fortnite took a lot of that competitive play.
I mean, even Call of Duty is doing more new this year than.
Yeah, so I mean, when I watched the kind of cinematic trailers for it, it looked very interesting. I'm still interested in it, but you could have told me this game did not come out yet, and I would have.
right. Yeah. It's a weirdly
it's quiet.
a ghost. Yeah.
I feel like the common sentiment I keep seeing is just it's not all there.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, they have a plan of what they're adding and all that sort of stuff. They didn't sell a season pass this time out, because the maps will just be free, and so they kind of
that's admirable.
They led with a like, hey, well, it's also like a lot of games have trended in that direction.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how things are going to be, unless you're Call of Duty, which I imagine they'll change eventually too. Yeah, I think it's fine, and I think they've got a list of things that they're looking to add. You look at it and go like, yeah, that's all stuff that should be in there. Should probably already be in there. And I think there's things about the player movement that is technically good. I had a lot of weird netcode issues on a connection that is above netcode issues for the most part, both here and at home. Multiple places where it just this is all on Xbox One. I've not seen any other version of the game, but it's.
I think I will. I suspect at some point this game will. And I'm not trying to undermine this game's financials or anything like that, but if I had to just be realistic, I suspect that when this goes on sale, I will get into it.
Yeah.
Like I will get a group of people in my family to get into it.
Right.
At that point, maybe we'll be able to talk more about it. But yeah, nobody's expressed interest in getting into it, which
I think it's fine, but also I'm a little underwhelmed. It seems pretty similar. There's maybe some good changes around the edges. I think there's some stuff with the UI and the character customization stuff that are just like bad menus that would like need to be better.
You mentioned like people dropping off for other games like Siege and PUBG and Fortnite and stuff like that. And I wonder if we would have seen a more tepid reaction to Call of Duty if not for that blackout mode, if not for like
I bet
they're huge. Like I wonder if we would have seen a similar reaction to this game because it feels like I could very well see a Call of Duty. You guys having the exact same conversation about Call of Duty, except you're not because of this blackout mode and other small things.
And totally, yeah, definitely. In fact, this is probably the conversation I expected to be having about Call of Duty this year, and was very surprised. Yeah, and they're going to add their mode that is their take on a battle royale type of concept. I think in March. But yeah, I think it's
64 players.
Yeah, well, whatever. I think it's a nice looking game. I think there's some stuff about it that is fine, but not maybe
that
maybe
single
not
player stuff was a little better than I thought it was going to be.
So the thing I didn't play too much more of it, but the thing I heard is like, hey, that kind of like it's broken up into different characters and stories and stuff. So like that first one is actually pretty decent, and the rest fall off pretty deeply. Also, they're not all in yet.
Yeah.
So there's
Oh,
that
you're
too.
kidding, really?
Yeah, they're adding that stuff too. So it's kind of there's a lot of spots on the menus in that game that are like coming soon, and that's maybe a little weird for a game you're selling for full price and beyond.
Yeah, I've got nothing to nominate it for here. I clearly haven't played it. But
I would probably.
really pretty.
I think I would put it in best looking.
Is it disappointing?
No, I think I think for some people it certainly would be. For me and the mostly indifferent people here when it comes to this game, like I don't know that it'll fit there. But yeah.
Okay, maybe check back in with it next year.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, if it's ongoing.
Long about March.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see it in terms of it being a reaction to some of the stuff from Battlefront 2 that went very sideways for EA in terms of like how they're monetizing it or not monetizing it, as the case may be, and all that stuff.
Jason, has Darksiders 3 done anything else to grab you since it failed to
we've,
grab you?
Since we talked last, no, it has not. I haven't played much of it. Although they did fix that save bug.
Okay.
That nasty,
That's good.
nasty thing
Did that restore your existing
it
save?
did.
Oh,
It did
okay.
actually restore my existing save. It's too bad that I, started a whole new save and played past that point. But whatever.
Darksiders 2 had a save bug because I lost like 20 hours of progress in that
Oh
one.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, they were just maybe they just wanted to recapture the magic of the earlier games.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody else play it?
I have not.
I'm thinking
I haven't had
about
a
it.
chance to touch it.
I sat on this quick look, and that was enough for me to go like, oh, I'm super not gonna play this game.
I feel like every time I hear anything about this game, it makes me want to play it less.
The reaction.
This game
has
is
been pretty tepid.
it's very fine. Like it's good. Like it's not bad. But
These are all okay.
Go on.
I know.
Just superlative after
worse-
superlative.
okay.
I don't know what else.
It could be better, could be worse. Yeah.
Yes,
It's middle of the road.
it is middling. It's
It sure does exist.
It sure does.
Somewhere in the 3-star range.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Like, other than, what we said on the podcast, there's a lack of character progression, very underwhelming characters, level design and whatnot. Like I said, it's fine. It plays pretty well. Not a lot of depth there. And it is disappointing in that, like, I really liked those first two games, and I was expecting a lot more out of this.
I mean, there was no reason to believe this, but you kind of
Right.
hoped this would be like the triumphant return of Darksiders because that was a cool ass franchise
Exactly. Yeah.
with a lot of potential.
Yeah, and you can see where they were trying to recapture, a lot of that's magic of the first one, I think, and then trying to capitalize on maybe some Dark Souls, gameplay and whatnot. But nah, it didn't work out.
Just
for
doesn't
me.
hit the right notes.
No, it doesn't.
Is it disappointing enough to go in a category?
I'm not going to say that it's most disappointing.
Okay.
Am
That's
I
fine.
mildly disappointed? Absolutely. But I generally had a pretty good time with it, from when I played, and then technical issues aside, the game's all right.
All right, coming down the home stretch here. Valve put out a new game.
Yeah, Artifact. Don't want to talk about it too long because I really don't think it belongs in any of these categories. but it's good. It's honestly, they made a good card game first, and then they Dota'd it up second. And,
They sure did.
and it's like really deep, really dense. Like you've got high level people. I was spending some time this weekend watching pros of this game talk about like theory crafting and stuff, and just the way they talked about their thought process made me realize that the game it's already deep going in, but it's just got a depth to it that I don't think I will ever be at.
So it's a collectible card game where everybody gets the same starting deck,
Everyone gets the same starting deck, and then you get 10 packs
blind packs that have different cards in
that
them.
each have like one hero and one item, and then 8 other cards.
Okay. So you are deck building.
You are deck building. There's some free drafting modes. So I guess the big thing to talk about this game, other than how good it is the pricing around it, which people have been worried about. So it's $20 for the game, and then I think Valve
For one deck?
for the game, it comes with the game enough to create 2 starter decks.
Okay.
There's 4 colors, and you get like a red-green deck and a blue-black deck.
And everybody gets the same cards in that.
And everyone gets those same cards, and then everyone gets 10 additional packs filled with random cards.
Right.
They smartly added a free draft mode because people were saying like the most fun way when you're kind of starting out is like, it's like the Hearthstone Arena mode thing where you get random packs and build a deck, and there's like pro versions of that, which are you have to buy decks to buy in. They launched the game officially, which means the real money marketplace is live. You can buy just cards for cents, dollar. It's like there's cheap cards and expensive cards like there are with Dota hats, cheap hats, expensive hats.
Is there an auction house?
No, it's just straight up like Steam Marketplace page for it. I really like it. I'm gonna spend more time with it here and there. They've got a cycling event mode, and the one right now is really cool. There's just like 6 pre-built decks, and you try and take them as long as a winning streak as you can. I think the tutorial is really good. I don't think you have to know anything about Dota to enjoy the game, but I think like there are like the blink dagger works how you think it would. It moves one of your units from one lane to another lane. Town portal scroll brings a hero back into your base. Everything behaves like you would expect it to in Dota. So having that knowledge definitely helps, but it's not like you're not going to understand what anything does if you don't play Dota.
The time when you used Luna's ult and it hit all those cards was pretty cool, though.
Yeah. And like seeing an Echo Slam happen on the card table is cool because they all like shake up and shatter. I do really like.
Game.
Yeah, it's actually a tremendous looking game. The animations on everything are really good. Just the way the board looks is really good. Seeing these little creeps fly around is nice. But all that being said, it's a pretty cool card game for a game that I am really passionate about. It's not really much beyond that. Like,
can you buy cards? I remember we did a story on the Beastcast about like how the ways you can buy cards, right? So can you buy cards with in-game currency?
There's no in-game currency.
No breaking down cards. No like.
You can break down heroes for event tickets. So yeah, the in-game currency, I guess, and that's air quotes, is tickets, which you use to enter into the ranked events and stuff like that. So you can break. Basically, there's like a casual mode, which is just kind of like matchmaking and stuff like that, and then like if you want to play advanced drafting where you keep your deck or something, you can use these tickets. And you get tickets by breaking down cards, but that's literally the only thing you can do with broken down.
So
Or you can just buy tickets also.
Or you can just buy tickets.
But to get new cards, you are just paying money.
Yes.
Okay.
Or buying decks and
Can I
hoping
buy
for the best.
hats for the cards?
Not yet.
Can I buy deck sleeves?
Oh, they'll be there. I guarantee you, if this game gets enough of a following, you'll be able to buy anything you want, Vinny.
Put a little cowboy hat on my cards.
Well, no, the cowboy set is banned.
Oh, okay.
That's the one.
It's too much.
Cosmetic set Valve ever had.
Yeah.
To ban. That's so stupid.
All right.
Artifact. It's cool.
Cards. Okay, now we are bumping up against the limits of our recording schedule.
Yes.
Dan, I believe you started playing Just Cause 4 something like 24 hours ago.
Less than that. Got
I-
code. I installed it like at 9 o'clock last night or something. Played a couple
I think
hours.
you're the only one here that's played it.
Uh-huh.
So
It's
Do you think it belongs on any part of this? I mean, just even in terms of being talked about as one of the games of the year.
in
I
my
will
mind,
just say
Just Cause still rates.
the tether stuff is really fun from
Yeah.
what I've seen so far. And I will just say it is refreshing after the issues that I personally had with Red Dead and the movements and the constrictions and everything. It's nice to just get some bullshit open world game where you're just flying around, wingsuiting, and just doing dumb bullshit.
Just Cause is that.
It's very proud to be a video game, and I don't think it's going to set the world on fire. It doesn't seem to do too much.
You are extremely early on in playing.
I'm extremely early on, but so far it's like, yeah, I could go for this right now. Yeah,
But nothing totally blowing your mind yet.
it's a Just Cause game.
You can put balloons on things.
That stuff seems really funny.
Yeah.
I laughed a
There's
lot
a
last
damn
night.
weather machine. There's just tornadoes everywhere.
Wait, they got the weather dominator?
Oh yeah.
yeah,
shit.
like
Dr. Mindbender sold it to
a
us.
big
man.
part of that game is just that there are fucking tornadoes happening on a semi-regular basis.
I saw a tornado.
Am I finally going to figure out how Destro works his mouth?
Yes.
No,
What is that?
nobody will ever. Nano machines.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Liquid metal. All right, maybe we'll check back in on that later
We'll
this
see.
week. I
I'm
don't know.
going to keep playing
We'll
it.
see.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see how it goes. In a similar vein, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate is also not quite out yet as of this recording. Ben, you've played some.
I have.
I understand.
It's really fucking cool. Honestly, like they do the fan service stuff in this game to a degree that I think it's the best that they've ever done in a Smash game. Say what you will about
I've got a quote from you that I'm going to find here that you sent me that I'm going to pull up.
yeah.
It fucking sucks.
This was sent at around midnight. The Smash Ultimate single player really is Nintendo Ready Player One.
Yeah. Like if Ready Player One wasn't trying to be self-serious at all. It's like, okay. So I don't like Ready Player One for the record.
I've heard it's fun.
Yeah, no.
Ready Player One?
It's,
Yeah,
ready,
I've heard
it's
it's
easy
a
to be
fine
cynical about
popcorn
that
movie.
shit.
A fanboy knows a hater,
fine.
Ben. A fanboy knows a hater.
So
I almost just threw up.
That's a line in the movie.
we don't have to talk about it. Oh God, that just registered what you said. The like all the characters from every Smash is there. That's really fucking cool. The single player mode has you collecting spirits and stuff, and they just have characters from every game ever there. Like one of the early ones I get is like somebody from. So I fought Princess Peach on Luigi's Mansion level with somebody using the camera assist trophy to lock me down, and my reward was a character from Fatal Frame.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
like
that's pretty
I
wild.
had to fight Mario with rabbit ears and a laser gun, and when I beat him, I got Mario and Rabbids Mario. And as like not playable characters, but these are power ups you can equip in the single player, and they buff your stats and stuff like that.
Peter Pepper in there?
He very well might be. Honestly, like
Where's Glover?
I would not be surprised if I ran into
Okay.
Glover. I got a Dan sticker from Street Fighter, and his stage was I had to fight Ken, and Ken just sat there and taunted the whole time.
That's pretty good.
So like it has so much of that really rich kind of just. It celebrates video games in a way that's really fun, and I think the game plays well. You know, it's tacked onto that 4 engine. It plays a lot like 4, but with some more options. It's really cool. It's really smart. I feel like this is a game that they want to pour a lot of time into. This is a game that I think they're going to support for a while. It's honestly the best like single player stuff that you've ever seen in a Smash game, and if that sounds appealing to you, you will
That
like
does
this game.
sound appealing to me. I really actually would like that subspace.
Yeah,
totally.
So it's better than that?
So this doesn't have like the same level of cutscenes and stuff.
Okay.
But what it does have is like those little vignettes that I was talking about, where it's like, oh, this fight is cute because it's like referencing this other thing.
Okay.
And then even in like the classic mode, in Smash classic mode, it's like fight 6 guys and then master hand. Even those are customized for your character. So like the Ryu one, it's all stamina battles and it's all on Street Fighter stages with Street Fighter music. And like you fight against fighting like dudes like Ken, and then Greninja is like who's the fighting Pokemon?
Incineroar?
It's blue.
Greninja.
Hinju. Lucario. Just like, and then like as Marth, you fight a bunch of dragons because he's in the Fire Emblem game with dragons.
So are you unlocking characters in the single player as well? Like main fighting characters?
Yeah, so you start with the core N64-8, and then everything you do in that game unlocks characters. Local versus single player stuff. Just you're always constantly unlocking characters.
That
'cause
seems
there's
like it would be a
something
real
60 of them.
drag for anyone running a tournament.
Yes, I really do hope that like maybe in a couple months, once the
like a
initial
Unlock code or something?
yeah, that they patch in some sort of like tournament support. Who knows with Nintendo? I mean,
right.
they're still allowing people. They're still making adapters for the GameCube controller. So on one hand, they're
They
acknowledging
sort
it.
of care, but maybe not. Yeah.
We'll see. I think it has a lot of potential to just be a game that is delightful for video game fans
Yeah.
everywhere.
All right.
It will be in my house this holiday season. It is already on a Christmas list. So
Yours?
yes. Yes. Come on, Santa, hook me up. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm kind of excited to play it. Like, I do not play that game competitively. I have no idea what's happening in it, but the appeal for just seeing all these characters go up against each other and do silly moves and knocking people off a stage is still fun for me.
Yeah, that was always the fun of it. You know, it was just such a
Well,
cool
back when it was
idea.
fun.
Yeah, back when it meant something before it got perverted. You know, when you could just have fun with a video game. Am I right?
Yeah.
Like we played a bet, and it's like I have no fucking clue what is happening when there are 4 people on stage with 6 different items and something's twirling around the screen, and it is a mess. But I don't think you guys do either, so that's okay.
Yeah.
It's just everybody's pushing buttons. I think there was one point somebody was just looking away. I don't know if it was you, Abby, just like hitting A.
Oh
just
yeah,
like,
I think I was like checking my phone.
just like winning, just like it's fun. I like that game when it's at its most joyous and fun. I feel like I will get that playing with my son, somebody who just wants to have fun. I find it more like the insufferable part when people start to take it all apart and get very serious about all of it.
I even I don't mind that, like let people do their thing as long as they're not out there being like, I wish this played more like this other game. That's when it gets crossed.
Or
the line.
telling me that I am not appreciating it on some
Like
level.
you need to turn items.
Why
off.
would you leave items on?
Yes,
What's
I
wrong
don't-
with you?
Because they are
How
fun
dare
to-
you have fun with a video game?
I like the flame flower.
The online wasn't working when I was playing, so can't speak to that. Don't know about the netcode or any of that, so that's yet to be seen. But it's a good game.
Are there super duper smash moves for every single character? Because
Yeah.
that's a lot.
Yeah, and by default, you have like a meter that you can build. Whenever you like get hits on somebody, you'll start to build, and then you get one of those. Otherwise, you have to break the smash ball, which
Break
is that
the
like,
smash
floaty
ball. Yeah.
item.
It takes like 3 hits. So
It like It starts with a bunch of hits and deteriorates. over
nobody
time.
knows. Yeah,
Nobody
I get it.
knows.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems
Nobody plays with items on it.
Yeah.
Wait, does that count as an item also? That Super Smash thing? Okay.
Wait,
Beth,
so you never see any of the Super Smashes in like tournament play because that all gets disabled?
we said you can build it up.
What the hell's wrong with people?
Wait, but you can build it up naturally, or do you?
Yeah, you can
Okay.
turn that off too, though,
Oh.
if you're a real stingy guy.
People don't like fun. It's okay.
No, yeah, that's fine.
That's
yeah.
fine.
I've never enjoyed fun.
Like
Yeah.
people, look, I've made a career of taking dumb garbage seriously, so I can't, I like
Wrestling?
yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
hey.
Dragon Ball.
So what do you think? Like on the best game list?
I haven't played enough of it.
I feel like we could revisit that when we're actually talking about the category. If you feel strongly enough about it, we could add it. But
Yeah, I don't know. It's not like I'm gonna enjoy it a lot, and I think a lot of people are gonna enjoy it. But it's gonna be so popcorny, I think, for me, where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna have a great time with this for a while, and then kind of move on to other things.
yeah.
I think it's gonna blow my kid's mind.
Totally.
Like they're like a first Smash Brothers game with like a real affection for the Nintendo universe.
I mean,
Like,
I knew every character.
kind of better.
Why are they fighting? Why would they fight? Why would they do this, Dad?
because that's life.
Just gonna start him with the one that's got all of them. He doesn't even have
Yeah.
to work for him.
No.
No, you have to unlock
Yeah.
a ton of shit. in
He's
this
good.
game.
No, that's
It's
the
like-
thing. It's like I'm gonna make him work for it. I'm gonna be like, by the time I get home, I want all these characters unlocked.
Like, don't give him his allowance until he unlocks everything in that game.
You
I
get
knew
10 cents a character.
I knew every character going in. Like I've been, keeping up with who they've been adding, but I was still like, oh shit, I'm about to unlock someone. Who is it? Oh shit, Snake. Like,
Yeah.
oh fuck, that's cool. And then it's really hard CPUs in that game. There's some bullshit going on there under the CPUs.
Looks good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
how's it run on the Switch?
it's good.
Yeah.
I haven't noticed any problem. I've been playing a little handheld too, just try it out.
Yeah,
and that's all
good.
right.
Okay, cool.
It's all right.
So that's everything.
that's the last regular game on the list.
So-
Alex, there's one that you forgot.
Well, there's two.
No,
There's two.
I only see one on the
I
list.
need to be Captain Bring Down here, and there's a couple of things that we missed along the schedule. I'll start with one that's just more a little disappointing than anything else, and that is Where the Water Tastes Like Wine, which came out much earlier in the year, which is why I sort of forgot that it came out, and I'm real bummed that game was a forgettable thing because conceptually, it's a very cool idea. It's sort of like kind of a short fiction anthology that's interactive. They got a bunch of different writers, like Austin Walker wrote a character for that game, like Lee Alexander, Kara Ellison, like a whole bunch of different people around games, and the way you interact and gain those stories from those characters that are written is you walk around this map of the United States as this little like skeleton man that has sort of like made a deal with the devil, who wants you to go around and get all these stories from around, kind of Depression era America. And the writing is really strong. Like the character writing is really good. It has a killer soundtrack, actually, which I would nominate for best music. But also the part where you interact with that game and the part where you roam around that world is just dreadfully dull. Just dreadfully dull. I had zero joy actually interacting with the game parts of it. I just wanted to experience the stories. And like, it has like neat art in those bits. Like there's a lot of like good work that was done around the edges of it, but the core experience is not good. So that really kind of bummed me out. Like there's a lot of talent in that game that feels like it was not given the chance to shine with the game that they made. So I would nominate that for most disappointing.
Okay.
Best, most disappointing.
Yeah, and best music.
And best music.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Okay.
The other one, which
come
is not disappointing, but is in fact maybe the hottest mess among many hottest messes this year. We didn't talk about The Quiet Man.
We dedicated so much time to the quiet.
I think The Quiet Man and us have both suffered enough.
I have no interest in having a long, drawn-out discussion about this, but I do think it is a game that should be nominated for hottest mess because, boy, just every single aspect of that thing is a train wreck.
Yeah.
In a way that few games, especially games of that size and budget, get to be anymore.
Are you ready for my shocking reveal?
You are the quiet.
I
man.
wrote The Quiet Man under hottest mess.
There we go.
3 days ago.
That's fine. And I felt like we needed to at least acknowledge that and put it there.
It's a game we've all seen,
Yes.
which like is uncommon.
And you know why we all hate it already. Like we don't have to
I don't
hash
know
that
that I
out.
hate it.
Hate is a strong word.
I just
You
am
should try it with the dialogue.
baffled by it.
I saw some of that.
It goes from laughably bad
not
to
saying I like it.
fuck this.
I'm just saying there are a lot of tragic things in this world.
And like the stuff around it of like actual deaf people saying, "What the fuck
I
is this
know.
game? This is
And,
not
like,
representative of being deaf at
Yeah.
all and
the like
offensive."
racial stuff too.
Yeah,
There's
like,
a lot
just
to
gang
tackle.
portrayals in
Top
that
to
game.
bottom,
It is-
man.
Pretty hot.
It is
mess.
offensively bad.
Everything about it sucks ass.
All right.
That story.
There are a few games. There are
you
two
think?
games.
Best.
Okay.
There are two games that I find discussion of completely exhausting, and it's partially because I think they've come up a lot. And it's The Quiet Man and Red Dead 2. So pretty much just the two games on the same list.
The
Just
yin and
gonna
the
write
yang.
gonna write those two games next to each other and say they're pretty much the same.
Clearly.
Fair.
So when we're ranking all 87 of these games, those are number 87 and 86?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically.
No, Where Would Water Taste Like Wine is a little better than, fucking Fallout 76 or whatever, but
All right. I think we're at the end of the list.
I think so.
Yeah.
What a year in games.
We have
Yeah.
put
Happy
every
New
game
Year.
put every
Oh, yeah.
game into the appropriate bucket. We have sorted them
That's right.
like a bunch of eggs, and they have all made it into their
Like an egg bucket?
like an egg
Like
bucket,
a classic egg bucket.
Good old egg bucket.
And now we have to go and break a bunch of eggs.
Oh,
'Cause
we're
we
making
can't- 'cause
omelets.
we can't make a game of the year omelet without
Okay,
breaking a
let's
bunch
not
of
let
these
Dan
eggs.
do it.
I can figure it out.
Okay. I guess that's it.
Every
Yeah.
single game.
Yeah.
Every single game.
We've done every
Except for the ones we.
Everyone is here.
every
Let's hear it for the
everybody.
games.
Yeah.
Hooray.
Hooray.
All right.
Yay.
Stay tuned for categories over the next 2 days.
That's right.
As we now destroy everything we've
The
just
real
created.
game of
We
the
got
year
the hard
starts
work
here.
out of the way, right?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
The rest is easy.
Everyone has said what they
We've
think
said our
about the
piece.
games,
Now we just
and
put the
Just
number
point
by
at the
it.
one and we say that's the one.
Now
Exactly.
we rearrange
Yeah.
the pieces.
That's how that'll go.
Easy enough.
All right.
Easy
Thanks for
peasy.
joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.